Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Tang Tianqi had dozed off mid-game, his fingers still loosely wrapped around the mouse, immersed in his favorite Marvel title. In the murky twilight of his dream, or so he thought, he could still hear the soft click of the mouse. But when he opened his eyes, what greeted him was not a screen, but Natasha Romanoff, Black Widow, dressed in a radiant white wedding gown. She stood before him, smiling. She looked breathtaking. The pure white of her dress amplified her beauty to a near-divine level, her usual air of danger replaced by a serene grace. Tianqi blinked in confusion and turned his head. He was inside a grand cathedral. Guests filled the pews, mostly Westerners, with only the occasional Eastern face. A priest stood at the altar, solemn and poised. "Miss Natasha," the priest intoned, "do you take this man as your husband to love, cherish, and remain loyal to through sickness and health, wealth and poverty, until death do you part?" Black Widow smiled warmly and replied, "I do." The priest turned to Tang Tianqi. "Mr. Tang Tianqi, do you take this woman as your wife, to love and protect through all of life's trials?" Tianqi was dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? He thought. Am I dreaming? Did I game myself into madness? His thoughts swirled with memories of playing Marvel games and his admiration for Black Widow, the most tragic heroine in the MCU. Natasha Romanoff, trained by the Red Room, stripped of her childhood and her future, sterilized, used, and tossed from one agency to another. The femme fatale with no home, no children, no happily ever after. Even among the Avengers, she was the least powerful, fighting among gods and monsters with little more than skill and courage. She feared, she hurt, she cried quietly, but the world never noticed. She died in Endgame, sacrificing herself for the Soul Stone, mourned not by family or lovers, but by comrades and comrades only. To Tianqi, she had always seemed the most beautiful, and the most broken. Ahem. "Mr. Tang Tianqi, do you?" The priest prompted again. Snapping back to the moment, Tianqi found Natasha looking at him curiously. He took a breath. I do. I just can't believe fate has favored me so greatly. I, Tang Tianqi, swear by the stars and the universe, I will protect you with my life, so you never face loneliness again. I will guard your peace, shield you from harm, and no matter the hardship, I'll stand by you. We'll raise children, build a life, and grow old together. His voice was sincere, passionate. Black Widow's heart trembled. How could he say the very words she never dared admit she longed to hear? She studied him with doubt, her spy instincts prickling. Could he be a plant? An agent? No, his background's too clean. Even Fury wouldn't know what I truly want. So how does he? She had grown up in silence and shadows, never knowing her parents, told only that they were dead. Groomed by the Red Room, brainwashed and remade into the world's most dangerous assassin. Her life had been mission after mission, blood in exchange for survival. Even after defecting to S.H.I.E.L.D., she still only found refuge, not peace. What she always wanted was simple: a home. A family. She'd said it many times, "This is my family now. The Avengers are my home." But that was a lie she told herself. Now, standing at the altar, those desires surged within her like a flood. "Then, in the name of God, I declare you husband and wife," the priest announced. Applause broke out. The priest leaned in. "You may now kiss the bride." Tianqi leaned forward, still a bit dazed. Their kiss was long, deep, and unexpectedly emotional. The celebration that followed felt too real for a dream. They toasted guests, elders, strangers, and one very particular Westerner, seated at the head table. He had sharp blue eyes and an aquiline nose, and though he wore a kindly smile, his caution was unmistakable. He drank only from his own bottle, brought his own glassware, and never touched the wine served by the waitstaff. But he didn't expect her. As they toasted, a nearly invisible powder slipped from beneath Black Widow's fingernail into his drink. Moments later, he raised his glass with a smile and swallowed it. Mission complete. Yet, as Natasha lowered her hand, a strange pang of guilt twisted in her chest. She glanced at Tianqi. If he knew I used him, what would he do? That night, they returned to their bridal chamber. The warmth of the evening deepened. Tang Tianqi's stamina was unexpectedly impressive. And Natasha, as expected, was equally formidable. The bed creaked. But miraculously, it held. When morning came, Tianqi slowly opened his eyes. He lay in a Western-style bedroom, unfamiliar yet vivid. He sat up slowly, piecing together the memories. No. This isn't a dream. He had truly traveled through time. And he was married to Black Widow. My predecessor had crossed the ocean with his elders, chasing the hope of a better life. They arrived in a land known as the Kingdom of God, too far from heaven, too close to the United States. A country plagued by cartel wars and corruption, where drug lords ruled more ruthlessly than governments. Here, drugs weren't just sold, they were a way of life. Even the officials kept their heads down. Anyone daring to enforce a real drug ban might end up hanging beneath an overpass the next day. For ordinary citizens, things were worse. Crossing a cartel meant swift, brutal death. The value of human life was measured in bullets. Tianqi never knew exactly why his elders came here. But he remembered the struggle. His guardian, a man trained in Eastern martial arts and wisdom, became a trusted bodyguard and advisor to one of the local crime lords, a drug kingpin known as Fei Ying, or the Flying Eagle. The elder eventually died protecting Fei Ying, trading his life for the bosses. Moved or perhaps just calculating, Fei Ying honored a final promise, to let Tianqi live a quiet, ordinary life. He set Tianqi up with a flower shop in the suburbs, shielding him from the dangers of the city. In this chaotic city, even a small business was a gamble. One wrong word, one wrong glance, and you'd be found dead in the gutter. But Tianqi's flower shop survived unscathed for years, thanks to Fei Ying's silent protection. Yesterday, Fei Ying had attended Tianqi's wedding as a guest of honor. An old friend honoring an old promise. And then Tianqi's heart sank. Wait. Black Widow. She's beautiful, but she's not here for love. Tianqi snatched his phone and scrolled through the local news. His eyes widened at the headline. Flying Eagle, kingpin of the City of God, dies of sudden heart attack at wedding. Fei Ying, the man who raised him, who protected him, was dead. But Tianqi didn't feel sorrow. Fei Ying's protection was bought with his elder's life. The debt was paid in full. And as someone raised with Eastern values, Tianqi held a deep hatred for drug dealers. He sighed bitterly. So, the wedding was fake after all. He thought back to how it all started. Half a month ago, a stunning woman named Roland entered his shop. She came for flowers but stole his heart. In just a week, she had melted his defenses. Her elegance, her laughter, it was all a well-crafted illusion. Of course, Roland was Natasha Romanoff, Black Widow. She knew of Tianqi's connection to Fei Ying. She knew Fei Ying would show up and that local custom dictated he drink the wedding toast. Even though Fei Ying was careful, bringing his own wine, he still didn't stand a chance against Natasha's methods. As for why Black Widow was sent to eliminate a drug lord like Fei Ying, Tianqi didn't know. Didn't care. In this world, big fish ate smaller ones every day. He jumped out of bed. The room still held her scent, a ghost of the night's passion lingering in the air. On the table lay a single note, written in delicate English. Chi, don't come looking for me. None of this was real. On the floor, a torn marriage certificate, complete with the official government seal and a photo of him and Black Widow smiling like newlyweds. Then, a mechanical chime echoed in his ears. Ding. Player is now bound in fate with superhero Natasha Romanoff. Luck plus 60. First superhero bound. Reward, 1 recovery potion. Tianqi blinked. System. Ah, finally, the benefit of transmigration. The recovery potion was the most basic healing item in the game, plentiful and cheap. In the real world, however, it could save a life. But only if he lived long enough to use it. In the Marvel Universe, planet-destroying villains roamed like stray dogs. And at the top of them all, Thanos. A being who sought to annihilate half the universe. 1 potion wasn't nearly enough. Tianqi picked up the torn marriage certificate and smirked. You're mine now, Natasha. You think you can just vanish. He was still just an ordinary man, but this was the Marvel Universe, where every alley had potential and every decision could lead to power. He had insider knowledge, an advantage no one else did. If he played it right, he could rise to the top. One day, he'd walk into SHIELD, take his wife by the hand, and dare anyone to stop him. But first, he needed to understand where he stood in the timeline. Given that Natasha had spent weeks setting up this operation for a mere drug lord, the larger conflicts hadn't yet begun. Likely, the Battle of New York hadn't happened yet. He glued the certificate back together. Then, without hesitation, he sold everything. The flower shop. His home. Every possession. He exchanged the local pesos for US dollars, at a terrible rate. But survival mattered more than profit. With about $2,000 in hand, Tianqi contacted a known smuggler. If he wanted to change his fate, he had to go to the United States. It was the center of the Marvel Universe, after all. The smuggler, a towering Westerner with rough features, eyed him.
Oriental? Rare. 10 grand. What?
Isn't it usually $1,000?
Yeah, but you stand out. You're a risk. Pay more. Tianqi hesitated.
You serious? Pay or get lost. Left with no choice, Tianqi handed over the entire roll of bills. The smuggler's eyes gleamed.
Wait there. We leave at night. Hours passed.
As dusk fell, the smuggler called him over.
Check your bags. This isn't a vacation. Toss everything.
Also, we search you too.
Tianqi bristled.
Why only me? Because you're not one of us, the smuggler said coldly. They're locals.
You're not.
Without warning, rough hands grabbed him. They stripped his bag, emptied his pockets, and took whatever they wanted.
Tianqi clenched his fists. He couldn't fight back. Not here.
If he made a scene, he might not survive the night. He sat quietly among the other hopeful migrants, fury boiling in his chest. Later that night, a large grimy truck picked them up and drove toward the border. The US, the Eagle Empire, loomed in the distance, its lights a stark contrast to the darkness around them.
They reached a hidden tunnel.
And just like that, when they emerged from the other side, Tianqi had crossed into the land of opportunity and chaos.
He was in America.
And the game had finally begun.
Suddenly, there was a whooshing sound in the air, and a huge lighting lamp illuminated the area like daylight. Don't move. You are suspected of crossing the US border illegally. Please cooperate with the investigation. You would be a fool if you really didn't move. Dozens of stowaways, including Tiankai, dispersed in a hurry. Da-da-da. Bullets from the aircraft's machine guns rained down. Help. Immediately, some of the stowaways were shot to death, and some were hit in their limbs. The huge warheads of the aircraft-mounted machine guns completely broke off their hands and feet, causing blood and flesh to spatter. Apocalypse's hair stood up, and he rushed towards the woods not far away. As long as it can break into the woods and still have a glimmer of life, it will be a living target for helicopters if it is exposed in the wilderness. Fortunately, Apocalypse was alone, and there were not many bullets fired at him, so he escaped into the woods without any danger. Behind the grove is a large forest mountain range that stretches for hundreds of kilometers, making it impossible to search. This is one of the reasons why smugglers choose this area to stow away. Tiankai gasped, relying on the cover of the trees, and quickly moved deeper into the woods. The helicopter hovered in the sky for a while, its searchlight scanning here and there, and finally gave up. After all, hundreds of thousands of people enter the country illegally every year, and it is impossible to search the entire mountain range for just one or two small miscellaneous fish. After several days of sneaking around, Apocalypse finally walked out of the woods and entered a small city on the border of the United States. He was temporarily safe. At this time, a morning news caught his attention. The blonde female host said in front of the camera, the military exchanged fire with unknown enemies on the campus of Culver University. The military said this was a rumor, but two sophomore students witnessed the entire incident and filmed it with their mobile phones. As he spoke, the camera zoomed out, revealing the messy and damaged grass and buildings. Later, two male students came to the camera, shocked. The giant was covered in green and was 3 or 4 meters tall. The bullets hit him and bounced away like a toy BB gun. Even the 50 caliber artillery did not hurt him at all. The armored vehicle looked like a child's in front of him. The toys were easily overturned, and later the army even deployed sonic cannons. Later, two male students excitedly showed the video taken by their mobile phones to the camera. At this time, the pixels of mobile phone cameras were still poor, but they still could not hide the Hulk's several meter tall green body, which was full of a sense of brutal oppression. After watching it again, when Tiankai refreshed it again, the video had disappeared. In the early days, the United States was still very secretive about superheroes and did not allow any evidence to be leaked. It was not until later that the war between superheroes and supervillains became more and more intense that it could no longer be covered up, and the blockade had to be abandoned. After Apocalypse thought for a moment, this was obviously the plot of The Incredible Hulk 2. Hulk Bruce Banner went to find his girlfriend Elizabeth Betty, but unexpectedly the military set a trap and tried to capture him alive. The result is obvious. Dr. Banner transforms into the Hulk, smashes and kills, and breaks out. If Elizabeth hadn't been affected by the chaos and fell into a coma, and the Hulk subconsciously wanted to protect her, General Ross's team would have suffered even more serious killings. Hulk 2 is a relatively early plot of Marvel, and the entire super war has not yet begun. Tiankai breathed a sigh of relief, leaving some time for himself, so a plan took shape in his heart. The United States is known as a country on wheels, and it is difficult to move without vehicles. Apocalypse is now penniless and has no choice but to stick out his thumb on the side of the road and ask for a ride. Apocalypse is an Oriental. Orientals may be discriminated against in the West, but basically no one is afraid of him. After all, Orientals are known to be law-abiding and have the lowest crime rate among any race. The JC here always looked nervous when he saw Brother Hay, and would draw his gun at any time, but he was quite relaxed when facing the Oriental people. We drove and ate along the way, from the border of the Kingdom of God, traveling day and night, across half of the United States, to New York City. Apocalypse's goal is very clear, it's the Hulk's blood. In The Incredible Hulk 2, Dr. Banner sent a blood sample to Dr. Samuel Stern of Gingham College in New York in order to remove gamma rays from his body. Dr. Stern is also amazing. The blood samples sent by the Hulk were very few, but he insisted on using genetic technology to test and purify them. The concentration was higher than the Hulk's own blood, and the entire laboratory was filled with replicas. According to the development of the plot, the Hulk will come to his door and ask for his help in eliminating the gamma ray energy in his body. At the same time, a special soldier of the military, Brinsky, will come over and force the doctor to inject him with the Hulk's blood, eventually transforming into a grey giant named Abomination, the final battle between the two giants. However, this has not happened yet. Apocalypse is playing with this time difference. He wants to get the Hulk's blood in advance before the plot happens. The university environment is very relaxed and unprotected, and Tiankai quickly inquires about Dr. Stern's laboratory. Tuck 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 tuck. Apocalypse knocked on the door. Who is it? It was Dr. Stern who opened the door. Doctor, I want to do an experiment with you. Not today, the graduate assistants are all off work. If you need anything, come back tomorrow. Dr. Stern thought he was a student at the university. Tiankai smiled slightly. He did not expect the doctor to be obedient. He forced the door open and came in. He turned his palm and pointed a pistol at Dr. Stern. The doctor was a little frightened. What are you going to do? This is a laboratory and there is no money. I don't want money, I want Mr. Green's blood. Mr. Green is the screen name used by the Hulk, and Dr. Stern uses Mr. Blue. Banner himself is being hunted, so of course he won't use his real name, and Dr. Stern's research is illegal, so he naturally doesn't dare to use his real name. Dr. Stern's expression changed. How do you know Mr. Green? It's not important. I want you to inject Mr. Green's blood for me. Aren't you in need of a human experiment? I'll be your test subject. No, all the animals tested exploded and died. It is far from the stage of human experimentation. It is too dangerous. You don't need to worry about it. Young man, although I don't know why you are doing this, the energy level of this blood is too strong. Human nucleic acid chains cannot absorb gamma energy at all. I am 100% sure that the human body cannot bear it and will eventually burst and die. Apocalypse smiled, and Dr. Stern probably never dreamed that in his only experiment in the original plot, the man not only did not die, but also turned into a hateful giant. Stop talking nonsense, just do it. In order to avoid a long night and many dreams, Apocalypse stopped talking and pointed a gun at Dr. Stern. Of course, ordinary people cannot bear the blood of the Hulk. Even the biggest villain in The Incredible Hulk 2, Blinsky, has been injected with Captain America's imitation super serum twice. He is already half a super soldier before he can bear it. He eventually became the Abomination giant, but he could never return to his normal size like the Hulk. With a thought in Tiankai's mind, he took out the recovery potion from the storage compartment in his mind. Unfortunately, the storage compartment could not store foreign objects, otherwise the $1 would not have been robbed. Restoration potions can remove all negative damage. This is also the reason why he dares to take a gamble. Tiankai put the recovery potion in his mouth and lay on the experimental bed. Young man, your hands and feet need to be bound to prevent you from struggling in severe pain. Dr. Stern pointed to the straps beside the bed. He didn't dare to tie it up without Tiankai's permission, lest the misunderstanding be destroyed by a shot. Tiankai said, no need. You bring the blood with the highest concentration and the most powerful force. This, okay. After a while, Dr. Stern came out with a bunch of large and small glass bottles and said, let's test a small dose first to see the effect. I want it all. Dr. Stern was stunned. If there is any possibility of success in injecting a small dose of blood, if all of it is injected, the quantity alone will almost burst a person's body, not to mention the gamma energy contained in it. He seriously suspected that this young man was here to commit suicide. Dr. Stern was about to cry, when the police see an exploded corpse lying in my laboratory. How should I explain it? They must have thought that I was a scientific madman who kidnapped innocent people for human experiments? And the research I did was illegal, and I couldn't defend it even if I wanted to. God, I was really forced. But at gunpoint, he had to do it. In the original plot, Blinsky only injected a tube of blood and was already fighting the Hulk back and forth. Although the side effects were obvious, his strength was not compromised. The amount of injection required by Tiankai was at least 10 times that of Blinsky. His hands, feet, body, and neck were all connected with needles. Accompanied by the mechanical sound of the injection machine, the highest concentration and highest dose of Hulk's blood was continuously poured into Apocalypse's body. Because the dose was too much, the energy of the gamma rays had not yet taken effect. Apocalypse had already swelled up, like a balloon that had been blown to the limit, and was about to explode. Fortunately, the gamma energy took effect very quickly. Almost at the same time, the blood vessels all over Tianqi's body swelled, covering his whole body like a spider web, and streams of green blood scurried under his skin like reptiles. Huge energy drives the blood to run at high speed, and the heart rate explodes, jumping from 70 to 300, 400, 500. Boom, 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 boom. Heartbeat like a drum. Apocalypse's mind was washed away by this violent energy and he almost lost his mind. But now is not the time, when gamma energy is not yet maximized. Apocalypse's body is turning green and getting bigger. The mechanical experimental bed made of fine steel could not bear Tiankai's weight, making a squeaking metal sound and could be dismembered at any time. The mutated body is getting bigger, and the original mechanical bed is like a toy and can no longer hold Apocalypse. He grew to almost 3 times the size of the Hulk before he stopped getting bigger. Even when he was half lying, his head almost touched the ceiling. At this time, it has reached the edge of the limit. If you give it another second, you will either lose your mind and forget to take the recovery potion, or you will explode and die. It's now. Crack. The glass bottle in his mouth shattered, and the recovery potion and glass shards were swallowed by Tiankai in one gulp. In an instant, Apocalypse's whole body emitted green light, illuminating the experiment until he could not open his eyes. Green light shines through the windows and onto the campus outside. Fortunately, everyone knows that this is a laboratory, so some strange phenomena are not surprising and no one comes to investigate. When the green light dissipated, Apocalypse returned to his normal human form, lying naked on the experimental bed. Apocalypse carefully feels the power in his body. He is not sure how big it is now. Between the loosening and tightening of the palm, there was a faint sound of air explosion, and the air was directly squeezed and exploded in the palm. The abominable giant was slightly stronger than the Hulk without much injection, and the amount he injected was more than 10 times that of Blinsky, so he should be stronger than the two of them no matter what. Apocalypse's tense heartstrings finally loosened. From now on, he is no longer a passerby in Marvel, and he has the power to protect himself in the future super war. Thank you, Doctor. Tiankai put on a white laboratory coat. Incredible, incredible. How did you do it? What was that green light just now? This is completely unscientific. Please tell me. I must record it in the test data. Dr. Stern completely forgot that Apocalypse had threatened him just now, and now he was only thinking about scientific matters. Tiankai said, I can tell you, but I have a condition. What condition? Just say it. I need you to keep it secret. You are not allowed to reveal any information about me to outsiders without my permission. Okay, I promise not to say anything, including what you pointed a gun at me just now. Tiankai didn't know that Dr. Stern was doing illegal research, so how could he expose his shortcomings? That's good. The reason is, I took a potion. Tiankai smiled evilly. What potion? Can you tell me the formula? I'm willing to pay any price. Tiankai said, as long as you don't reveal my information, you may consider it in the future. In order not to be exposed prematurely and be targeted by other supervillains, I used this method to catch the doctor for now. After all, I am not a villain, so I can't kill him for no reason. Dr. Stern was frantic and helpless, so he had to take the initiative to send his contact information, and begged Tiankai in a low voice to bring the potion when he was free and let him test it. In front of science, he would rather be a humble servant. In this regard, Tiankai respects him. However, he didn't know if he would be able to get the recovery potion in the future. He tried many times, but the system failed to respond. So far, he only provided one bottle of recovery potion, which was very stingy. If there were many in the future, he wouldn't mind letting Dr. Stern test them. It would be great if they could be mass-produced. After walking out of Gabang College, Tiankai entered a Golden Arch roast chicken restaurant, well, although it's not called that in the West. After eating 30 servings of family bucket in a row, I stopped. The clerk and the people around him were dumbfounded. The amount of food he ate was heavier than half a person, but the Oriental man's belly was nowhere to be seen. As he becomes stronger, he also consumes a lot of energy, absorbing energy from food at a rate dozens of times that of ordinary people. At this moment, there was a commotion outside. Run, there's someone shooting over there. Everyone, evacuate quickly, the army is arresting criminals, hurry. Tiankai was stunned. Couldn't it be such a coincidence? As soon as he walked away, the Hulk and Elizabeth came to see Dr. Stern. If I had arrived half a day late, I might have missed it, and the laboratory would have been cleaned by the military. In the original plot, the Hulk and his girlfriend came to Dr. Stern and asked him to help eliminate gamma energy from the body. Dr. Stern first extracted the blood from the Hulk's body, mixed a homemade antidote into the blood separator, neutralized the gamma energy, and then rainfused it back into the body. However, this method treats the symptoms but not the root cause and can only be temporarily eliminated. But neither Dr. Stern nor the Hulk know that the Hulk's gamma energy is emitted from DNA, and it cannot be completely eliminated unless he dies. The Hulk was also unlucky. As soon as he was suppressed, Elizabeth's father, General Ross, found him and put him down with an anesthetic shot. General Ross never thought that it would be so easy this time, and he happily tied the Hulk onto the helicopter and flew away. Apocalypse glanced at Elizabeth from afar. Sure enough, she was as gentle and intellectual as in the movie. Her big watery eyes were full of tenderness. Only she could calm the Hulk's violent anger and slowly transform the Hulk back into Bruce Banner. Dr. N.A. However, Apocalypse felt uncomfortable when he thought that Black Widow would do the rest of the comforting work. His wife goes to comfort another man, no matter how she thinks or reacts. Of course, Black Widow didn't think so. This was just a fake marriage during the mission. She had never acknowledged her husband. Tiankai touched the marriage certificate in his bag and smiled evilly. What if he didn't want to admit that he was in chaos and finally gave up? You're married to me and you still want to run away. Scumbag, your husband is here, come home with me? While thinking wildly, with a loud boom, a machine was thrown out of the window of Dr. Stern's laboratory and hit the ground hard. A sound like a giant subwoofer came, booming throughout the street. Ha 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 ha, power. Power? This is power. Ha 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 ha. Damn it, not even eating a meal can make you pure, Tiankai cursed secretly. Obviously, the plot of The Incredible Hulk 2 appeared, and Blinsky transformed into Abomination. As a fighting madman, Blinsky dared to face the Hulk when he was an ordinary soldier, which shows how crazy he is. In the end, the difference in strength was too great, and he was kicked away by the Hulk, hit a tree, and suffered fractures all over his body. But such courage was also appreciated by General Ross, who injected him with more serum. But he was not satisfied. This time he took the opportunity and forced Dr. Stern to inject him with the Hulk's blood. Poor Dr. Stern, within half a day, 2 people came over to get blood, and it was too late to escape. This time, Dr. Stern was knocked to the ground by Abomination, and a few drops of blood with strong gamma rays dripped on his head. His head suddenly swelled up and became as big as a bucket, undulating like a soft water ball. Apocalypse doesn't know what happened to Dr. Stern later, because he never appeared in subsequent Marvel movies. Apocalypse thought for a while, and instead of chasing Abomination, he came to the laboratory first. After all, Dr. Stern had just helped him, so he still came to see him. Dr. Stern's head was bulging high, like an alien, his expression was painful, and he was being transformed by superpower. This is a wrong place and it is not advisable to stay for a long time. Apocalypse took him to the other side of the city in a few leaps under the cover of night. Ding! Save 1 life and receive a bottle of recovery potion as a reward. Huh? Save people and give them recovery potions? This system is stingy, but it is quite kind. Seeing that Dr. Stern's head was still mutating, Apocalypse left the recovery potion behind and said, "If you can't help it, just drink this bottle of potion." Stern's eyes brightened with pain. "Is it the one you drank just now? Can it restore you to a normal person from the mutation?" Such a magical potion. I want to study it." "It's up to you," Tiankai said lightly and left immediately. Since the system judged that it had saved Stern, the brain mutation would not threaten his life. As long as he could endure the pain, he could do whatever he wanted. The battle between Abomination and Hulk is still waiting for him over there. Gubin College, nearby streets. The hateful giant was smashing things happily. The infinite power gave him endless ambition. The soldiers and armored vehicles brought by the general were vulnerable to him. Ha 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 ha, a bunch of trash. Find me a decent opponent, Hulk, come out. The roar of hatred spread throughout the city, and General Ross, who had just left, changed his face when he heard it. General Ross cursed in his mind, "Damn it, it took me several years of hard work to catch the Hulk while he was unable to transform." Before he could leave, an even stronger one came. Will this allow anyone to live? Tiankai saw that the Hulk hadn't arrived yet, so he took advantage of this gap to earn some recovery potions first. Walking quietly in front of Abomination, wherever he hit, Apocalypse would quickly take away the passers-by in front of him. Many passers-by had no time to escape, and when they were desperate, something suddenly flashed in front of them, and the person was already in midair. When they landed again, they were already more than a dozen blocks away. Some people foolishly waited in their cars because of traffic jams, unaware of the impending danger. Apocalypse didn't waste any time. He pulled the car door completely with his hand. The seat belt was like a marshmallow in front of him. He ripped it off and pulled it out without caring about the screams of the people in the car. Ding, ding, ding. Save a life and reward 1 bottle of recovery potion. A series of prompts sounded in his mind, and Tiankai was very happy. There must be at least dozens of bottles. Even if you can't use it all, it's still worth a lot of money if you sell it. At the same time, General Ross, Dr. Banner, and Elizabeth on the helicopter noticed Apocalypse through the monitor. Elizabeth was curious. "Dad, it seems that there are people with superpowers saving people. Are they from the military?" General Ross shook his head. "Although the picture is blurry, you can vaguely see that he is an Oriental. We don't have such a person." Elizabeth watched Tiankai under surveillance, moving people away like ants moving, trying her best to save the lives of passers-by, and she couldn't help but feel a little moved. Dr. Banner said, "General, this is not the way to go. This mysterious man has limited abilities and can only take people a dozen blocks away. If the giant is not solved, something big will happen soon." Everyone has seen Hulk jump, and he jumped several mountains. They mistakenly thought that Apocalypse's power was too far behind Hulk. Who knows, this is just because Apocalypse did not fully control his own power and did not dare to jump around. Banner said, "I'll do it." Elizabeth hurriedly said, "You have just been injected with the antidote and cannot transform. Don't go back and die." Banner, "I can't watch innocent people die because of me." With that said, he jumped out from a height of hundreds of meters and fell down. At this time, the hateful giant who had been smashing all the way finally found Tiankai and growled, "Nasty fleas." A small car was thrown at him, but Tiankai easily dodged it. Seeing this, the hating giant became even more angry. A little flea actually dodged his attack. Boom boom boom. The hateful titan, like a prehistoric beast, rushed towards Tiankai. Wherever he passed, the car was turned into a discus by his foot. At this moment, with a bang sound, a humanoid object fell from the sky, and happened to fall between the Abomination Titan and Apocalypse. It is the untransformed Dr. Banner. Hatred was stunned. What kind of operation is this? Do you want to kill yourself by killing yourself? Hatred stared at the deformed corpse on the ground and sniffed it curiously. At this time, his IQ was about the same as that of a child. After watching it for a while, I felt it was boring, so I crossed over Banner's corpse and continued the pursuit. Unexpectedly, just as he stepped over, a huge green hand stretched out from the ground. Your opponent is me. Dr. Banner transforms into the Hulk. The Hulk grabbed Abomination's feet from behind and threw them to the ground, creating a huge crater. Abomination lay in the huge pit, smiling instead of angry, and shouted, "Ha ha ha ha, this is so decent. I have been waiting for you for a long time." Boom. Two monsters collided. The aroused air waves even affected the helicopter at a height of -meters, causing it to sway unsteadily and the instrument to continuously warn with beeps and beeps. Boom, 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 boom. Have fun? This is power. This is a decent opponent? Ha ha ha, come again. Hulk, you are too noisy. Two humanoid monsters were fighting in the street. The surrounding buildings were like paper, and they collapsed wherever they passed. Countless large craters were blasted out of the ground, and even underground pipes were blasted out. Water sprayed into the air more than 10 meters high. Tian Kai didn't go far. He subconsciously looked down at himself, shook his head and smiled bitterly. He had finally unlocked the secret of the Hulk's pants himself. In the previous life, people often joked that the Hulk's pants would never fall off no matter whether he transformed or fought, and they were known as one of Marvel's top 10 unsolvable mysteries. But in the real world, such a thing does not exist at all. Such settings in previous lives were just for the sake of screen harmony. The green lump under Hulk's crotch was dangling in front of his eyes. Apocalypse felt like Thor saw Hulk naked in Thor 3. This will be etched in my mind for a lifetime and will never go away. On the contrary, although the clothes on Abomination's body were also torn apart, there was nothing underneath. It seemed that it had been absorbed during the mutation. It seems that this is the price of forced mutation. Abomination and Hulk don't have any moves, they just use their infinite strength to attack each other. Even a layman like Tian Kai couldn't stand it. With the same strength, he could treat the two of them like monkeys. Occasionally, Hulk will pick up a car as a weapon, either for defense or as a weapon. I don't care about hatred at all, just keep hitting with a pair of giant fists. Each punch was like a cannonball, and a huge explosion of air spread throughout the city. As Hate punched more and more, the spine on his back was like a ferocious bone dragon, seeming to burst out of his body. Da-da-da-da-da. Suddenly countless bullets poured down from the sky, shooting at Abomination and Hulk. It's a pity that bullets that can stop ordinary people are as powerless as toy guns in front of the Abomination and the Hulk. Orientals, why are you standing still? Run away. Elizabeth's voice came from the sky. Tian Kai smiled and said, "Thank you, don't worry about me and leave quickly." Fly. Abomination protected his eyes with one hand, and pulled up a lamppost with the other hand. With a wave of his giant hand, the lamppost roared towards the helicopter. No. The Hulk yelled and threw himself towards the lamppost. Unfortunately, he was too late to intercept, and his big hand brushed the end of the lamppost, and his girlfriend Elizabeth was about to die. Bah! The lamppost was less than 3 meters away from the helicopter, and was stopped by a slender hand. It was Tian Kai. How is this possible? Elizabeth and General Ross, father and daughter, couldn't believe their eyes. The lamppost was close to the speed of sound and had a huge force, no less than a cannonball. It was stopped by a hand without making any progress. General Ross's pupils shrank. He has been chasing the Hulk for many years, and he knows best how terrifying this kind of power and speed is. Ding! Save 5 lives and reward 5 bottles of recovery potion. In addition to Elizabeth and the general, there were also a pilot and 2 soldiers on the helicopter. Apocalypse smiled at Elizabeth. You should stay away. Bullets have no effect on them. Then fall to the ground. In the original plot, in order to help the Hulk, the helicopter lowered its flying altitude and used a Gatling gun to attack the Abomination. The helicopter was pulled down by the Abomination. The aircraft crashed and everyone died. Of the 5 people on board, only Elizabeth and General Ross survived. Unexpectedly, the arrival of Apocalypse changed the plot, and the helicopter came to join the battle. Character determines behavior. Everyone has his own behavioral inertia, and General Ross is no exception. Pull up, pull up. General Ross came to his senses and shouted hurriedly. Seeing that his girlfriend was fine, the Hulk felt relieved, and was beaten back by hatred. In the original plot, Banner came back to stop the Abomination. He originally wanted to protect ordinary people, but he was still defeated. It was not until Elizabeth was about to be killed by the Abomination that he unleashed his potential and strangled her unconscious. The angrier the Hulk gets, the more powerful he becomes. However, now that the civilians have been transferred by Apocalypse, and the girlfriend crisis has been resolved by Apocalypse, the Hulk has nothing to worry about, but has lost the motivation to fight. Seeing this, Tian Kai felt that it was time. You guys are almost done fighting, it's time for me to take action. Hatred turned his head and showed his sharp white teeth at him. Ha ha ha, you are qualified. From a distance of tens of meters, he punched Tian Kai with a punch. The person followed the punch, and his body suddenly accelerated. When the fist reached the point of maximum force, Abomination had already arrived in front of Tiankai. Apocalypse didn't hide or dodge, he stretched out his palm and faced him straight up. Boom. The fists and palm struck each other, as if a cannonball exploded, and the shock wave blew away the surrounding cars. The cement ground beneath the feet of Abomination and Apocalypse cracked for tens of meters. Compared with the fist of hatred, Apocalypse's palm is as small as a baby, but the giant fist of hatred cannot move even an inch. Apocalypse felt it. If this was the full power of hatred, he would be at least 3 times stronger than him. He would have injected more than 10 times more blood than him, but his strength did not increase 1 to 1, it was a bit less. If General Ross knew what Apocalypse was thinking, he would probably roll his eyes regardless of his majesty. His power of hatred is a little stronger than the Hulk, and Apocalypse is 3 times as strong as him. Isn't this too little? Apocalypse gestured with his hand and pointed at Abomination and Hulk. You guys, come together and finish the work as soon as possible. The Hulk shook his big head. No fight? You are a friend. No fight. Although the Hulk lacks the intelligence of Dr. Banner's personality, he can still distinguish between basic enemies and friends. Apocalypse had just saved his girlfriend, so naturally he didn't want to fight with Apocalypse. What's more, Apocalypse's power comes from the blood of the Hulk. The Hulk has an inexplicable sense of intimacy. Even in the transformed state, he is not hostile to Apocalypse. It's not up to you. Apocalypse steps forward, attacking both the Abomination and the Hulk. Elizabeth on the helicopter was shocked. Is he crazy? Why did he even fight the Hulk? General Ross also watched nervously. At first, he thought that the man who saved him was a friendly force, but he even beat the Hulk, and it seemed that it was difficult to distinguish between friend and foe. At the same time, he was thinking, if he was an enemy, how should he deal with him? The Hulk didn't want to fight back at first, but after being punched a few times by Apocalypse, his head smashed through the ground, and he took a mouthful of reinforced concrete. His anger suddenly rose. Roar, roar, roar. 2 monsters, one big and one small, roaring wantonly. A huge roar spread throughout New York City. The whole city was in chaos. The sound was huge and violent, coming from nowhere. It seemed like a monster would appear around you at any time. Many people panicked and looked for shelter everywhere. On the streets, cars collided and horns honked. General Ross looked at the sky and had a headache. The disaster tonight was too great and he didn't know how to end it. On the ground, there are 3 monsters. Apocalypse, haha, Hulk, you are too slow. Hulk, who, friends, will fight too, ho. Hatred, ha ha ha, have fun, come again. With that said, he jumped up again. Boom. Apocalypse whipped his leg and sent Abomination flying dozens of meters, and blood actually flowed from the corner of his mouth. Just now, I hated being attacked by the army with RPGs. I fought against the Hulk, but not a drop of blood was shed. I didn't expect to be beaten by Apocalypse. Hatred is not afraid of retaliation and pounces on him again. Ha 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 ha, so happy, so happy, this power is enough. Boom, 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 boom. Apocalypse did not dodge or evade, but used the wildest fists to fight, not knowing any moves, regardless of damage, and wantonly squandering the power he had just gained. One punch would often send the Abomination and the Hulk flying hundreds of meters. His hatred was endless, he was knocked away many times and flew back again and again, perfectly inheriting Blinsky's bellicose personality before his transformation. The 2 giants besieged Apocalypse, but still fell into a disadvantage. Abomination and Hulk were blasted back again and again. Wherever it passed, the ground exploded one after another, and no piece of it was left intact. After fighting for a while, Apocalypse determined that his strength was more than 3 times greater than Abomination and Hulk, and began to experiment with some moves. Although I am not a martial arts practitioner, as an Oriental, I have been exposed to it since I was a child, and I know how to use some simple moves even if I have never practiced them. The basis of all martial arts moves is strength and speed. Ordinary people have neither strength nor speed, and their moves are like fire without roots. They cannot use them even if they know them. Now, Apocalypse has both. Although his moves are not very clever, they are still much better than 2 bulls charging into each other. Tianchi was experimenting with Wing Chun and Tai Chi for a while. Many martial arts moves he had learned from watching movies suddenly became clear to him. The Abomination and the Hulk were played around. Either all the power cannot be used, or it is used by Apocalypse to fight, causing Abomination and Hulk to take damage from each other, making the 2 of them even more furious. The entire ruins were filled with hateful and incompetent roars of the Hulk. On the sky, General Ross's eyelids twitched when he saw it, and he could no longer describe it as shocked. Just chasing one Hulk caused countless casualties and hundreds of helicopters, tanks, and armored vehicles were lost. Even the most advanced sonic cannon couldn't hit the Hulk. And now there are 2 more monsters that are only strong but not weak. What's even worse is that this Oriental man is still a normal human body and still maintains his sanity, which is even more terrifying than the Hulk hating the 2 of them. Unless nuclear weapons are used, it is impossible to capture this Oriental. Ordinary missiles, as long as Apocalypse discovers them at the last second, will be able to escape the core explosion zone instantly with his strength and speed, but will not be able to cause enough damage. Only nuclear weapons covering dozens or hundreds of kilometers in radius, coupled with tens of millions of degrees of high temperature in the center that can melt all matter, can ensure a one-hit kill. On Apocalypse's side, it was discovered that the Hulk's strength was slowly growing as his anger rose, seemingly without end. This is the Hulk's natural ability. The angrier he is, the stronger he becomes. Later in the comic book world, he was even able to grow into the Planet Hulk and blow up planets with one punch. Apocalypse only hopes that this world won't be so absurd, and it won't be like Marvel in the comics, otherwise he really won't be able to die even if he has 10 lives. As for the Abomination giant, as the battle lasted longer, he gradually began to pant, and his physical strength was not as endless as that of the Hulk. After fighting until now, Apocalypse has verified his strength, and there is no need to continue the battle. Apocalypse stepped forward, kicked the Hulk away, and then ducked behind Abomination. His hands were like hooks, directly inserted into Abomination's spine. Crack. The spine of the dragon was forcibly broken by Apocalypse. He roared with hatred and pain. His body collapsed to the ground and he could no longer get up. Apocalypse said to the Hulk, "Hulk, it's over here. You go, come back to me when you change back to Banner." The Hulk roared a few times, "I am Hulk, immutable Banner. If you don't change and go back to Banner, what will you do with your girlfriend?" The Hulk looked at the helicopter in the sky, hesitated, roared, took a few steps, and disappeared into the night with a big jump. In the original plot, Abomination was strangled with a chain by the Hulk, and General Ross took him away, and his whereabouts are unknown since then. It was not until many years later, after Thanos wiped out half of all life in the universe, that he appeared in the plot of Shang-Chi, fighting Master Wong. However, by that time, he seemed to have regained his consciousness, and he actually cooperated with Master Wong in fake punches. Apocalypse shouted to the sky, "General Ross, the rest will be left to you." After saying that, he made a long jump and disappeared from the sight of Elizabeth and the general. Apocalypse finds Dr. Stern. It was found that he endured the severe pain and refused to drink the recovery potion. The result was that his head was bulging like an alien. However, Dr. Stern didn't care about this, and started to observe the recovery potion with the help of simple tools. Tian Kai took out 5 recovery potions and said, "You saw what happened tonight. You can't go back to the academy. Why don't you follow me and I'll have enough potions until you can research it?" Dr. Stern nodded in agreement. He understood that he was involved in a huge whirlpool, so he might as well pretend to be dead while taking advantage of the chaos. He had seen with his own eyes the miraculous effects of the recovery potion. Compared with it, previous research looked as childish as kindergarten homework. After everything was settled, Tian Kai finally had the mood and time to think about how to survive in this world. First of all, we need to understand what kind of world this is. The Marvel Universe includes countless parallel universes and intricate timelines. The most terrifying thing is the comic book universe, which destroys the world, modifies timelines, and breaks the walls of the universe at every turn, without any logic at all. If you are in such a world, no matter how strong you are, you never know where a more perverted strong person will appear from where and kill you with one finger. In the original comics, the Hulk was chained by Thanos and enslaved like a dog for millions of years. In the movie, he was kept as a battle pet by Gao Tianzun on the Sokka planet. If Thor hadn't arrived at Sokar and taken him away, he would have been enslaved until he was defeated and killed by a stronger man. His power comes from the blood of the Hulk, and he may not be able to resist such a perverted strongman. Fortunately, judging from various signs, he should be in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. The structure of the movie universe is relatively logical and can be understood by normal people. The Hulk also survived to the end. As long as he was careful, his chances of survival were still very high. But Apocalypse doesn't dare to be careless. The Hulk can survive to the end, which is a bit lucky for the protagonist, but he doesn't dare to count on luck. In the movie universe, Iron Man, the most lucky and core superhero character, died in the end. It can be seen that luck is an elusive thing and cannot guarantee one's own safety. If he meets a cosmic-level powerhouse, he will still trust the fist in his hand. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the biggest known boss on the surface is Thanos, but there are actually quite a few hidden strong men. Gao Tianzun, the ruler of Sokar mentioned earlier, is probably no weaker than Thanos. There is also Star-Lord's father, the god Ego, whose planet is immortal and lives forever. The whole universe plants its own root system to propagate the whole universe. Dormammu, who was forced back by Doctor Strange's time loop, is the master of the universe of the dark element and cannot be underestimated. There is also a place visited in Guardians of the Galaxy, which is a god's head. Just one head has allowed the Tavan group to develop it for hundreds of years. One can imagine how powerful this god would be, and who had his head chopped off by him. Where did the body parts go? As well as the core treasure in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the Infinity Stones. It is briefly mentioned in the movie that these 6 gems are condensed from the 138 singularities left behind by the Big Bang 6 billion years ago. Who condensed the gem? Being able to condense singular points into gems, how terrifyingly powerful is this? Then what happened during these more than 100 billion years? How did these 6 gems scatter in the universe, and why did they gather on a remote planet in the Milky Way, the Earth? There are also observers, the Eternals who will appear in the future, the gods born underground on the Earth, the Supreme Court of Life, and even the legendary OAA, etc. Judging from the plot of the movie, in terms of strength alone, the Avengers are far from being a match for these strong men, but they have won again and again. Is all this a coincidence, the protagonist's luck, or is there an invisible driving force behind it, controlling all of this? Tian-Kai carefully sorted out the details that he had not paid much attention to when watching movies before, and then he realized the horror behind it. In comparison, the little power he gained was not worth mentioning at all. My biggest advantage is that I know the direction of the plot well. I can use these prophetic advantages to develop in a Loki manner and maximize my strength. If you have a little bit of strength, you have to go crazy and cool to the sky. You don't know how high the sky is. If you attract a hidden boss, you will die unjustly. He also had a beloved wife who ran away from home, but he couldn't unjustly take advantage of another man. Thinking of this, Tian-Kai felt that he still needed to do one more thing. After dawn, Tian-Kai searched for a map online. Find a building called Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. This is the legendary SHIELD, SHIELD. The location of the SHIELD building is not kept secret and can be easily found whether on a map or from a satellite. When most people hear the name, it refers to strategic defense and logistical support, and they mix it with general military organizations and don't care. In the early days, SHIELD was indeed very low-key and did not make any big moves. It was not until the Super War came that it took on the responsibility of protecting mankind and surfaced. After dawn, Apocalypse changed his clothes and came to the gate of SHIELD. Outside SHIELD is a guard box, and armored vehicles and elite soldiers are constantly coming in and out of the gate. Tian-Kai walked slowly to the guard box. One of the two soldiers stopped him. Stop. Please show me your pass. Tian-Kai shrugged. I don't have a pass, I came to see my wife. What? The soldier thought he heard wrongly. Do you know where this place is? Are you here to find a wife? Apocalypse pointed at the door. Isn't that written? Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency, SHIELD for short. Go, there is no wife here. You have to look for her elsewhere. The soldier looked impatient. I brought the marriage certificate with me. I came to your director to ask for a wife. Ha 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 ha. The two soldiers laughed. I heard such a funny thing early in the morning. Our director was actually visited by someone asking for his wife. A soldier said, bet $50. The director must have brought back a beautiful woman from the bar last night. Maybe she is still in bed now. Another soldier high-fived. Deal. I'll add $100 and bet it's an Oriental beauty. Tian-Kai smiled. For the sake of you being my wife's colleagues, I won't beat you up. Tell Fury that if he doesn't come out, I will lose my temper. Ha 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 ha. Are you going to lose your temper? You're laughing so hard at me. Do you know where this place is? An Oriental came to our SHIELD to lose his temper. Haha, this should be the funniest joke this year. No, this can only be ranked second. Finding a wife is the funniest thing. Ha 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 ha. Apocalypse frowned. After all, this is SHIELD, where Black Widow works. They will also play an important role in defending the Earth in the future. It's really not easy for him to get along with these soldiers, shouting and killing. Tian-Kai turned to a surveillance camera and said, Fury, I know you are watching me. If you don't come out, I will really lose my temper. Black Widow performed a mission and had a fake marriage with herself. As the director, Fury could not possibly not know that, and Black Widow would definitely record it in the report. If it were just this identity, Director Fury might not be able to remember it. After all, in their eyes, he is a nobody. But the battle last night was already a super battle, beyond the scope of ordinary people. This is not something that General Ross can handle. SHIELD must have collected intelligence long ago. Otherwise, it would not be so easy to find the Hulk later and recruit him to join the Avengers. This shows that SHIELD has been tracking these superheroes. In Avengers 1, they were extremely nervous when they invited the transformed Dr. Banner to track down the Cosmic Cube. On the surface, it was Black Widow who came forward alone, but in fact, there was an elite team lurking in the dark. Banner just pretended to yell, which frightened ace agents like Black Widow into disfigurement. He pointed a gun at Dr. Banner, and all the elite teams lurking were exposed. This shows how much pressure the Hulk puts on them. Last night, he defeated the Hulk 1 against 2. Apocalypse believed that from the moment he appeared at the gate, the alarm within SHIELD was already full and on full alert. Seeing that the building inside was still silent and unresponsive, Tian-Kai put away his smile and deliberately shouted, Fury, you have to force me, right? Yeah. Instantly, the alarm sounded. Countless guns were pointed at Tian-Kai, and a voice came from the loudspeaker. Don't fire, don't fire. Unfortunately, the voice from the loudspeaker shouted a little late. Da. More than a dozen bullets poured on Tian-Kai. Tian-Kai was furious, stamped his foot, and with a boom, the ground cracked and the guard box collapsed. Apocalypse ducked to avoid the bullet, and rushed inside. Beyond the guard box, there is a large square inside with countless military equipment. A tank slowly turned its muzzle and fired a shot. Tian-Kai crossed his hands in front of him. With a boom, a ball of fire exploded, enveloping Apocalypse in it. The gunshots all around fell silent, and it felt like the intruder should have been dealt with. Unexpectedly, in an instant, Apocalypse walked out of the shell fire, so frightened that the surrounding soldiers forgot to fire their guns. What kind of monster is this? Can you even shoot tank shells head-on? Roar. Apocalypse did not give the tank a second chance. He roared and a deep pit exploded under his feet. The man instantly crossed a distance of dozens of meters and crashed into the tank. Boom, quack, quack. There was a loud noise, a plume of black smoke emitted from the tank's engine, and then it died. This is not over, just tear the steel plate from the side, and the 50mm steel plate that can withstand armor-piercing bullets is torn open like paper soaked in water, making a tooth-piercing sound. The two pilots inside were stunned. Before they could realize what was going on, they were thrown out by Apocalypse. Then, he grabbed the gun barrel and exerted force on his waist. The tank weighing dozens of tons was raised high and hit the ground with a boom. Boom, 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 boom. The tank was like a heavy hammer, smashing more than a dozen large craters into the ground. Some armored vehicles and tanks were smashed by Tiankai just as they were about to point their guns at Tiankai, and were directly scrapped. Fortunately, he is not the Hulk or the Abomination, and will not lose himself in the infinite power. Otherwise, I don't know how many people in S.H.I.E.L.D. will die today. Although the current S.H.I.E.L.D. has a framework, it doesn't have many capable superheroes. The most powerful Captain Marvel is still maintaining peace in other galaxies in the Milky Way. Mr. Tang, please stop. If you have something to say, you have something to say. A voice came from afar. It turned out to be Director Fury trotting out of the building and shouting to Apocalypse from a distance. Director Fury himself is resolute and cold-blooded. In the original plot, even though he was attacked and his life or death was uncertain, he did not show any panic. But now facing Apocalypse, his face can't help but sweat slightly, and he doesn't know whether he was frightened or ran away. Apocalypse held up the tank and glanced this way. Fury subconsciously stepped back, fearing that Apocalypse would throw dozens of tons of tanks over. Boom. Apocalypse put down the tank and slowly walked towards Fury. At this time, there were at least hundreds of weapons of all kinds pointing at him around him. As the Apocalypse got closer, Fury's forehead became more sweaty. Walking closer, Tiankai said, "It seems that you don't welcome me very much. Look at this battle, you are trying to keep me out." Director Fury hurriedly said, "Misunderstandings are all misunderstandings. Your arrival is our honor. I apologize to you on behalf of the soldiers." The two soldiers at the post were covered in cold sweat. They thought they were fools, but they turned out to be great gods. What a tragedy. I just laughed at him. I wonder if this strong man will take it to heart. Tiankai said, "Don't talk about these useless things. Do you know why I came here this time?" Director Fury said, "Why don't we go in and talk?" Apocalypse smiled. "Aren't you afraid that after I get in, I won't be able to come to an agreement and dismantle your S.H.I.E.L.D? Mr. Tang is joking. I believe you are a rational person." Fury secretly thought to himself, "It's useless to be afraid. If you really want to break it down, you won't be able to resist it outside." Arrive at the large top-floor office dozens of floors high. Apocalypse gets right to the point. "Where's Natasha?" Fury said, "She is not at the headquarters. She rarely comes back even if she is not on a mission. We need her to be on call around the world at any time. Since she's not here, I'll talk to you first. Please say." "I don't have anything else to do. I'm here to see my wife. She left me on her wedding day. I haven't seen her for so many days. I miss her very much," Tiankai said leisurely. Compared to Apocalypse's leisurely look, Fury looked a little more cautious. "Mr. Tang, you should know that was a fake wedding and it doesn't count." Director Fury felt a little nervous when he said this, but he had to tell the truth. "I originally thought that the Black Widow was using an unknown person to perform a fake marriage, but who thought she was a great god. Now that a strong man of this level is coming to investigate, Fury feels uneasy. Oh, I even have a marriage certificate with the government's official seal on it. Why isn't it counted?" Fury said, "Mr. Tang, at our level, everyone knows that the local laws of the City of God do not restrict us. We did not know Mr. Tang's strength before, and it was our fault to send agents to get close to you. I apologize to you. Please tell me what Mr. Tang wants to say." "Ha ha 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 ha, so refreshing." Director Fury, "Let me make it clear that I am determined to marry Natasha." Fury's expression changed. "However, I don't intend to marry someone by force. Although the marriage between Natasha and me is required by your mission, it does not mean that we have no feelings. I will rely on my own efforts to make her return to her heart." Fury was a little surprised. "If that's the case, I have nothing to say. Our shield does not prohibit our agents from getting married. Mr. Tang can just pursue it. But I have a request that requires the director's cooperation. Otherwise, I will lose my temper today and destroy S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury looked solemn and said, "Please tell me. From now on, Natasha is not allowed to sell her beauty for any reason. Unless our marriage is dissolved, I will only ask S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury breathed a sigh of relief and said, "It's reasonable, I promise you. I will give Natasha an order. From now on, she will not be allowed to use her body to seduce the enemy." Tiankai smiled, "That's good. The reason why Apocalypse is eager to come to SHIELD is because of this. You know, European and American women are open-minded and do not value chastity very much. As an agent, Black Widow takes advantage of women to the extreme. In the original plot of Avengers 1, she pretended to be caught by a group of underground arms dealers. Several grown men tied her to a chair and interrogated her. She pretended to be pitiful and in turn obtained information. But in the real world, how could a few arms dealers capture a peerless beauty and just tie her to a chair? You will definitely do whatever you want? With Black Widow's character, it's really possible for them to take advantage of her for information. After all, when a man is happiest, he is also at his weakest guard. Including this time, in order to assassinate a drug dealer boss, she did not hesitate to fake a marriage with herself and sleep in the same bed for half a month. Apocalypse couldn't control it in the past, but now that he has a marriage certificate and a systematic sharing of luck, it is absolutely impossible for Black Widow to use her body to perform tasks. Now that Mr. Tang's problem has been solved, please answer a few questions for me. You said. Fury straightened his expression. I want to know what the Eastern powers want to do by sending a strong man like you to lurk in the West. Aren't they afraid of provoking a super war between the two countries? Tian Kai was stunned, but his face remained calm. You are overthinking. I am just an ordinary person. If I hadn't met Natasha, I might have opened a small shop and retired in the City of God. Hearing such words, Director Fury was actually a little angry. Mr. Tang, a wise man does not speak secretly. I know that you, the big country in the East, look down on us in the West and feel that we do not have the ability to deal with threats from the heavens. But we have an agreement, so there is no need. You step in. Moreover, we are also building a team that is fully capable of protecting the Western Hemisphere. These few sentences contained a lot of information. Tian Kai's expression did not change, but his thoughts changed rapidly. Listening to Fury's words, it seems that the great Eastern countries also have superpowers, and the two sides have an agreement not to invade each other. No, not just non-aggression, but each protecting half of the Earth. Tian Kai quickly recalled the plot he had seen in his previous life. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the Avengers' footprints are basically in the West, and they never go to the realms of fighting nations or Eastern powers. At most, they can go to Xianzhong, but that was once a colony of the heroic empire. However, the realm of the fighting nations and the great Eastern countries was peaceful, and I had never heard of any supervillains. It would be impossible to imagine that there are no superheroes in these ancient and vast countries like the East and the fighting nation. In Nordic mythology, there are Asgard and Thor. The great Eastern countries are even older, and there may not be hidden strong men in the myths. In fact, some clues were vaguely revealed in the subsequent plot. For example, in the dojo of the Supreme Master Ancient One, there is an Asian Master Wang and a Taoist priest who has lost his arm practicing there. Moreover, the ancient Kamatage is located in the Himalayas, which is the border of the great Eastern country. Her various superpowers are closer to Eastern magic than Western magic. There is also Shang-Chi in the generation after Thanos. Shang-Chi's mother comes from the mysterious De Luotian, which is full of Orientals and countless Oriental beasts, including the totem of Orientals, the dragon. It can be seen that the East is not without superheroes and gods similar to Thor. On the contrary, there may be more and stronger ones suppressing the Eastern Hemisphere. For example, De Luotian suppressed a dragon of darkness for thousands of years, unable to move. If Shang-Chi's father Wen Wu hadn't used the ancient artifact, the Ten Rings, to force open the sealed door, the dark dragon would have continued to be suppressed. Therefore, Dongfeng is too quiet, not because no one takes notice of it, but on the contrary, it may be because it is too strong, and the dark villains in the world cannot take a step beyond the Thunder Pool. Generally speaking, if a place is frequently invaded, then this place must be the weakest in defense. The Western world is the weak link of the Earth. He is an Easterner, and his strength is far beyond his imagination. No wonder Fury's first reaction was to suspect that he was sent by a big Eastern country. After thinking about it, Tian Kai decided not to pretend to be mysterious and said calmly, I can assure you that I am not affiliated with any force and am a free person. Tian Kai said this with careful consideration in his heart. First, Fury will definitely communicate with the Eastern powers, pretending to be a superpower from the East, which may cause unnecessary trouble. If neither East nor West trusts itself, then it may lead to the pursuit of stronger ones. Secondly, if you want to follow the plot and grow in strength, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s trust is essential. If S.H.I.E.L.D. sees itself as a threat, it's equivalent to turning against the entire Avengers. The next plot may completely change, and I will lose the advantage of being a prophet. Fury stared into Apocalypse's eyes and asked, seriously? Really? Director Fury let out a long breath, and his expression suddenly relaxed. A strong person at Tian Kai's level generally disdains lying. According to the intelligence, Fury knew that Apocalypse was brought to the City of God by his elders when he was very young, perhaps after a strong man leaked from the East. Since he is a free person, can he be recruited? Moreover, he seemed to have a crush on Natasha. If they could become a real couple, wouldn't he be the son-in-law of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Thinking of this, Fury was overjoyed and said, Mr. Tang, are you interested in joining S.H.I.E.L.D.? We are preparing to form a team here. Tian Kai said, is it the Avengers? Fury's expression changed. How do you know? This name only exists in files. He has never told anyone else. How could the Oriental in front of him know? Tian Kai smiled and said, I also know that this name comes from Carol Danvers' fighter plane. It's a pity that she is not here, otherwise I would like to ask her for some combat skills. Carol Danvers is Captain Marvel, the most powerful woman in the Avengers? If Thanos didn't have the Infinity Stones, he might not be able to defeat her. In Avengers 4, she had a brief confrontation with Thanos. Thanos tried to snatch the Infinity Gauntlet back from her hand, but was unable to do so, and then hit Captain Marvel on the forehead with his head. Thanos, who was as tall as a tower, couldn't hit Captain Marvel. Instead, Thanos himself was knocked dizzy. In the end, Thanos removed the Power Stone from the Infinity Gauntlet, and with the help of the power of the stone, he punched Captain Marvel away. However, her plot timeline took place in the 90s, more than 20 years ago. Now she doesn't know which planet in the galaxy she will be a superhero on. For Captain Marvel, who can easily cross the stars and can physically crash through an interstellar battleship. Apocalypse looks at the power he has obtained. It is really not worth mentioning, so he has to throw it away when comparing. Tian Kai said, "You don't need to worry about how I know. Everyone has their own secrets. You just need to know that I have no ill intentions towards you. Moreover, I am busy with my own affairs and cannot join your alliance." Fury believed that there was no malice. During last night's battle, not even the military or the Hulk took the initiative to save civilians. Only Apocalypse took the trouble to send people out of the danger zone one by one. How could a person with such a kind heart be so bad? Of course, Tian Kai's kindness is part of it, but no one knows that he saves people and the system rewards recovery potions. Fury said, "Since Mr. Tang is unwilling to join, why don't we make a compromise and become a consultant for us? We are usually not restricted. Only when we encounter troublesome things, like last night, do we ask Mr. Tang to take action." Seeing Tian Kai pondering, Fury added, "This is a win-win cooperation. Mr. Tang can ask us to handle some of the troublesome little things he usually does without wasting time. And, it is also convenient to contact Natasha. Can I have more contact with Black Widow?" Tian Kai was moved by this. Without the help of SHIELD, I wouldn't be able to find Black Widow on my own. So he said, "This is feasible. However, I have a few requirements. Please say. First of all, give me $5 million as a deposit." Fury jumped up, $5 million? Do you think our shield is a bank? No, absolutely not, at most 500 million. How is 500 million enough? I promised to give Natasha a home, but I can't even buy a better house with this money. That's less than 5 million. Shield's allocation is limited. There are still so many people to pay and a lot of equipment needs to be purchased. If you don't have funds, just apply to your superiors. Can't you hire a super strong person to increase the funds? That's not even 5 million. Just now you smashed a lot of our tanks and armored vehicles, all of which cost money. When it came to money, Fury couldn't maintain his cold look and started bargaining with Apocalypse angrily. "I really don't know how expensive firewood, rice, oil, and salt are." In the original plot, Iron Man said that S.H.I.E.L.D. could not afford to hire him, not only because of Iron Man's high worth, but also because S.H.I.E.L.D. had not highlighted its importance at this time and did not have much surplus in funding. After a verbal exchange, Fury promised to give Apocalypse $3,000 million. If there is a mission in the future, the specific payment will be based on the difficulty of the mission. The two eventually reached an agreement. Apocalypse left SHIELD with satisfaction. Director Fury showed a scheming smile. Tens of millions of dollars were used to recruit a super strong man, who could also become the son-in-law of SHIELD in the future. This deal was a good deal no matter how you thought about it. Over the years, the equipment the Hulk has smashed alone has cost far more than $3,000 million. As for Apocalypse, it's not that we really need 5 million. The asking price is sky high, so we can pay back the money when we get it done. 3,000 million is enough for the time being. If there is not enough money in the future, we will find another way. I have just recruited Dr. Stern and need to build an underground laboratory. This alone will cost a lot of money. What's more, I still need to buy a house. Orientals, how can you feel like home without a house? As soon as Apocalypse left, Fury had a holographic video call with Black Widow. Fury, Natasha, in the name of the director, I prohibit you from using a skill from now on. Black Widow asked in confusion, "What skill?" "Seduction." Black Widow was confused. Why did the director suddenly give such a strange order? Beauty is one of your greatest weapons, and it can be used in any way. If it cannot be used, its strength will be reduced by at least half. Fury sighed, "Your husband is knocking on the door. If you don't agree, he will dismantle S.H.I.E.L.D. What kind of husband? Director, you know, I have more than a dozen fake marriage husbands. There is some expectation in my heart. Could it be him?" Black Widow is indeed a little attracted to Apocalypse, otherwise she wouldn't have stayed one night after poisoning her. Staying for 1 minute longer is more dangerous. Staying like this for an entire night is not the behavior a king's agent should do. When I left on the second day, I even tore up the marriage certificate and couldn't help but write a few words. These were all signs of confusion. Thinking about it, I thought it was impossible. He was just an ordinary person working in a flower shop. How could he have the ability to infiltrate SHIELD and force the director to make such a promise? Fury said, "I will pass you some information, and you will understand after reading it." As he spoke, he sent the video of last night's battle, the S.H.I.E.L.D. battle just now, and the urgently investigated information to Black Widow through the encrypted line. The information about Apocalypse is very simple. When he was young, he followed his elders to the kingdom of God. After his parents died, he opened a flower shop in the city of God to make a living. The only abnormality is that the flower shop in the chaotic city of God has been calm for so many years, and the gangsters who wanted to cause trouble for him have mysteriously disappeared. Before this, SHIELD speculated that it was taken care of by the drug lord Fei Ying, but after seeing the strength of Apocalypse, they thought wrongly. Because of the source of Apocalypse's strength, Dr. Stern, the only one who knew about it, had been recruited by Apocalypse. The other information is nothing short of ordinary. Black Widow glanced at everything until she saw the battle last night. Black Widow couldn't believe her eyes. How powerful was her fake husband? More importantly, he approached S.H.I.E.L.D. just a few days after he left, indicating that he already knew his identity. Thinking of this, Black Widow was a little angry. This liar knew his identity and didn't reveal it. He must be watching his own joke. But when I think about those vows at the wedding, since the other party knows my identity, then those vows are also sincere? Does he really want to be his own husband? The Black Widow was a little confused. It was one thing to fake a marriage for a spy mission, but when she really wanted to give herself to one person for the rest of her life, the Black Widow was like an ordinary woman. She was a little flustered and didn't know how to face it. If Apocalypse were an ordinary person, Black Widow would refuse without hesitation no matter how tempted she is. In order to ensure safety, she has no fixed place and dare not have a real home. Ordinary people will never end up well if they stay with her. But after watching the video sent by director Fury and knowing that her cheap husband was actually an extremely strong man, Black Widow couldn't help but feel moved. However, the way the two opened up was wrong. She first deceived him, pretended to fall in love at first sight, then faked a marriage, and then drugged his elder in front of him and killed Fei Ying. With all the entanglements, Black Widow doesn't know how to start this relationship. Black Widow was silent for a long time and said, "Director, I don't know how to handle it." Fury laughed loudly. "Natasha, you are afraid of fate. You have called SHIELD your home for so many years, but this is not a real home. But, what should I do? I can't teach you. This is not a task. This is your life. Everything is decided by you." Seeing that Black Widow was silent, Fury added, "Just think about it slowly. I won't send you any tasks in the next few days. Remember, you must never use beauty again before your relationship with him is resolved. Now SHIELD can't resist a monster more powerful than the Hulk." Apocalypse, with $3,000 million, first gave half of it to Dr. Stern to build a laboratory, and then spent $800 million to buy a villa in the suburbs, along with the surrounding land. This place is not far from SHIELD, only a few dozen kilometers away. With Apocalypse's current strength, he can reach it in a big jump. This will also be his home in this world. After everything was arranged, Apocalypse called Black Widow. After calling several times, Black Widow hung up. Apocalypse shrugged, knowing that Black Widow didn't know how to face herself yet, and could only slowly find opportunities in the future. During this period, Apocalypse gradually became familiar with his own strength and learned some fighting skills. After all, he was not the Hulk and could not defeat all enemies by randomly smashing them. Tiankai took a look at the system data. Restoration Potion, 173 bottles. Black Widow shares luck, 65%. Hulk shares luck, 30%. Black Widow's original shared luck was only 60%. During this time, her trust in herself has increased a little. It shows that going to SHIELD is still effective. As for the Hulk's 30%, it means having a favorable impression. It's not surprising that he has the blood of the Hulk in his body and he saved the Hulk's girlfriend Elizabeth. But what is the role of luck? Apocalypse doesn't know yet. But one thing is certain, you will never die if you are lucky. In the original plot, Black Widow, Vision, and even the absolute protagonist Iron Man died, and they were still unable to be resurrected with the Infinity Stones. There may be some protagonist aura, but it is not a life-saving talisman. Speaking of Iron Man, according to Apocalypse's memory, the plot time of Hulk 2 should be around the same period as Iron Man 1. At this time, Tony Stark was not yet Iron Man, and he was often in the gossip news because he dated a certain cover girl. Apocalypse has been following the news about Iron Man. Suddenly one day, the news reported, Tony Stark, the heir to Stark Industries, genius scientist, and billionaire, disappeared while transporting weapons in the Middle East and his whereabouts are currently unknown. Stark Industries has offered a $5,000 million reward for any information on Tony's whereabouts. The plot of Iron Man 1 has begun. In the original plot, Tony Stark was kidnapped by a group of violent men called the Ten Rings Gang and forced to make missiles. At this time, he should be in a cave in the desert of the Middle East. Moreover, his heart was injured, there were bomb fragments inside, and he had to rely on an external battery to survive. It is not difficult to rescue Tony, although it is inconvenient to find him. As long as he notifies SHIELD and determines the approximate location, it is not difficult to find and rescue him. The problem is that this experience was a turning point in Tony's life and a key event in his transformation from a playboy to Iron Man. If I interfere too early, I'm afraid there will be no Iron Man in this world. Iron Man is the core figure in a series of events in the future. Without him, everything will change in the future, and his profit will be ineffective. If you don't care about it and don't take advantage of the time, you won't be able to share the fate of Iron Man. Naturally, the more luck, the better. This creates a bit of a dilemma. Tiankai thought for a while and contacted Dr. Stern. Stern, if I connect to a surveillance system, can you hack it? Boss, my brain power has been greatly improved now. I can easily learn such hacking methods. It's a piece of cake. That's good, wait for my order. Dr. Stern, no problem. But, boss, do you still have the recovery potion? I have used it up. So soon? Less than a month. Tiankai asked casually, but to Stern's ears, it sounded a bit blaming. When he thought about it, recovery potion, a magical potion, must be worth a lot of money. 6 bottles were equivalent to 6 lives. Just selling it to rich people would be worth hundreds of millions. It's really hard to explain that I used it up in a month. Stern quickly said, Boss, although I haven't analyzed the ingredients of the potion yet, I have already achieved some results. Tell me the story. Although the medicine is magical and can return people to normal status instantly, it also has some flaws. If the injury has already healed, or the organ has been missing for too long and has healed, it cannot be repaired. Tian Kai felt bad in his heart and asked, if a person is blind for 20 years, or a woman has her uterus removed for more than 10 years, will it be impossible to recover? That's right. Let alone more than 10 years. As long as the injury heals, it cannot be repaired. What if we destroy the scar again? For example, we poke the blind eye again. No way. This potion seems to only be able to restore the wound to its original state before it healed. If the scar is destroyed and then repaired, it will only be repaired into a scar. Apocalypse's heart sank. Originally, he wanted to use the recovery potion and give it to Director Fury at an appropriate time as a favor. Fury is blinded in one eye. He was blinded by the element-eating beast in the plot of Captain Marvel in the 90s. Still, it's a small thing. The key is the Black Widow. Her uterus was brutally removed by the Red House and she was infertile throughout her life. This was her biggest regret. If he could repair himself, it would make it easier for her to accept him. If the recovery potion doesn't work, you need to find another way. Tian Kai said in a deep voice, I'll send you a few more bottles. The next day, Albuquerque, desert. Based on the location of Tony's accident and the impressions in his memory, Apocalypse quickly located a canyon where a large number of militants were active. Night falls. Using the darkness as cover, Apocalypse quietly approached the canyon. There were hundreds of armed men in the canyon, the ground was piled with weapons, and there was a cave inside. With Apocalypse's strength, hunting down this group of militants is easy, but to maintain the original plot and maintain my own vision of the future, there are many things that cannot be done. Apocalypse climbed down the cliff, his fingers like hooks inserted into the rock, crawling against the rock like a gecko. After finding the surveillance line, Tian Kai cut the line and quickly connected a device in less than a second. After that, all surveillance images would pass through this device. The leader inside saw the surveillance screen flash for a moment and then return to normal, so he didn't have too much suspicion. In this barren mountain and wilderness, it is good to have a set of surveillance systems. It is not surprising that there will be some minor problems occasionally. In movies, the infinite loop of a scene is used a lot. It is the simplest, but also the most dangerous. As long as you are careful, you can easily find it. This device can slow down the video signal for 1 second. During this second, the micro CPU in the device can control the monitoring screen at will. Apocalypse asked Dr. Stern to set up the program early. As long as no one notices him and Apocalypse walks past the surveillance camera, there won't be any trace of him on the monitor. Cool night? The violent men gathered outside the cave and lit a bonfire. Apocalypse's 5 fingers were like hooks, inserted into the rock, along the cliff, and climbed in silently from the top of the cave. The inside was separated by iron plates and a temporary cell was built. Tian Kai took out a lock-picking artifact, and this backward lock was easily opened. Squeak. Opening the iron door, I saw 2 people inside. One is naturally Tony Stark. At this time, he looks depressed and unshaven. A long wire is pulled out from his chest and connected to a battery on the table. The other is a typical Middle Eastern man. Although he is poorly dressed, he is gentle and elegant. He should be Ethan. In the process of Tony Stark's transformation into Iron Man, the person who had the greatest influence was this Ethan. He used his kindness and life to awaken the responsibility in Iron Man's heart, thus shouldering the burden of defending the world. This was unimaginable to Tony, who had only wanted to sleep with more cover girls before. The two were shocked, thinking that it was someone from the Ten Rings gang who came in, but they didn't expect that it was an Oriental. For a moment, 3 pairs of eyes looked at me, and I looked at you, but no one spoke. Tian Kai broke the embarrassment. Ahem, are you Tony Stark? My name is Tang Tian Kai. Tony asked carefully, are you here to save me? Be careful and monitor. Seeing Apocalypse's face, Tony and Ethan first ruled out being members of the Ten Rings gang. Because the violent elements in the Middle East are united by faith and are extremely xenophobic, it is impossible for an Oriental to appear. Tian Kai said, don't worry about the surveillance, it has been solved. However, I am not here to save you, I am delivering food. What? Tony and Ethan couldn't believe what they heard. Brother, are you kidding? Delivering takeaways to the Shija gang's lair? Tony said, did Lieutenant Colonel Rhodes invite you here? He is really good at joking. I don't know Lieutenant Colonel Rhodes. I have takeout here. Do you want it? Tian Kai opened his close-fitting backpack seriously and took out a few cartons. Suddenly, the whole cell was filled with aroma. Ethan said cautiously, we have no money and can't afford takeout. Tian Kai smiled and said, it's okay, you can get it on credit first. But Tony is not as cautious as Ethan. Now that he has reached this point, it is impossible for someone to poison him, right? Tony took a paper bag. Cheeseburger? How do you know I like this? Cheeseburgers have appeared many times in movie plots. In the plot of the movie Iron Man 1, after Iron Man was rescued, he immediately found a cheeseburger to eat. Later, he and Pepper had a daughter, Morgan, and he mentioned cheeseburgers to her daughter many times. This shows how much Iron Man likes it. Tian Kai is an Oriental and doesn't really appreciate cheese, but considering that his country has stinky tofu, it's not surprising that foreigners like the same kind of food. When I came here, I bought a few in a city outside the desert. I have never eaten such a delicious burger. Which store is this from? After I go out, I must buy the store and eat it every day. Apocalypse smiled and said nothing. This was just an ordinary cheeseburger. Tony was trapped here for half a month, eating the same mushy food every day, so naturally he found it delicious. This is similar to what Zhu Yuanzhang ate in ancient times, pearl jade white jade soup. Tian Kai picked up another paper bag and handed it to Ethan. You're welcome. If you don't eat it, Tony will eat your share. After thinking about it, Ethan became more polite. When he opened it, he saw that it was a large Orleans roast chicken. It was golden in color and the aroma of the chicken immediately filled the entire cell. Tony suddenly felt that the burger in his hand was no longer tasty. Why do you have roast chicken? Leave a chicken leg for me. Halfway through the meal, Tony sighed and said, if you have a cup of Coke at this time, it will be perfect. When he thought about it, it was already extremely difficult for the mysterious Oriental man in front of him to bring in 2 bags of food. Asking for Coke again was really a bit fanciful. Unexpectedly, Tian Kai took out 2 bottles of Coke from his bag and handed them over. The ice cubes haven't melted yet. Drink it. Tony opened his eyes wide. I kind of believe you are a food delivery guy now. The two devoured their food and soon ate every bit of it. They even chewed the bones of the roasted chicken to taste the flavor inside. After eating, Tony leaned comfortably on the stool and said, it's so delicious. I would rather pay 100 million yuan for a meal. However, after I go out and eat every day, I won't feel this way anymore. Let's go. Tony took it for granted that Apocalypse was here to rescue him. What he said before was just a joke. The meal was for them to replenish their strength. The next escape would be very difficult. In his genius mind, this reasoning was very reasonable and logical. Too bad he was wrong. Tian Kai recycled the food carton and said, 1 million yuan for a meal, you said it. I will send it again in the future. With that said, he tied his backpack close to his body, walked out, locked the door again, and disappeared into the darkness like a gecko. Holy shit, he locked the door? What's going on? Tony was dumbfounded, and even though he had received a good education since childhood, he couldn't help but curse. Take me out. If you are not satisfied with 100 million, I will give you 100 million, 1 billion, dash billion. At this time, Apocalypse was already far away, and Tony's cry attracted 2 soldiers. Soldier A, why are you yelling in the middle of the night? Shut up. Soldier B, I seem to smell roasted chicken. Soldier A, what's that nose of yours? Where's the roast chicken? Hey, it seems to smell like hamburger. The 2 soldiers searched the cell and found nothing out of the ordinary, so they left with doubts on their faces. Tony and Ethan were left with the same question mark. Ethan, Tony, are you sure this isn't a joke made by your friends in the military? Tony shook his head firmly. He won't be my friend. Rhodes is a soldier, rigid and strict. In matters of life and death, it is impossible to make such a joke. You know, if the soldiers noticed something strange just now, or bumped into Apocalypse, they would immediately attract countless bullets. Even the unruly Tony would not dare to make such a dangerous joke. But, no joke, Tony couldn't even figure out what Tianqi wanted to do. He felt that his genius IQ was not enough. If the person who delivered the food was asking for 100 million yuan in food delivery fees, he wouldn't believe it to death. As long as he was rescued, he would be given as much as he wanted. There was no way the other party wouldn't know. 2 days later, Apocalypse lurked in again. Tony was not in a hurry to eat this time. He looked directly into Apocalypse's eyes and asked, what is your purpose? What do you want? Tian Kai secretly thought in his heart that he wanted you to become Iron Man and wanted your luck, but unfortunately he couldn't say it clearly, so he could only say, you will know when you get out. Tony said angrily, get out? How can you get out if you don't save me? Have you not thought of a way yet? Apocalypse wonders, does Tony not have any plans to make armor at this time? Tony, what can I do? There's still a big battery attached to my heart. Even if they let me run, I won't be able to run very far. Tian Kai said, if you can't run, don't you know how to fly? As he said that, he looked at the materials for making missiles. These materials were used by the leader of the 10 Commandments gang to force him to build the Goli missile. The Goliath missile is an extremely terrifying missile from Stark Company. Before the accident, Tony demonstrated to the military that a Goliath missile could instantly split into dozens of small warheads in the air, covering the entire mountain range. In an instant, the mountains were blown into dust, making it a powerful weapon for mass killing. With such a sharp weapon, an ordinary army would just deliver food when gathering, and it would be wiped out with just one weapon. Tony's eyes lit up after hearing this. With his IQ, he instantly understood the logic. Can't missiles fly? Ding. Get Iron Man's initial favor and share 10% of your luck. Tian Kai didn't expect that his casual question would inspire Tony. Although 10% luck is not much, at least Tony already has a good impression of himself. After Tony and Ethan finished eating their hamburgers, cola, and grilled chicken, they burped and said, next time I want to drink champagne and Australian lobster, and you can pay whatever you want for takeout. Let's see, it may not happen. Apocalypse was non-committal. He bought these foods from a city more than 100 kilometers away. It took several big jumps to go back and forth, jumping dozens of kilometers at a time. He also had to wait for the opportunity to avoid the soldiers and sneak in. It was quite time-consuming. He would not satisfy Tony's thirst for words and go to further cities to find lobsters. If there were any, he would take them by the way. After Tian Kai left, the soldiers came to deliver meals the next morning. Looking at the mushy food, Tony and Ethan didn't even look at it. The two soldiers smelled the aroma again and came in to check with some suspicion. Soldier A, it must be right, it must be the aroma of roasted chicken. Soldier B, I smell it too. Tell me, where did you hide the food? The soldier asked Ethan. Ethan looked panicked, he didn't know how to answer. Tony was afraid that Ethan would spill the beans, so he came over and said, we are locked up here with a big battery hanging on our chest. Where do we get the grilled chicken burgers? If someone eats it, then, who do you think it is? As he spoke, he winked in the direction of the residence of the leader of the Ten Rings gang. The cave has several branches, and the leader of the Ten Commandments gang lives on the other side of the cave. Although the environment is not very good, it is at least much more comfortable than being outside in the wind and rain. The soldier understood it immediately. Naturally, it is impossible for these two prisoners to eat any roast chicken, so the only one who lives in the cave is the eldest brother's room. The cave is small and the airflow is interoperable, so it is not surprising that the aroma can drift over. If the boss ate it, they would never dare to question why the boss ate it alone. The two soldiers looked at each other and fell silent. Tony's hint not only resolved his own crisis, but also put the blame on the leader of the Ten Rings gang. In this case, the soldiers would definitely not dare to report it and pretend not to know. In just a few sentences, Tony's genius and IQ are fully demonstrated. Moreover, a shadow was planted in the hearts of the soldiers. How could the boss who lived alone gain the support of the soldiers? Their faith is unshakable, but that doesn't mean the boss is unshakable. Every few days, Tiankai would send food over and check on Tony's progress. In just over a month, the armor has basically taken shape, but because of monitoring, it was not there to be assembled together. After more than a month, Tony and Ethan couldn't eat and drink well, but they couldn't go out to exercise, so they suddenly gained weight. The soldiers became more and more suspicious, and even the boss of the Ten Rings gang came over. The boss asked angrily, you haven't eaten all day, how come you're still fat? Tony said, this is not fat, this is edema. I use this broken battery in my chest to maintain my life. My body is infected. I'm afraid I won't live long. The boss snorted angrily, you are bloated, what about Ethan? Tony's face was not red, and his heart was not beating, and he said, he was infected. We were in the same room all day long and breathed the same air, so he was also infected. Ethan almost laughed. This was because he was bullying the uneducated leader of the Ten Commandments gang. He suppressed his laughter, his face was deformed, and he hurriedly turned it into a cough to vent it. When the boss saw it, he thought Ethan was having a seizure and was afraid of infection, so he left after saying a few words. It seems that he still suffered the loss of being uneducated, and he quickly said, hurry up and make the missile. Once it is done, I will take you to the hospital to save your lives. However, both Tony and Ethan knew that if they really built the missile, they would die when it was completed. The days passed day by day, and the days were like years. I originally thought about making a few more parts to complete, but I didn't expect to be dense and sparse. Ethan bravely hid a piece of chicken leg and wanted to eat it slowly. After all, Tiankai only came every few days, so he was a little greedy in the middle. Unexpectedly, he was found out by the Ten Commandments gang during the inspection. The boss was extremely angry and took Ethan out for torture. Before Ethan was dragged out of the cell, he quickly said to Tony, hurry up, I don't know how long I can hold on. Hey, where did the chicken legs come from? Tell me. BA, don't tell me. BA. Every time there was a sound of whipping, Ethan screamed, but he was determined not to speak. Tony understood that this was Ethan's hint to activate the armor and there was no time. No matter whether he can survive the torture or not, when the leader of the Ten Rings gang comes to his senses, he will definitely come in and take away the parts inside, and then he will be defeated. Tony was very anxious. It was daytime now, and the mysterious Oriental man only came at night, and at irregular intervals. Even tonight, he would not be able to come in time. Thinking of this, Tony immediately connected the armor's control unit to the old laptop and turned it on. Booting. The progress bar on the command line was so slow that it seemed as if time had stopped. Ethan's screams and the boss's questioning kept coming from outside. Beep. Startup completed. Tony put on the armor, unplugged the wires on his chest, and connected it to a round, glowing energy body. This was the first-generation arc reactor. At this time, the appearance of the armor was extremely crude, with traces of welding all over the body. The overall appearance was an ugly gray-black color, and the joints were still made of low-quality rubber. Creak, creak, creak. The armor was not lubricated, and there was a tooth-gripping sound of metal friction coming from the gears and joints. Tony stepped forward wearing armor and kicked the cell door made of steel plates away with a bang. What? A soldier outside was hit. His muscles and bones were broken on the spot and he vomited blood. He was afraid he would not survive. Shoot, shoot. The leader of the Ten Rings gang was so angry and anxious that he couldn't care about Ethan, so he just raised his gun and shot him. However, the armor is made of missile casings, which cannot be penetrated by ordinary bullets. The only weak point is the joints, which are made of rubber and cloth. But in a hurry, how could the violent elements think of it? Boom, boom, boom. Taking a few steps forward, Tony swung his iron fist at the soldier. Bang, Under the iron fist, soldiers are like meat buns, and one punch can crush one. Da-da-da-da-da. Finally, a soldier reacted and used his AK to aim at the joints of the armor and shoot. Tony bent down and protected his face and joints. Ethan suddenly screamed. Several stray bullets rebounded and hit him on the chest, causing blood to spit out from his mouth. Ethan. Tony strode forward and protected Ethan. With a press of his fingers, 2 tongues of fire spurted out from both sides of his arms. This was his only weapon. The flames sprayed out more than 10 meters away, burning several soldiers into burning men as they ran out of the cave screaming. Tony hugged Ethan sadly and said, "Hold on and wait until that Easterner comes and go out with me." Ethan's face was peaceful. "Don't worry, me, my family, are all dead, I can finally go see them." Tony cried, "You saved my life, and I haven't repaid you yet." Previously, there was shrapnel in the heart. Ethan helped Tony perform a simple operation and made a simple battery to hang his life. He helped a lot during the process of making the armor. Without him, Tony would never have been able to make the armor so quickly. These days, Ethan's optimistic attitude has also deeply infected Tony. In the original plot, it can be said that Ethan made Tony successful, transforming him from an ordinary person into a superhero. At this time, the voice of the leader of the 10 Commandments gang came from outside. "Use RPG, quick, RPG." Ethan smiled and said, "Let's go. If you want to repay me, then cherish it and don't waste your life." Boom. An RPG shot in. Fortunately, the hole was not straight, and the RPG exploded at the corner. Large pieces of gravel fell one after another. When Tony saw this, he knew that if he didn't leave, both of them would die here, so he reluctantly put Ethan down and ran outside. As soon as he ran to the entrance of the cave, he saw a dozen RPGs aimed at him. Tony's soul exploded, and so many RPGs exploded on him. Even if the blast didn't penetrate him, the shockwave alone would kill him. At this moment, a sudden whoosh, whoosh, whoosh sound broke through the air. A few pebbles hit the RPG soldier's head like bullets, and suddenly the whole head exploded, white and red splattering on the rock wall. It turns out that Apocalypse has arrived. He saw something abnormal here from a distance, including gunshots and explosions. He guessed that the plot of Iron Man's escape was triggered, so he quickly jumped over, just in time to see a dozen RPGs aimed at Tony. The body of the fallen soldier tilted, his finger instinctively pulled the trigger, and several RPG rounds were fired into the munitions pile outside the cave entrance. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions immediately occurred, and the flames shot straight into the sky. "Come on, why are you standing there?" Tony shouted. "Ethan is still inside. If you save him, no matter what your purpose is, I will promise you. You go first. Your armor is too rudimentary to help. I'll do my best." Tony looked at the situation and knew that staying here would be useless, so he had to activate the armor's jet device, and 2 plumes of black smoke came out from under his feet, flying into the sky in the light of the explosion. In the original plot, Ethan died to save Tony. It seems that his arrival did not change the plot. The stones that fell from the entrance of Tiankaiting rushed into the cave. At this time, Ethan was lying on the ground with only 1 breath left. Tiankai quickly took out a bottle of recovery potion from the system storage column and poured it into Ethan's mouth. The palm of his hand slapped his back, and a few bullets were knocked out with a force of skill. A green light surged up, and Ethan was resurrected with full health. Ethan patted his body in disbelief, and the bullet hole just disappeared. Tiankai said, "Go out and take a look. Follow me and don't run too far. The crisis has not been resolved yet. The cave is about to collapse. If we don't escape quickly, Ethan will be buried alive in it as soon as he is resurrected." Ethan didn't care to say thank you, covered his head with his hands, and followed behind. Tiankai walked in front. Whether it was a huge boulder falling from his head or a stone blocking the ground, he punched them all away, turning the stones into pieces. Suddenly there was a loud noise, and half of the cliff collapsed, completely burying the entire cave entrance. Tony looked anxious in the air. "I couldn't help but regret asking Apocalypse to save people. Ethan had been shot by a stray bullet and might have died long ago, but for his own selfish reasons, he asked the delivery man to save people, but he didn't expect that he would be buried alive inside. But now he couldn't protect himself, let alone provide help. He could only watch in despair as the cave entrance disappeared into the rocks. Suddenly, a roar came from the depths of the cave. It was as if an ancient behemoth was resurrecting. With a sound of boom, the buried cave was exploded, and a pile of boulders weighing several thousand kilograms could not withstand the huge force and flew dozens of meters away. The boulder hit the 10 Commandments gang members outside, causing bursts of screams. Apocalypse used 3 times the power of the Hulk to blast through the rock formation and walked out. At this time, arms exploded outside, the canyon was ablaze, and many people were killed by boulders. The 10 Commandments gang was in chaos, and no one attacked them at all. With Ethan clamped around his waist, Apocalypse made a big jump in Tony's direction and left the canyon. However, he found new trouble. In the original plot, Tony could only fly dozens of meters high, and finally ran out of power and fell to the desert. Fortunately, the height was not high and Iron Man did not fall to his death. However, Tony is still flying upward now. The armor was hastily made and had no flight balance system at all. In the original plot, Iron Man returned to his laboratory, worked on it for a long time, and hit many walls before he succeeded. It is impossible to do it under such simple conditions now. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters. Tony flew higher and higher. Suddenly, the black smoke under his feet went out and his power ran out. Oh, Tony muttered something bad in his armor. Ethan shouted, "Oh no, if you fall from this height, you will definitely die." Tony yelled regardless of his image. If he fell from this height, his end would not be much better than an egg. Apocalypse calculated the angle, and the sand under his feet suddenly exploded, making Ethan next to him choke on the sand. When he opened his eyes again, Apocalypse had jumped 200 meters in the air and caught Iron Man steadily. Once he saw that he was safe, Tony's unruly character became agitated again. "Hey, handsome guy, this is the first time I've been hugged like this. How about we go to a French restaurant to eat foie gras tonight?" Tian Kai smiled and said, "Aren't you afraid that Xiaojiao will get jealous?" Before Tony could answer, Apocalypse suddenly threw him up again. Apocalypse could withstand the impact of a 200-meter free fall, but Tony could not. If Apocalypse hugged him and landed directly, he would not die but would be seriously injured. You can only throw him up again when he is about to land to relieve this force. I'm not afraid. After experiencing a high-altitude journey like a roller coaster, Tony's feet softened the moment he landed, and he sat directly on the desert regardless of the hot sand. Ethan, you're not dead, that's great." Tony hugged Ethan excitedly, and suddenly remembered, "No, you were clearly shot several times just now, how could it be possible that nothing happened?" Ethan looked at Tian Kai, "He gave me a bottle of potion, and I fully recovered." "Thank you." Tony put away his unruly expression and said solemnly, "Thank you for saving my life, and thank you even more for saving Ethan." Ding. Iron Man luck sharing, 30%. Good guy, it only saved his life and the lives of his friends by 30%. Tony was too wary. Sure enough, smart people are difficult to get along with, Tian Kai thought helplessly. However, it's not Tony's fault. The way Apocalypse appeared was really weird. After delivering food for more than a month, he still didn't save him. If it hadn't been for this accident, Tony didn't know how long he would have been imprisoned. "Tell me, what is your purpose?" "As long as it doesn't violate my conscience, I will definitely agree," Tony said. "There's no rush." Tian Kai looked from a distance and found that a plane was already flying this way. "Let's leave the place of right and wrong first." The Middle East has always been a war-torn country, with various forces and arms dealers intersecting with each other. There has been such a big movement here, and many forces have already sent people to investigate. Apocalypse held one in one hand, jumped a few times, and arrived at a city hundreds of kilometers away. Along the way, Tony and Ethan were blown away by the strong wind and could not even open their mouths. They could only look at each other with shock in their eyes. Is this person still human? A big jump of tens of kilometers, and it also took two people with it. There is also that magical potion that can bring Ethan back from the brink of death after being shot several times. With Tony's connections, he had never heard of such a miraculous drug. Otherwise, when he was poisoned by palladium later, he would not have had no choice but to rely on drinking plant drinks to relieve his symptoms. Arriving in a small city more than 100 kilometers away, Tian Kai took the two of them to a simple rental house. Tian Kai said, "There is no special purpose for saving you, but since you want to thank me, I may ask you for something in the future. Of course, I won't force you. If you don't want to, you can refuse." Tony said, "Then I will refuse now." Ha 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 ha. Tian Kai laughed. He knew that Tony was not an ungrateful person. "If you really don't give it, I won't force you." As he said that, he took out a mobile phone and handed it to Tony. "Call Lieutenant Colonel Rhodes and ask him to pick you up. I will take Ethan away." "No, Ethan is my benefactor. I will invite him to the United States and work in my company without bothering you." "Tony, do you think this hijacking was an accident?" Tony was shocked. "Isn't it? You will know, but there is no rush now. You have just been missing for more than a month, and you have already caused an uproar in the United States. Now you are suddenly rescued, and you are accompanied by a person who used to work for violent elements. Guess what will happen? Although you I all know that Ethan was forced to work for the Ten Rings gang, but, does anyone else believe it?" With Tony's IQ, he would understand it as soon as he mentioned a few points. After being held hostage for so long and suddenly being released with Middle Eastern people around him, the most likely possibility was that he was being held hostage. You must know that Stark Industries manufactures weapons for the Ministry of Defense. As long as there is a slight possibility, the Ministry of Defense cannot rest assured. What's more, the archenemy Hammer Arms Company will definitely cause trouble. Don't talk about Ethan at that time, he might even be in danger. Tony said, "I will transfer 500 million to you, please ensure Ethan's safety." Tian Kai said calmly, "Don't worry, if I didn't want to save him, I wouldn't have saved him just now. Ethan is an upright and kind-hearted person. Even though he lives in a war-torn country and his relatives have been killed by violent elements, he still maintains a positive attitude and does not complain about others. Instead, he lives an active life and persuades the people around him." This had a huge impact on Tony's character. What's more, he is also a good scientist. He actually used a car battery to hang Tony's life like a genius, and also assisted Tony in completing the manufacturing of armor. If placed in a prosperous and powerful country, he must be a great scientist. Apocalypse recruited him into his team, which not only added another talent, but also strengthened his connection with Tony. Apocalypse said to Ethan, "Do you want to go home and have a look? The town of Kumala is nearby." Ethan was shocked. "How do you know I'm from Kumala? I never told you. Does it matter how I know? What matters is whether you want to go back and take a look." Tony and Ethan looked at each other and felt deeply that the Eastern man in front of them was too mysterious. Not only did he have superpowers, but he also seemed to know them well. This feeling of being understood is uncomfortable. Even though Apocalypse saved their lives, Tony's wariness has not been eliminated. Ethan said slowly, it's really not important. With your energy, it is not difficult to know the information of a small person like me. There is no need to go back, I have nothing to worry about there. In the future, if you have the ability, you can help the residents of the town. It can be regarded as a match from the same hometown. Let's go then. Apocalypse didn't look back, and took Ethan with him into the sky. Tony Zhengzheng was lost in thought for a while before calling Lieutenant Colonel Rhodes. After receiving the call, Lieutenant Colonel Rhodes immediately sent a fighter plane to escort Tony back to his country. It was rare for Tony to be quiet, and he was not as bohemian as when he came, with champagne, wine, and stewardess dancing. This encounter greatly touched him. Not only was he physically injured, but he also felt uneasy when he saw his weapons being used by violent elements. And that mysterious Oriental man, why didn't he save himself, but worried about dying? There was so much for him to think about. Back to America. A large number of reporters who had received the news blocked the airport. A top scientist, top tycoon, and playboy was kidnapped by violent elements, and now he has finally returned to China. With such breaking news, who doesn't want to get first-hand information? When Tony gets off the plane, Pepper and his good friend and bodyguard Happy are already waiting for him. Pepper was about to burst into tears. She stepped forward and hugged Tony tightly and refused to let go. I thought I would never see you again. Tony shrugged. I'm not coming back now, don't cry, your makeup will be ruined. Happy said anxiously, it's my turn. Seeing that little Pepper wouldn't let go, he simply dragged his fat body and hugged her. The three of them hugged each other, making Tony scream ouch. Pepper saw Tony's chest and said in shock, what's going on? Are you injured? Let's go to the hospital quickly. Tony said, don't worry, I have more important things. Happy, buy me a cheeseburger. At the same time, arrange a press conference. Reporters were readily available and press conferences were arranged quickly. Tony sat imagelessly on the floor next to the podium with a cheeseburger in hand. Tony said, do you know? The best thing about food is not the food itself, but the environment. In the past month or so, I have eaten the best cheeseburgers and Orleans grilled chicken in the world in the cave. Now I'm back, eating the best burger, but it doesn't taste even 1/10 as good as the one in the cave. I want to thank the delivery man. He not only delivered me the most delicious food in the world, but also saved me and my benefactor. Although I don't know what his purpose is, I think that as long as he is not destroying world, and I will be willing to do whatever I can to repay him. There was a sudden buzz down there, and everyone was whispering to each other. What was Tony talking about? Why is it a burger and a delivery boys? Did we get the wrong wind? Finally, a reporter couldn't help it anymore. Mr. Tony, with all due respect, were you kidnapped or went on vacation? Tony said, I was indeed kidnapped and imprisoned in a cave for more than a month. I was attacked by a bomb, and there are still shrapnel in my chest. I am now relying on a battery to sustain my life. There was an explosion underneath. It was just speculation before, but now it was confirmed by Tony himself. The reporters couldn't help but be surprised. The hegemony pursued by the United States around the world, frequently bombing other countries and assassinating generals and leaders of other countries, has offended too many people, and violent attacks are a lingering nightmare for them. Now even wealthy people like Tony are being kidnapped under the protection of the military, which makes them even more insecure. A beautiful reporter stood up and asked, excuse me, what's going on with that takeaway guy? Are the violent people still ordering takeout? Tony said, I don't know any more than you. I can't go into details for now. Now, what I want to say is another major decision. As soon as they heard about the big news, everyone had no choice but to suppress their curiosity and no longer pursue the matter of the delivery man. Tony continued, I didn't get to say goodbye to my father. I always had some questions I wanted to ask him. Did he ever struggle or doubt? I saw young Americans being killed, and I was the one who killed them. Weapons made to protect them. I realized I could do more for the world than just create explosions. Therefore, I declare that the weapons production department of Stark International Corporation will be closed down, effective immediately. The scene fell silent and then exploded. Reporters rushed forward frantically to ask further questions. But Tony was tired and stopped answering and left under Happy's escort. Apocalypse here. He arranged for Ethan to be assigned to Dr. Stern. When the two scientists met, they sympathized with each other and hit it off. After seeing Tony's decision on the news, Apocalypse knew that after returning, Tony would perfect the iron suit. Sure enough, a few days later, taking advantage of the darkness, a humanoid suit flew out of Tony's house. Tiankai was sitting in an open-air bar in the distance, drinking beer casually. This initial model should be the steel suit Mk1 model. It hadn't even been painted yet, and the original silver-white metal color was exposed. However, Mk1 is immature and has a fatal flaw, it has no anti-freeze system. Sure enough, Tony tested the flying height of the suit and began to fly as high as possible. 10,000 feet, 20,000 feet, 30,000 feet, 80,000 feet. Artificial intelligence Jarvis reminded, Master, potentially fatal ice has appeared. Tony, go on, I haven't broken the fixed wing altitude record of 8.5 feet yet. Soon, the low temperature at high altitude caused a thick layer of ice to form on the suit, and the power system inside suddenly shut down due to the low temperature. Oh, Tanii screamed and fell from the sky. Apocalypse is unmoved. According to the original plot, the power system should be restored when it is close to landing, and Tanii will fly back safe and sound. Tanii kept trying to restart the power system, but only a few puffs of black smoke came out, to no avail. Oops, Tian-Kai said secretly. A strong wind blew up from the open-air bar, knocking the tables and chairs to the ground, and Apocalypse disappeared in place. Boom. Unfortunately, it was too far away. No matter how fast Apocalypse was, he couldn't catch it in time. Tanii fell straight to the ground, creating a deep pit. Apocalypse flashed several times, came to the deep pit, and with a bang, ripped off the mask of Tani's suit. Ahem, hey, we meet again. Tanii was vomiting blood, and it was obvious that the blow was serious. He was originally worried about whether he would die, but when he saw the apocalypse coming, he felt inexplicably safe. Tian-Kai smiled. Why are you so unlucky every time I see you? I thought I could see you acting cool this time. At this time, Jarvis's prompt sounded, injury diagnosis, the spine is broken into 3 parts, both legs are fractured, the internal organs are cracked, and are bleeding. The emergency number of the nearest hospital has been called, but it will take at least 20 minutes. Master, I'm afraid you won't be able to hold on until then. Tony's mouth kept foaming with blood, which was a sign that his lungs had been punctured. At this time, he had difficulty breathing. Tian-Kai flashed his hand and took out a bottle of recovery potion from the storage compartment. Drink, I am also responsible for your injuries. Tanii was greatly moved, thinking that Apocalypse felt guilty for not being able to catch him in time, and hurriedly said, Ahem, how can I blame you? Ahem, cough, I was too impatient. However, Tony's understanding was wrong. No matter how genius he was, he could not imagine the meaning of apocalypse. Tanii was supposed to stay in the cave for 3 months. Although these 3 months were difficult, it gave him enough time to think about the details of the suit and polish it to maturity. The arrival of Apocalypse unexpectedly allowed Tanii to escape from trouble more than a month early, resulting in the omission of some technical details. The omitted details caused the power system to be slightly worse than the original plot, which in turn led to Tanii not landing safely and falling half to death. If Apocalypse hadn't been nearby, Iron Man might have died before he was officially born. The butterfly effect, Tian-Kai sighed inwardly. Any small change may cause major changes in the plot later on. It seems that I have to be more careful. Otherwise, you never know when the plot will change and some superheroes will unexpectedly die. You drink it first, and if it's a few minutes later, you won't even have a chance to speak. With that said, he poured the recovery potion into Tanii and drank it. A burst of green light lit up around Tanii, and in the blink of an eye, Tanii's injuries had all recovered. Apocalypse took a closer look at the arc reactor on his chest and found that it had not been repaired. It seems that it is what Dr. Stern said. The medicine determines that these old injuries are already part of the body and will not be repaired. Tanii said, is this potion the one for Ethan to drink? It's amazing. It can repair injuries instantly. If it can be mass-produced, I'm afraid no one on the earth will be afraid of getting hurt anymore. I do think it is a pity that the quantity of this thing is limited and it cannot be produced at the moment. Tanii was right when he thought about it. It was really unlikely that such a magical thing would be as popular as cold medicine. Tanii wanted to stand up, but found that after losing power, the suit was too heavy, and with his physical strength, he couldn't stand up at all. The Mk1 model is still made of ordinary steel. In the original plot, Tanii flew home, turned off the power, smashed through the cement floor, and fell into the underground laboratory. You can imagine how heavy this suit is. Let me help you open it, Tian-Kai said. Wait. Tanii hurriedly stopped. We can't dismantle it forcefully. I want to check if there is any fault inside. As soon as I dismantle it, the fault site will be destroyed. It seems that I have to hug you back again, Tian-Kai said helplessly. I have never hugged the same man twice in my life, so I have to pay extra. With that said, he picked up Tanii by the waist and jumped towards Tanii's home. As soon as I got home, I met little Pepper. Seeing the blood between Tanii's mouth and nose, Pepper screamed in fright. Tanii, how are you? Send him to the hospital quickly. Tanii said, I'm fine, I'm just stuck in this iron lump and can't get out. There's so much blood, how can it be okay? You don't want to explain the funeral, do you? Ugh. Little Pepper couldn't help crying. Apocalypse is helpless, women love to cry, so it is better to have their own Black Widow, at least she won't scream at every turn. Ignoring Pepper's nonsense, Apocalypse hugged Tanii, broke into the underground laboratory, threw it to the ground, and left the rest to the laboratory's robotic arm. With the help of the robotic arm, Tanii finally escaped and said to Pepper, this is the delivery person I told you, Tang Tian-Kai. This is my friend and assistant, Piper Potts. You call her Pepper. That's it. Thank you for saving Tanii, twice. Little Pepper was tall, and with the support of high heels, she was almost as tall as Tian-Kai. She took the initiative to reach out and shake hands with Tian-Kai, her eyes full of curiosity as she looked at Tian-Kai. Tanii trusted Pepper very much and never hid anything from Pepper, no matter how confidential it was. Of course, Pepper knew what happened in the cave. However, after thinking about it, the two still couldn't figure out Tian-Kai's intention. After shaking hands, Little Pepper said, I'm going to the company to handle some affairs on Tanii's behalf these days. Why don't Mr. Tang stay here for a few days? We haven't repaid you yet. Before Apocalypse could agree, Tony jumped up. No, 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 I like purity. Dawn, I'm not targeting you. This is true. Tiankai understands Tony's character. In such a big villa, only Tony and Pepper lived there, not even a servant. Normally, when Tony brings women from outside to spend the night, it is Pepper who helps deliver clothes and take out the trash. Little Pepper said to Tony, do you like peace and quiet, or do you like flying around? If it hadn't been for Mr. Tang this time, your life would have been lost. Anyway, I don't agree. Tiankai said, I happen to have a house to renovate, so I can take a look at your design. Xiaojiao, please arrange a big room for me. No problem. Tony shouted, hey, do you still think of me as the master in your eyes? Forget it. Don't arrange the room too close to me, I like peace and quiet. Little Pepper didn't listen to him at all, so she arranged the nearest guest room for Tiankai. She worked hard, fearing that something would happen to Tony again. With such a mysterious and powerful person like Tiankai beside him, Xia Leilao felt a lot more at ease. Apocalypse himself is fine, and Black Widow doesn't reply to his messages. It's the same wherever he lives. Here, it is also very good to see Tony build the steel suit step by step. Tony spent the whole day in the underground laboratory, and Apocalypse went to see it a few times, which was quite boring. Polishing a mecha is a very tedious task. The movie only shows the most exciting scenes, but the actual development process is very boring. Tony often didn't speak for a whole day, sitting in front of the computer thinking about calculations. After a few days, Tony finally perfected the MK2 model. The MK2 model has changed all the flaws of the original MK1 model. It is not only anti-freeze, but also uses lighter and harder titanium alloy. The flight speed is greatly improved, and there will no longer be the embarrassment of flying home and smashing through the floor. To this end, Tony officially spray-painted his suit a sultry golden red. With the masterpiece finished, Tony decides to go to a party to relax. He wanted to call Tiankai, but Tiankai was busy with other things and was not interested in this kind of Western cocktail party. He had no companions. At the party, a beautiful female reporter showed Tony some photos, showing that Stark was still selling weapons, and that these weapons were still killing civilians. The location is in a small town called Kumala in the Middle East. Just a few days after announcing the closure of the weapons department, it was slapped in the face. Tony looked gloomy, returned home, found Tiankai, and asked, Dawn, is Ethan's hometown called Kumala? Yes. Did you find that there are a large number of weapons sold without your authorization? That's right. Tony was a little surprised. You also know about this. This is not the point. The point is, have you really decided to destroy these weapons and rescue civilians? Tony's body trembled. How do you know what I'm thinking? It's not too strange to say that Tiankai knows the news about weapons. After all, an ordinary reporter can get photos. It doesn't seem to be difficult for a mysterious and powerful person like Tiankai to know this information. The scary thing is that Tony's idea to destroy the weapons just came to him suddenly on the way home. It was impossible for anyone to know about it, but he actually knew it. Who is this Oriental in front of me? Could it be possible to read minds? Tony, it's not difficult to guess what you are thinking. The key is, what is your choice? Tony drank a glass of wine and said, some things must be done, otherwise my conscience will be uneasy. With that said, he walked down to the underground laboratory. At this time, the steel suit was still relatively primitive. Wearing it on the body required a set of mechanical arms, which was a complicated and time-consuming process. After a few minutes, Tony put on the golden and red suit and walked to Apocalypse with one step. Don't tell Pepper. Tiankai said, if I don't tell you, you can't hide it from her. Go ahead. If you run into trouble when you come back, you can call me. Call. Tony stopped talking and flew directly out of the window and disappeared under the sky. Flying at full speed along the way, a white sonic boom cloud formed outside the suit, first surrounding Tony, and then quickly being left behind. Apocalypse is not worried about Kumala Town and his group. Tony's suit is completely crushing. Not only did he blow up all the weapons produced by Stark, but he also killed the violent elements in one fell swoop. Even the tanks were no match for a small micro-missile in the suit. After cleaning up everything, Tony threw the leader who massacred civilians in front of the terrified civilians and let them deal with it. In fact, this is also meant to test the refugees. It is understandable that they did not dare to resist in the past because they were struggling to survive. Now violent elements are coming to your homes to massacre and do whatever they want. If you don't dare to kill, Tony doesn't want to care about life or death in the future. Soon, the leader was overwhelmed by angry civilians. After processing, Tony flew back. However, it is easy to go out but hard to come back. The United States does not strictly monitor outgoing aircraft, but is very vigilant about unidentified aircraft entering its territory. Not long after Tony arrived at the border, he was discovered by ground radar. Immediately, 2 F-2 fighter jets took off and hung behind Tony. After a chase, Tony's friend, Lieutenant Colonel Rhodes, later known as War Machine, keenly sensed something was wrong. This style and technique were too much like Tony. So, I immediately called Tony. There is a humanoid aircraft in the airspace of my base. It can't be you, right? Tony said, how is that possible? I'm still taking a bath at home. Lieutenant Colonel Rhodes said, that's good, we're going to shoot it down. Call. A tracking missile was launched from the side of the F-22 fighter plane, and Tony hurriedly sent out dozens of decoy bombs to cover it. Boom. The tracking missile hit the decoy bomb and exploded, setting off a fireball in the sky. Then, another fighter plane clung tightly behind Tony, and its machine gun sprayed out 2 tongues of flame. Tony was unable to dodge and his suit was hit in the back. Since he couldn't escape by speed, Tony had a flash of inspiration, spread his limbs in midair, made a sudden stop on behalf of air resistance, and hid under the bottom of the plane. However, he could only hide for a while, and soon Tony was discovered by another fighter plane. In the original plot, Tony took the initiative to call Lieutenant Colonel Rhodes and ask to be let go, and finally narrowly escaped. To this end, Lieutenant Colonel Rhodes also held a press conference, saying that it was a military exercise and an F-22 fighter jet was damaged. But due to the arrival of the apocalypse and the same dilemma, the person Tony turned to changed. Soon, Tiankai received a call from Tony. "Don, are you a prophet? How do you know I will be in trouble when I come back?" Tiankai laughed. "Ha ha 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 ha, let me think about it. They are 2 F-2 fighters, and you can't beat them, right?" At this time, the steel suit was relatively rudimentary, with more than enough flexibility, but not enough speed, and its frontal firepower was no match for the most advanced F-22 fighter. Just in terms of volume, the amount of weapons stored is incomparable. "You are absolutely right. Come and save me, otherwise I will die for the 3rd time. Hold on for a while, and I'll see what you have at home." Apocalypse looked around the hall, then jumped towards the American border with 2 medieval antique spears. Apocalypse's strength is 3 times greater than that of the Hulk, and his weight is much lighter. In addition, when he jumps, he doesn't jump like a big stupid cow. He makes full use of aerodynamics and reduces resistance. The distance and speed of his jumps are far greater. Beyond the Hulk. With the help of terrifying takeoff power, Apocalypse is like a cannon popping out of the chamber every time, exploding sonic booms directly in the air, jumping hundreds of kilometers. After several big jumps, Tiankai saw 2 fighters with big black spots in the distance. Tiankai said, "Tony, lower the flight altitude and guide the fighter plane down." "It is good." Tony didn't hesitate, his body folded in his suit, and he rushed down quickly. The fighter plane thought that the humanoid aircraft in front of it was about to escape, so it quickly lowered its altitude and followed it to attack. Airborne bullets as thick as fingers poured down from the sky, splashing little bits of dust around Tiankai. On the ground, Apocalypse did not dodge or avoid, calculating the distance and speed. Whoa, whoa, 2 slender afterimages appeared in a flash. Boom, boom. The spear hit the power compartment at the tail of the 2 fighter planes accurately. A large plume of black smoke suddenly appeared from the tail. The plane lost power and began to circle. The pilot had no choice but to eject to escape. By the time the pilot landed, Tony and Apocalypse had already disappeared without a trace. Soon, the rescue crew arrived and couldn't believe it when they saw the 2 spears embedded in the engines of the 2 F-22 fighter jets. What he saw was sent back to the base, and the general of the base was so angry that he cursed, "Are you kidding me? The F-22 was shot down by 2 spears? Are we going to war with primitive people? I want to go to the scene to see it in person." When he saw the wreckage of the fighter plane, everyone including Lieutenant Colonel Rhodes became uneasy and looked at each other, speechless for a long time. Spear? Spear? A simple spear? Embedded in the engine of the fighter plane, black smoke is still rising. The contrast between the most advanced and the most primitive is extremely dazzling. 2 of the most advanced F-2s were shot down by spears. Who would believe this? Lieutenant Colonel Rhodes refused to give up and asked, "Who made this spear a black technology?" A technician shook his head after inspecting it. "Lieutenant Colonel, judging from its hardness and flexibility, I'm afraid it is ordinary steel." High School Principal Rhodes sighed. "Oh my god, 2 F-2 fighter jets were lost. I'm afraid the White House knows about such a major matter. Do you really want to write in the report that he was shot down by 2 ordinary Changeayu? I can't write this report." Back to the lab. Tony was in a much better mood. He had done something for heaven and was very happy. However, he did not know that Obadiah Stana, vice president of Stark Company who secretly sold weapons, became more determined to eliminate Tony after learning the news. Obadiah Stana was one of those extremely smart bald men. He was originally Tony's father's partner and Tony's elder. He didn't hold many shares, but his ambitions were not small. Originally, Tony's energy was all spent on scientific research and women, and he was not very interested in company management, which allowed him to monopolize power. Now Tony suddenly announced that he would close the weapons department, which had violated his rights and interests. However, he was a small shareholder and could not resist. Tiankai knew the inside story, but after thinking about it, he decided not to tell it unless Tony asked, so as not to change the plot. After all, Tony and the others had nothing to lose in the original plot. "Tony, I want a suit like this." Tony said, "You are so strong, what's the use of having a suit?" "Flying." Tiankai said, "Although I can jump very fast, I am not as fast as your suit over long distances, and jumping around is not elegant." Tony joked, "I didn't expect you to be a gentleman, Tang, but how could a gentleman force himself to live in someone else's home regardless of the owner's objection? Haha, not only do I have to force myself to eat for free, but I also want to take it for free. However, I don't want what you are wearing now. MK2 is too backward. It is very inconvenient to wear and requires the assistance of several robotic arms." Tony was speechless. Just now, he singled out 2 F-2 fighters with a set of armor, and he actually said he was lagging behind? Then what do you want? Tiankai thought for a while and said, first, it must be easy to wear and carry. It is best not to exceed 1 suitcase. If it cannot be carried easily, it is meaningless to me. It is better to jump faster. Second, it must strengthen the flight power. My body is stronger than you are strong and don't care about the gravity pressure caused by strong acceleration. The instantaneous acceleration can be very violent. It's not difficult to accelerate. Tony said, I just increase the power. But it's a bit troublesome to make the volume the size of a suitcase. I may need a little time. Then I'll wait for you, I believe you will do it. Suitcase-sized suits were made in Iron Man 2, and later there are stronger and more miniature nanosuits that can even challenge Thanos in a duel. However, even a genius like Iron Man must take his time and not rush. At this moment, Jarvis AI's voice came, Sir, Miss Potts' phone number was lost. The last recording was her scream. After saying that, Pepper's voice came from the loudspeaker, notify Tony, Tony's expression changed, oh no, Pepper has been discovered. What happened? Tony called up some weapons photos. The weapons I found in the Middle East last time were produced by our company, but I have clearly ordered the disbandment of the weapons department. There must be insiders secretly selling weapons. So I sent Little Pepper to the company to investigate. Unexpectedly, she was put in danger. Who is the mole? Apocalypse smiled. Who else could it be? Think about it. In Stark Company, who else can secretly sell weapons without hiding it from you? Tony made it clear, you mean Uncle Obadiah Stanat, who is my father's partner and has watched me grow up. How could it be possible? This is impossible. As long as interests are involved, nothing is impossible. Just wait for a while and there will be news soon. I can't wait. What will happen to Little Pepper? I have to save her right away. Don't worry, she won't be in danger until you hand over the design drawings of the arc reactor. No, he's here. As he said that, the surveillance showed that a luxury car came outside Tony's mansion, and the person who came was none other than the bald Obadiah Stanley. I'll leave you to face him alone and see his true face clearly. As he said that, his figure flashed and disappeared from Tony's eyes. The bald man came in, chatted casually with Tony, and asked insinuatingly about the reactor on Tony's chest. After being reminded by Apocalypse, Tony was already on guard. He didn't talk about Pepper's disappearance, only that the arc reactor was not perfect yet. The bald man made insinuations and repeated clichés, but when Tony saw that he wouldn't let go, he simply stopped pretending. Zi. Suddenly a harsh sound wave came out, and Tony immediately collapsed on the sofa. The big bald man took out a small instrument and said, this is the latest weapon, an ultrasonic screwdriver. It can use ultrasonic energy to cause muscle resonance and paralyze an elephant instantly. Uncle, what are you doing? The bald man said, originally, I wanted to wait for you to perfect the arc reactor before taking action, and I never thought about killing you. But you absolutely should not have sent Little Pepper to investigate me. I had no choice but to take action in advance. With that said, he opened Tony's shirt, twisted the microreactor inside to the right, and pulled it off. Tony lost energy support, his heartbeat suddenly stopped, lung activity lost energy support, and he began to have difficulty breathing. The big bald man held the arc reactor and said intoxicatedly, what a masterpiece. This will be your most outstanding legacy, Tony, the king of weapons of the new generation. With it as power, our company's weapons can be sold all over the world. Everyone who uses our suit must buy it as a source of power. Our company will become the center of world power. Ha 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 ha. It's a pity that you can't see it anymore. The big bald man put the arc reactor into a suitcase and walked away. At this time, Tony's body was affected by the ultrasonic screwdriver and had not yet recovered. In addition, his heart had lost power and he had already lost the strength to get up. Apocalypse slowly appeared. Tony held on and smiled bitterly. Are you prepared to watch me die? I thought you'd get up on your own. There's a prototype arc reactor downstairs. I can't move. In the original plot, Tony climbed to the downstairs laboratory alone, and with the help of a robotic arm, installed the prototype of the arc reactor. But somewhere went wrong, and Tony couldn't move. In other words, Tony knows that the apocalypse is in front of him, and his motivation to survive is not that strong. Tony's face was getting more and more purple in front of him, and Apocalypse couldn't think more about it. Stomping on the ground, with a boom, a big hole was opened in the ground and Tony and the sofa fell directly into the underground laboratory. Looking around, I quickly spotted a prototype arc reactor decorated with little peppers. Apocalypse directly crushed the glass shell and installed it for Tony. Hiss. Tony took a long breath and gradually recovered. At the same time, there was a ding in Tiankai's mind. Save 1 life and reward 1 bottle of recovery potion. Apocalypse couldn't help but be a little surprised. Judging from the system's judgment, if he didn't help, Tony would really die? It seems that the impact of the butterfly effect cannot be ignored. Tony looked at Apocalypse strangely. How come you know everything? If I didn't know that you are so powerful that there is no need to play these conspiracies, I would even suspect that you are the mastermind behind it. Haha, the secret must not be leaked. Why didn't you catch him just now? Tony asked. If we catch him, how can we save Little Pepper? Let's just follow him. Tony suddenly realized, leave it to me to track him. As he said that, he opened the holographic image, which soon showed traces of the bald car. In fact, you don't need to follow Tiankai to know that Baldy is back to the company. However, in order to prevent the butterfly effect, it is safer to follow Baldy's car. Tony put on his suit and flew out. At this time, Lieutenant Colonel Rhodes called. Tony, Pepper just called and notified 5 agents to go to your company, but now her phone cannot be reached. Do you know what's going on? Tony said, it's my Uncle Stanley who did it. Pepper is probably going to arrest him. I'm on my way to find him now. Can I help you with anything? Clear the airspace. If you find something flying in the sky, don't interfere with me. By the way, if you find someone jumping around in the sky, don't mess with him. Jumping around in the sky. Lieutenant Colonel Rhodes was a little confused. If there are aircraft in the sky, it would not be surprising given Tony's technological strength. But what the hell is that flying around in the sky? And you warned us not to mess with him. Is there anyone in the world that the US military cannot afford to offend? Tian Kai didn't know their conversation. For the safety of others and accurate landing, he controlled his power and only jumped a few hundred meters at a time, rising and falling quickly, hiding in the night. Tony was much more high profile. The tail flames emitted by his suit were extremely eye-catching in the night and were quickly detected by the military. Fortunately, Tony said hello in advance, otherwise there would be fighter planes coming to intercept him. The bald-headed luxury car drifted and stopped in front of the Stark Company building. He didn't even lock the door and hurried upstairs. Dawn, according to the infrared scan, Pepper is locked in the basement, surrounded by a dozen armed men. Fuck, these are Stark's security forces? Pepper will trouble you, and Stanley will leave it to me. After all, he has a very deep connection with my family, so for me to end it is an explanation to my father. Okay, just be careful. The combat effectiveness of the bald man's equipment may not be worse than yours. After saying that, the two parted ways. Apocalypse broke into the underground floor based on the hologram given by Tony. As soon as I got down to the first floor, I found several agents holding guns in their hands, and they moved forward cautiously. Apparently they came to rescue Pepper. Apocalypse took a look and found an old acquaintance inside, Coulson. Coulson is an extremely important character in the Marvel Universe. Although he is not a superhero, he is involved in many major events. In the end, he died at the hands of Loki, but before dying, he blasted Loki with an energy cannon. In another timeline, agents of S.H.I.E.L.D, he became the director and led another group of superpowered people to resist Hydra and various villains, including Sky, the Shockwave girl that Apocalypse liked very much. Hey, Coulson. Shua. The highly nervous agents all turned their guns to point at Tiankai. Coulson asked, who are you? You don't know who I am? Didn't Director Fury tell you? His battle with the Abomination giant and the Hulk in the streets of New York should have been recorded in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s files. Doesn't Coulson have the authority to know? What level of confidentiality did Fury set for his files? However, this seems to be in line with his style of doing things. Fury is extremely cautious in his work. In the original plot of Avengers 1, he sent Captain America, Black Widow, and others to rescue a SHIELD ship. Black Widow secretly arranged a secret mission that even Captain America didn't know about. As a result, he was discovered by the captain and had a quarrel with Fury after he came back, saying that his arrangement would endanger the team. It can be imagined that Fury's behavior is extremely cautious. I am afraid that my own file has not been opened to Coulson. Sir, no matter who you are, please step back and leave immediately, otherwise, we will regard you as a threat. Coulson said, it's up to you, but if you keep dawdling like this, when will you be able to find little Pepper? With that said, Apocalypse passed directly over Coulson and others. Coulson yelled, kick. Tat tat tat. Several bullets hit Apocalypse in the leg. American agents are indeed overbearing and will shoot at the slightest disobedience. If they hadn't known that Coulson was a decent person, Apocalypse would have thrown them out. But now it's important to save Pepper, and Apocalypse doesn't have much to do, so he just stepped on it. Boom. The ground collapsed directly. When they reached the second underground floor, Tiankai kicked him again. Boom. In less than 5 seconds, it broke through 2 floors and reached the lowest basement. This time it was not Coulson who fired, but the security guard guarding Pepper. Eat everything inside and outside. Apocalypse didn't dodge. He approached an armed security guard with a single stride, snatched the MP5 from his hand, squeezed it, and it turned into a piece of scrap metal. They took Stark's salary, but kidnapped their own people. It was obvious that they were already in cahoots with the bald man, so Apocalypse was no longer polite. He stretched out his big hand, clasped tightly around the security guard's neck, and lifted the whole person up. With a clever shake of his hand, all the joints on the security guard's body were dislocated, and his body fell limply to the ground, no longer able to fight. These days of training were indeed not in vain. Although he could not improve his combat power much, at least he was not like the Hulk, who could only violently smash. Tat tat tat. Another burst of bullets hit Tiankai like raindrops. Although he couldn't hurt himself, he still felt pain. Tiankai became increasingly angry and smashed his hands on the ground. Roar. The ground exploded, and the violent force knocked all the armed security guards away, causing them to fall to the ground unconscious. Apocalypse smiles, but violence comes directly. No wonder the Hulk always likes to smash things around. It feels so good to smash everything. Little Pepper was locked in a storage room, and Tiankai said to the inside, stand against the wall, I'm going to break down the door. With a loud boom, the thick steel door flew and hit the opposite wall. Tony asked me to come rescue you. Are you okay? Pepper said. I'm fine. Where is Tony? He went to settle the score with the big bald man. Let's go out first. It's not suitable to stay here for a long time. As he said that, he held little Pepper's slender waist and jumped up, landing just in front of Carlson. Looking at the muzzles of several guns in front of him, Tiankai frowned and said, Are you sure you want to shoot again? I'm not always such a good-tempered person. Carlson hurriedly signaled the other agents to put down their guns. In just a few dozen seconds from the time he saw Tiankai had been shot at least hundreds of times. Except for his clothes being a little torn, nothing happened. At this time, to anger him without any thought is simply to seek death. Moreover, Apocalypse rescued Pepper, who should be one of his own. He just seemed to mention the director. He returned to the bureau and asked the director who this person was. Thinking of this, Coulson said to God, Thank you for your help, Miss Potts, let's leave quickly. At this time, there was a shaking sound outside. Apparently, Tony was also fighting with the big bald man outside the street outside Stark Industries. It was already a mess, with broken wreckage everywhere. Many pedestrians were screaming, and the battle between Tony and the big bald man had extended to the highway in the distance, smashing countless cars along the way. In order to save the mother and children in a car, Tony fell into a passive position and was beaten by the big bald head. The bald head passed through the mecha and made a rough voice, For so many years, I have been supporting you, but I have been working tirelessly in the company. Otherwise, you think you can run the company well by being a playboy and sleeping with women everywhere. Really? Now, you want to take away my decades of hard work. Pa. The huge mechanical legs stepped on Tony's body on the ground one by one. Fortunately, Tony's mecha is not a vegetarian. Although it was beaten to the point where it was unable to resist, it could at least protect itself. Boom. The big bald man picked up Tony and threw it on a bus, which was blocked and smashed through. Call out. A small missile was launched from the bald mecha and bummed the bus. Tony was blown high into the air. If it weren't for the strong defense of the suit, he would have been shocked to death. Such a big movement has long been noticed by the military. A military correspondent was about to notify the relevant departments when Lieutenant Colonel Rhodes stopped him and said, No, this is just an exercise. Just keep observing. This was very painful for Tony. He originally thought that his suit could crush the bald man, so he asked Lieutenant Colonel Rhodes not to interfere. Unexpectedly, although the bald mecha was not as advanced as him, its weapons and equipment were way behind him, so no one came to help now. After all, the original intention of the big bald mecha was to kill, which was different from Tony's direction. Seeing that the situation was not good, Tony had an idea and directly ordered, Jarvis, let me lift off with all your strength. Sir, your power is only 15% left. I'm afraid. I know, do it. Suddenly, the suit emitted white flames and flew towards the sky. The bald man thought Tony was going to run away, so he laughed in the sky, ha 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 ha, Tony, you can't run away. As he spoke, the bald mecha emitted thick black smoke and chased after Tony. The thick smoke formed a smoke column behind him, which was clearly visible under the city lights. Damn, this pollution is too serious, you don't care. Tiankai said to Coulson. Coulson was speechless. Who is in the mood to care about pollution at this time? This is not our responsibility. Tony flew higher, and his power was almost exhausted, but there was no way out at this time. If he couldn't hold on until the stupid mecha with the big bald head froze, he would be intercepted in midair. Thinking of this, Tony glanced at the ground and thought, I don't know if Tang, a monster, can jump so high. I'm afraid he can't. Otherwise, just ask him to save him. Unknowingly, Tony has become dependent on Apocalypse, but this feeling is so subtle that even he is not aware of it. But Tiankai on the ground received a system prompt. Ding. Iron Man's trust level increases and his luck is shared by 60%. Fortunately, God fulfilled his wish. At an altitude of -meters, the big bald mecha finally froze and looked exactly like Tony's previous suit. It lost power and fell straight down. Finally it hit near Stark Tower. Tony had no time to be happy. At this time, the suit ran out of power, so he had to activate the backup power, use intermittent reverse jets, and barely land safely in the Stark Tower. Unexpectedly, as soon as he landed, he was attacked from behind by a big bald mecha and hugged him directly. The big bald head took advantage of the power advantage of the big mecha and tried to strangle Iron Man to death. Tony hurriedly launched decoy bombs, which were originally used to interfere with missile locking, but were now used as flash bombs. But it works? The dazzling red flash bombs flew all over the sky, and the bald head was so flashed that he could not open his eyes. As soon as his hand was released, Tony escaped. In the original plot, Tony lured the bald man to the top floor of the Stark Tower and asked Pepper to overload the large arc reactor downstairs and send out a laser that shot into the sky to kill the bald man. But at this time, Pepper has gone far under the escort of Coulson, so naturally it will not develop in the direction of the original plot. At this time, Tony had never thought about this plan. Don, my good friend, why don't you come over and help me? Even though Tony was at a disadvantage, he couldn't hide his playboy character. Even when he asked for help, he was different. Tiankai smiled and said, I have a plan, you lead him to the top floor, I overload the arc reactor, and use the energy generated by the overload to kill him. How about it? Tanii was speechless. You are so powerful. Why do you want to destroy my company's equipment? The arc reactor also costs a lot of money. By the way, after I rescued you from the desert, you haven't paid the takeout bill yet. Okay, help me finish it. It's up to you how you want to tie it. Seeing that the bald man was targeting him again, Tanii could no longer remain calm and hurriedly asked for help. All right. Looking at the two steel monsters on the top floor, Apocalypse slightly bent his legs and ejected with a bang. Bald guy, let that man go. Boom. The bald mecha was kicked away by Apocalypse. Seeing a powerful enemy, the bald man was not worried and said with a smile, ha 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 ha, good time, try my new weapon. As he spoke, 8 weapon systems stretched out from the mecha's shoulders, hands, waist, and legs, including small missiles, Gatling barrels, and laser tubes. Whoosh, 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 click, click, click. In an instant, countless firepower exploded on Tiankai and exploded into a huge fireball. As the firepower continued to be output, the fireball became larger and larger. Tanii was frightened as he watched. With such fierce firepower, even if he was wearing armor, he would probably be shocked to death. Will Tang be okay? At this time, the fireball moved. Apocalypse endured the bombardment with steady steps. He walked up to the big bald head step by step and saw the horrified expression on the big bald head. This one. As he spoke, he grabbed a mechanical arm with one hand, and with a click, the mechanical arm was pulled off at the same time as his shoulders. Ah! The big bald head screamed in pain, and his arms were torn off along with the mechanical arm. Apocalypse was unmoved. He pushed forward with both hands and took off the bald man's breastplate. With another pat, the helmet flew away. For his own selfish gain, the bald man sold weapons to violent elements, causing countless deaths and injuries to innocent civilians. He even leaked the information and secretly arranged Tony's kidnapping. This punishment is considered light. I'll leave the rest to you, Tiankai said. Looking back, you have to make clothes for me. Not only do you have to be handsome, but you also have to be able to withstand the bombardment of bullets and missiles. Looking at myself in tattered clothes, I feel really unattractive. I can't just dress up like a beggar every time I fight. Tanii smiled bitterly, even my steel suit may not be able to withstand it. Where can I find such powerful materials? Apocalypse patted Tanii on the shoulder and said, you are a genius, you always have a way. At this time, sirens blared outside and countless American police officers arrived. Lieutenant Colonel Rhodes can control the military, but he cannot control the police. Apocalypse has no interest in the remaining hands. With Tony's relationship, it can be easily done. The next day, a press conference was held. Last night's battle spread too far, from near the Stark building, to the highway, and into the sky. Countless people were injured, and an unknown number of vehicles were destroyed. There must be an explanation in front of the public. Lieutenant Colonel Rhodes pinched his nose and lied for Tanii, and announced to the dozens of reporters in the audience, yesterday, the simulated combat system of 2 prototype robots from Stark Company failed, resulting in a rampage. Fortunately, one of Tony's personal bodyguards rescued him in time. Tanii was saved and the accident was prevented. Stark's bald vice president, it was Obadiah Stana who died in this accident. When it came time for Tanii to make a statement, Tanii read a few sentences impatiently according to the script given by Cowlson. A beautiful reporter in the audience suddenly interrupted, Mr. Tanii, do you think we will believe your nonsense? Legend has it that there is a superhero named Iron Man who stopped President Stani from going crazy in time, and this Iron Man is you? Tanii smiled awkwardly, stop talking, I'm not a superhero. I'm not made to be a superhero. Really, the beautiful reporter looked provocative, with a playful smile on her lips. This beautiful reporter had a one-night stand with Tanii. When she woke up at Tony's house, Pepper gave her a change of clothes and arranged a car to leave. Both of them are well versed in the rules of the adult world. Women don't pester others, and men don't linger. However, there is always a trace of affection. Being so provoked by his one-night stand beauty, Tony's playboy genes could no longer be suppressed. His brain twitched and he said, that's right, I am Iron Man. There was a sensation in the audience. At this point, the superhero who opened the Marvel Universe, saved countless lives and fought against supervillains in the future, Iron Man, was officially born. At the same time, it also means that the supervillain is coming. Apocalypse browsed through a few of the breaking news about Iron Man. As expected, character determines behavior, and Tanii still revealed his identity. This does fit in with his pushy playboy side. Apocalypse did not deliberately hide his existence. Fury did all this for him. From the melee between the three giants in the streets of New York to the Battle of Stark Corporation, all information cannot be found online. This saves Tiankai a lot of trouble. The more Loki you are now, the more time you have for your own growth. From getting 3 times the power of the Hulk to now, Apocalypse's fighting skills have improved a lot, but his fundamental strength has not changed substantially. This kind of power obtained by force does not seem to be able to become stronger through cultivation. It is fundamentally different from the fact that the Hulk becomes stronger as he gets angrier. In the comic book world, the Hulk can grow into the Planet Hulk, and if Apocalypse has no other encounters, his strength will always be locked at 3 times the strength of the Hulk. It is not enough to face various super bosses in the future, but Tiankai has no choice but to practice some combat skills on a daily basis. After Iron Man announced that he was Iron Man, he received a lot of attention, but also caused trouble. The most immediate trouble is that Stark's arch-rival, Hammer Industries, has begun to accuse Iron Man of endangering national security and wants to force him to hand over the technology of the Iron Suit. Iron Man Tony was invited to debate in Congress. He was as unruly as ever. The wonderful debate received bursts of applause, which made the CEO of Hammer Industries and the fat politician very unhappy, but they couldn't do anything to Iron Man. They were facing a rich and powerful super genius, and their financial power was not as good as Iron Man's. This time, they wanted to use the public attention caused by the news incident to force Iron Man to hand over the technology of the Iron Suit. However, they did not expect that the attempt was in vain. No one at the scene stood on their side. In the end, Iron Man ended the whole debate with a very pretentious sentence: "I successfully monopolized world peace." Pa 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 pa. Amid applause, Iron Man left gracefully. At this time, his every move was watched by a strong man far away in Siberia. The strong man was wearing a white vest, holding a toothpick in his mouth, staring fiercely at Iron Man on the TV. The table was covered with drawings, which were obviously the miniature arc reactor designed by Iron Man. On the other side, Iron Man started drinking green plant juice every day. Pepper and his bodyguard Happy didn't know the reason, they just thought he was going to exercise. Apocalypse knew that this was the accumulation of reactor toxins in Iron Man's chest, which had affected his health. At present, Iron Man still uses a relatively backward palladium element. Although it can provide energy, it contains radioactive toxins and will continue to corrode the human body. The only solution is to replace palladium with a clean and safe element. But a genius like Iron Man cannot find a substitute for a while. Apocalypse gave Iron Man several recovery potions, but within 2 days, Iron Man discovered a problem. This recovery potion is a bit strange. It can only remove my toxins from yesterday accurately, not even a percentage point. The toxins accumulated the day before yesterday are completely useless. If this continues, unless you can provide 3 recovery potions for me to drink 80 years old, otherwise it will not be the solution. Tiankai was helpless. More than 3 pills? I currently only have more than 100 pills of this potion, and this potion is not renewable, and I haven't been able to study its ingredients yet. Iron Man smiled coquettishly. Such a precious potion, each one can save a life. I am greedy. After a pause, Iron Man said again, "Don't tell Pepper and Happy. I don't want them to worry." On the surface, Pepper is Iron Man's assistant and Happy is his bodyguard, but the 3 of them trust each other like family. In the end, Iron Man married Pepper and gave birth to a daughter, Morgan. As for Happy, according to the original plot, there is a high probability that he will get involved with Spider-Man's still charming Aunt May. Iron Man pressed his watch and said, "Happy, come in and help me practice boxing." "Why didn't you come to me?" Tiankai shrugged. "Come on, I don't want to be tortured by a monster like you. I can't even punch you in the suit." After a while, Happy in a suit walked in. He looked over with some strangeness. He only knew that Apocalypse was Iron Man's distinguished guest and had helped Iron Man escape from the 10 Commandments gang in the Middle East, but he knew nothing about this guest's details. On the one hand, there was Apocalypse's instruction not to expose his identity and strength, and Iron Man and Pepper naturally took this to heart. Happy, on the other hand, is a talker. If he knew Apocalypse's identity and strength, he would have leaked it by bragging about it while drinking. You know, as a person close to Iron Man, countless intelligence agencies and gossip tabloids are staring at him, trying to get first-hand information. Happy put on loose training clothes and practiced with Iron Man on the stage for a while. Soon, Tony was out of breath from exhaustion. Happy, on the other hand, looks fat but has a long breath, so he obviously has real skills. "Tony," Happy said, "how about you take a break and Tang and I can practice some skills?" After hearing this, Iron Man quickly said, "You must not provoke him. I'm afraid he won't be able to control his strength and will pin you to death with one finger." Unexpectedly, these words of concern immediately aroused Happy's competitive spirit. Iron Man couldn't hold him back and had to fight a few moves. Happy challenged Tiankai, "Mr. Tang, are you not afraid?" Tiankai smiled, "Okay, anyway, I want to find a weak person to practice my skills with, so that I can control my strength, and then I can force myself to take action and accidentally kill the person." Iron Man said verbosely on the side, "Don, you must be gentle. Happy is my good friend. Don't let him get hurt too seriously." Happy's face suddenly turned red, and he felt that his self-esteem had been hurt 10,000 times. Was he already so useless in the eyes of the boss? I secretly made up my mind to go all out and give this oriental guest some color CZ. Tiankai didn't even change his clothes, he jumped onto the ring and did a Tai Chi stance. Tai Chi uses softness to control hardness. If you don't want to actively hurt others, this boxing method is just right. Although Tiankai only had a superficial understanding of this boxing technique, he was unable to withstand the huge strength of his body. With strength and skill, he was able to figure out many key points. Happy was in a standard sparring posture, with his legs constantly jumping and changing his body shape to prevent the opponent from locking himself. He suddenly rushed forward and punched Apocalypse in the face. Unfortunately, in Tiankai's eyes, his movements were as slow as a snail and as weak as the breeze. With a simple move of grabbing the sparrow's tail, he pressed and pulled, and Happy immediately flew into the air and hit the elastic guardrail at the edge of the ring. The elastic belt made a squeaking sound. It was stretched almost to the limit and rebounded hard, pushing the 200-kilogram Happy to the opposite guardrail belt. Finally, he bounced again and fell in the middle of the ring. He couldn't stand up for a while. With just one move, Happy was defeated like a balloon with no dignity. Happy refused to accept it and lay on the ground and said, "I was careless. I didn't stand firm just now. Wait for me to rest before fighting again." At this moment, Pepper walked in on high heels, followed by a slim-figured woman wearing business attire, a white shirt, and black suit pants. "Tony, this is Rashman Natasha, the assistant in the legal department. There are some documents that need your signature." The person coming is none other than Black Widow. Looking at Natasha, who was dressed in professional attire, sexy yet serious, Iron Man's eyes suddenly lit up. Compared with the Black Widow, the temperament of the woman he usually hooks up with is completely different. As soon as Black Widow came in, she saw Apocalypse, and a trace of panic flashed in her eyes. She never expected that her husband, whom she had been avoiding everywhere, would meet under such circumstances. In the original plot, after Director Fury saw Tony announced as Iron Man, he sent Black Widow to spy on intelligence to confirm whether Iron Man would pose a threat to the security of the Earth, and to evaluate whether he could join the Avengers. Now, in addition to spying on intelligence, it has another purpose. Based on Director Fury's information, it was impossible not to know that Apocalypse lived here, and sending Black Widow here was obviously to create opportunities for the two of them. Seeing Black Widow pretending not to recognize him, Apocalypse was not anxious, but wanted to see how long she could keep pretending. Tony's Playboy mode quickly started, and he stepped forward and said, "The new assistant in the legal department? Why didn't I know? Come here often when you have time. You are welcome here." In the past, Black Widow wouldn't mind using her beauty to obtain some information, but with her cheap husband by her side, and Director Fury also warned her not to use her beauty skill, Black Widow naturally didn't dare to go too far. Black Widow said seriously, "Mr. Stark, this is an agreement about the acquisition of some subsidiaries, involving equity reorganization, and it must be signed by you. There's no rush. Why don't we sit down first, have a glass of champagne and chat slowly? Reading legal documents is also very time-consuming, and standing all the time is quite tiring." Black Widow said, "I'm not afraid of hard work. Besides, you can't drink during working hours." The more he refused, the more itchy Iron Man became. With his appearance, wealth, and fame, there was no woman he could not get along with, which made Pepper next to him secretly angry. At this time, she was not in a relationship with Iron Man. She only had the title of assistant and had no way of opening her mouth. "Every time I see Iron Man bring a woman back, I get very angry." Black Widow was a little flustered when she saw Apocalypse smiling and saying nothing, and she didn't even dare to answer Iron Man's words. He quickly handed the document to Iron Man and stepped aside. But her behavior is like a shy little white rabbit in the eyes of Iron Man, and she has an alternative charm among European and American women. What happened to the people on the stage? Black Widow changed the subject. Are they injured? When Happy saw the big beauty paying attention to him, he jumped up and said, No, how could I be injured? I was tired from practicing boxing just now, so I need to take a rest. As he spoke, he waved his gloves a few times in a coquettish manner. "That name is Natasha, right? Do you want me to teach you some self-defense techniques?" Okay. In order to get rid of Iron Man's entanglement, Black Widow hurried onto the stage, but her eyes were secretly looking at Apocalypse. "Hey, beauty, the first lesson is to concentrate on your opponent. Keep your eyes on the opponent, don't look around." Happy wanted to attract Black Widow's attention and touched her through the gloves. Unexpectedly, Black Widow had an instinctive reaction. With a Brazilian jiu-jitsu move, he took advantage of the momentum and flexibly locked Happy's neck with his legs. He hung his whole body on Happy, used his body weight to press down, and immediately knocked Happy to the ground. Except for Apocalypse, Iron Man, and Pepper Potts were all shocked. Happy struggled for a while and found that he couldn't break free, so he had to slap the ground and beg for mercy, but he still said stubbornly, "What I did just now doesn't count. I'm not ready yet. She is beautiful, sexy, conservative, and shy, and can fight so well." Tony didn't even read the legal documents and said to Pepper, "This is the person I want, bring her to my side." Little Pepper curled her lips and said, "No." How could Iron Man hide his thoughts better than Pepper? I firmly disagreed. At this time, the sky started to move. If he did not declare his sovereignty, Iron Man would continue to be entangled. He never understood what giving up was to a beautiful woman. "Tony, your skills in picking up girls are terrible, just look at mine." Tian Kai smiled evilly. Iron Man was a little surprised and said, "Oh? I thought Orientals would be very shy when it comes to relationships between men and women, but I would like to see how you pick up girls." Seeing Apocalypse slowly walking towards her, Black Widow became increasingly panicked. Apocalypse was close to Black Widow's body, and both of them could feel the warmth of each other's breath. He stretched out his big hand and hugged Black Widow around the waist. "Natasha, right? It is indeed a good name, and the person lives up to her name. Meeting each other is fate. I bought a house in New York, and that is my home. Why don't we go there to open a bottle of red wine and talk about life? How about untying some knots?" After saying that, she lowered her head and gave a long wet French kiss. Black Widow's whole body suddenly softened, as if she had returned to her wedding night, and she almost collapsed in Apocalypse's arms. This coquettish operation stunned Iron Man, Pepper, and Happy. Can you still pick up girls like this? No foreshadowing, just kiss right away. Iron Man had one random thoughts in his heart. Even if he is a famous person with unlimited charm, he would not dare to do this, as he will be slapped in the face every minute. But looking at Natasha's reaction, she clearly accepted it and fell into it. Do you want to try this technique in the future? After the long kiss, Black Widow wanted to break away, but with Apocalypse's strength, he wouldn't let go. How could Black Widow break away? She punched Apocalypse in the chest several times, but to a few people nearby, it looked more like flirting. However, Black Widow felt guilty. She came in latent and did not dare to disclose the relationship between the two, so she could only whisper, "Let go, they are watching. Haha, they are all my friends, so why not take a look? This is the key to our home. Take it carefully. You are welcome to move in at any time." With that said, he handed Black Widow a key. Black Widow didn't know what she felt in her heart. She took the key. Is this her home? I didn't expect it to come so unexpectedly. It's not a bad idea to form a family with such a man. At least you don't have to worry about enemies coming to your door, and whoever comes will be in trouble. Thinking of my enemies, trying so hard to find my home address, and trying to blackmail myself with my family, only to meet the monster husband. I wonder how fun it would be. Thinking of this, a smile couldn't help but appear on the corner of his mouth. The stunning beauty and the bowed smile are the most intoxicating. Iron Man and Happy were stunned, and now they accepted it. Fall in love? Did Tang use any charm technique just now? I didn't see it clearly. Apocalypse let go of the flustered Black Widow, knowing that today was almost the end of the day. Too much pressure might have the opposite effect. Just let her digest it for a while and slowly accept it. Iron Man didn't know what he signed, so he made a few random strokes on the document. Black Widow took the legal documents and ran away. Happy came up to him, no longer as dissatisfied as before, and said, Brother Tang, you used it too fast just now, and I didn't learn it. If you go to the bar tonight, I'll treat you to whatever you want to drink, and I'll teach you 2 tricks. Iron Man said, I have a racing competition in Europe next week. Dawn, come with me. I'm always a little confused about European women. I don't know if I'm not famous enough there. Kai laughed and didn't say anything, letting them think whatever they wanted. However, Iron Man went to Europe to participate in a racing competition, indicating that the plot of Iron Man 2 has already begun. 3 days later, there was a grand banquet for racing in a small European country. Pepper Potts appeared with Black Widow, seemingly to guard against Iron Man, intentionally or unintentionally pushing Black Widow towards Apocalypse. Apocalypse is naturally happy to see this happen, and he and Black Widow come together side by side. It was daytime, and the banquet was full of dignitaries. Iron Man and Pepper were busy saying hello and making connections. Only the poor happy single dog had enough dog food between 2 couples of men and women. All I could do was eat and drink over the drinks at the banquet. Hey, Tony, the legendary Iron Man, I thought you were too busy to come to this banquet. A voice came from a distance, and it turned out to be Justin Hammer, the president of Hammer Company. Hammer and Stark are competitors and have been competing for weapons orders from the Department of Defense. It's just that the quality of the weapons produced by Hammer Company is always slightly inferior, and they have been repeatedly suppressed by Stark. Hammer has long had a grudge in his heart. In addition, Hammer had teamed up with fat pig politicians in an attempt to force Iron Man to hand over his suit technology, and the feud between the two sides had long been forged. At this time, he greeted Iron Man hypocritically. Due to the crowd of dignitaries in the room, Iron Man had to reply with a very perfunctory greeting. Well, I didn't want to come at first, but I heard that you were coming. If I didn't come, wouldn't you be treating me like a fool? Hammer was so filled with hatred that he was just about to have a quarrel with Tony when he saw the Black Widow next to Apocalypse and his eyes lit up. Tony, who is this lady? Hammer asked. He is an employee of my company and came here with his boyfriend. Hammer was deliberately surprised. Boyfriend? It can't be this Oriental, right? How could such a beautiful lady find an Oriental? Hammer added, at our banquet, there are very few Easterners attending. What is my name for this gentleman? The surname is Tang. Kai said coldly. What industry is Mr. Tang engaged in? Kai said, I don't have a job now. It's all thanks to Mr. Tony to take care of me. As soon as they heard this, Iron Man, Pepper Potts, and Black Widow had weird smiles on their faces. Iron Man's life alone had been saved by Apocalypse several times. It was not certain who would take care of whom. Hammer suddenly felt contempt, and coupled with the racial discrimination hidden in his bones, he suddenly became bolder. He said to the Black Widow, this beautiful lady, this is your first time to participate in a banquet of this level, right? Why don't I take you around? When my Hammer Company's car comes on stage, you will definitely get the 3rd place this time won. Black Widow stole a glance at Apocalypse, fearing that Apocalypse would be unhappy, and said, thank you, I came with my friends, so I won't disturb you. Haha, your friend is following Tony. He can't even get into the VIP seats, and it's inconvenient to see anything. I happen to lack a female companion, why don't you follow me to get to know some dignitaries? When the game is over, I will take you there. How about playing some racing? If Apocalypse were an ordinary friend, Iron Man would have already stopped Hammer's rude behavior. After all, when his friend was poached, he was slapped in the face. But it was Apocalypse who was provoked by Hammer. He and Pepper looked at each other, unable to hide the smiles in their eyes, looking at Hammer's misfortune. Hammer must have thought that Tianqi, an Easterner, might have some power, but the sky was high and the Emperor was far away, and when they reached the west, it was their territory. Tiankai took a step forward. Mr. Hammer wants to take away the woman next to me. I wonder if he has asked me. Two big men in suits suddenly stood next to Hammer, confronting Apocalypse. Tony and Pepper looked like they were watching a good show and didn't say anything to stop them. In Hammer's eyes, he took it for granted that the relationship between Apocalypse and Iron Man was average, and it was not worth breaking up with him over him, so he became more and more bold. Is Mr. Hammer preparing to use force? Tiankai said with a smile. With Apocalypse's strength, even if all types of weapons designed by Hammer Industries were used together, they would not be able to hurt Apocalypse at all, let alone the two ordinary bodyguards in front of him. No, we are in Europe now. The nobles here still inherit the ancient tradition. If we have any differences, they can be resolved through duel. Mr. Tang, my subordinate, can choose anyone. Oh, what's the stake? Hammer said, since it is a racing meeting, I will offer a car worth $800 million. If you win, you can take it. If I win, the lady next to you will accompany me today. How about it? When the dignitaries at the banquet saw the famous Hammer and Iron Man bickering, they immediately gathered around to watch the fun, waiting to see how the Oriental would respond. There is a small trap here. Tiankai may not understand it, but the nobles around who care about face are all well informed. If Apocalypse accepted the challenge, he would be directly at a disadvantage. Hammer bets people with his car, and if Apocalypse accepts it, in today's world where human rights are important, he will definitely be despised, and it will be difficult to integrate into this circle in the future. If you don't accept it, you will have to gamble with something of equal value. Even if he could get it, Tiankai was not fighting Hammer, but his bodyguards. In terms of momentum and status, he was invisibly lowered. However, Hammer's calculation was wrong. In the face of absolute power, all tricks will be shattered. Tiankai said, my woman will not bet with you. So you have a racing car? Hammer challenged. At this time, Iron Man interjected, I will bet with the iron suit for my friend. Hammer, if you can win, not only will the iron suit be given to you, but also its design drawings and patent ownership will be given to you. From now on, you will be Iron Man. Hiss. Suddenly there was a sound of breathing around. Everyone has seen how powerful the Iron Man suit is. It even went to Congress before. A group of officials wanted to force Tony to hand over the suit, but Tony easily resolved it. They only asked for the production technology of the suit, but unfortunately the war-weary Iron Man refused to do so, let alone the patents and design drawings. With patents and drawings, countless steel suits can be produced, and the arms business can almost be monopolized. It is a huge market worth trillions. No matter how rich the dignitaries around him are, their hearts will inevitably beat faster when faced with such incredible wealth. Hammer was afraid that Iron Man would regret it, so he quickly said loudly, keep your word, gentlemen and ladies, you have all heard what Tony said. If he dares to cheat, he will have to bear witness to me when the time comes. I never go back on my words, but you, a racing car, want to change my suit, but I'm afraid it's not enough. This time it was Hammer's turn to be in trouble. For a moment, he really didn't have anything equivalent to the iron suit to compete with. He gritted his teeth and said, how about I use 20% of the shares of Hammer Company, plus this car? Although these shares are worth a lot of money, they are far from enough compared to the steel suit. Iron Man doesn't care whether the bet is equal or not, he mainly wants to support Apocalypse. So he nodded, whatever, looking at how poor you are, you can't give me anything valuable. Hammer was so angry that his face turned red, and it was hard to refute that the people around you are either rich or noble, and everyone has an idea of whether these things are valuable or not. Although Hammer Industries is famous in the world, in front of Stark, it is still a notch behind. Humph, Tony, you will pay for your arrogance. As a bodyguard, he is not only the king of underground fighting, but he has also been injected with the latest human serum, which has exceeded the limits of human beings. Captain America has been unknown to everyone since World War II. Countless companies want to copy Captain America's serum, and Hammer Company is one of them. Now that it has begun to show results, it can be used to practice. The predecessor of the Abomination Titan, Blinsky, the serum he injected was attributed to Hammer Company. Although it is not as good as Captain America's super serum, it also lays the foundation for Blinsky to prevent him from exploding to death when he is injected with the Hulk's blood later. However, this matter is highly confidential, and even Iron Man does not know about it. Hammer was secretly happy in his heart. Even if the Eastern man in front of him knew Eastern Kung Fu, he would never be a match for his bodyguard. After he fails, the Western beauties around him will also leave him. Hammer couldn't help but laugh at the thought of being able to wear both a suit and a beauty. It's a pity that Hammer's level is still low and he doesn't have some top secret information. In other words, Fury kept the information about Apocalypse too well. If he knew that even if the real captain of the United States stood in front of Apocalypse, he would not be able to block Apocalypse's punch, and he probably wouldn't be smiling so happily. Hammer said, it's inconvenient because there are so many people here. To avoid accidental injury, let's change the location. Tiankai said, no, just stay here. 2 of your men can come together. Not to mention accidental injuries, even if a wine glass is broken, I lose. Wow, When the surrounding crowd heard this, they immediately started to commotion. Isn't this too crazy? If the other party cheats and just throws the wine glass in his hand to the ground, wouldn't he win? Okay. This is the first time I have seen such a crazy Oriental. This is what you said. Tony, don't ignore your words then. Hammer followed the words and signaled to the bodyguard that if he couldn't beat him, he would cheat. He didn't believe that his two super bodyguards couldn't even break a wine glass. Bodyguard A stepped forward, snorted and said, "Boy, don't beg for mercy later." The surrounding dignitaries all consciously stepped back, leaving a large open space. Only Iron Man, Pepper Potts, Black Widow, and others did not move. Happy knew that Apocalypse was powerful, but did not know how powerful it was. He wanted to retreat, but seeing that Tony and others did not move, he had to bite the bullet and stay where he was. They were left alone in an open space, which made them stand out. Hammer said, "Tony, although you are Iron Man, but you are not wearing a suit, it is best to stay away." Iron Man shook the wine glass in his hand and said with a smile, "I will increase the number. As long as your men can make a drop of the wine in my hand spill, I will give you a European winery." As soon as these words came out, everyone exclaimed again. European red wine is world famous, and many wealthy people like to buy a manor here to entertain guests and collect some good wine for themselves. As the world's top rich man, the winery owned by Iron Man is naturally of extraordinary value. Many dignitaries at the scene were invited to visit, and knowing that it was worth a lot of money, they naturally exclaimed at Iron Man's generosity. Hammer felt a little guilty. Could it be that this Oriental was Tony's secret weapon, injected with super serum like his bodyguard? Then I thought about it, even if it was like this, with 1 against 2, one would pester him, and the other would cheat and break the wine glass. Let's see how he ends up? Tian Kai said, "Come here, hurry up, and watch the racing. The banquet is so boring." Boom, boom, boom. Bodyguard A rushed over like a humanoid tank. The fine wooden floor exploded, splinters flew everywhere, and the ladies around him screamed in fright. Tian Qian was calm and gentle, and when he saw the bodyguard approaching, his left hand holding the Black Widow didn't move at all, and his right hand was suddenly raised high. Banti and Mahamudra. The bodyguard's eyes suddenly opened. He was obviously taller than Tian Kai, but when he pressed down with this palm, he seemed to see a piece of sky pressing down on him. He couldn't help but burst out with all his strength, resisting Tian Kai's palm with both hands. Bang! There was a muffled sound, sawdust and mud exploded one after another, scaring the people around them to take a few steps back. When he looked closely, he found that the bodyguard had his hands raised and was frozen, and his whole body was driven straight into the ground, leaving less than 1/3 of his body exposed. Tian Kai's palm slowly moved away, as if he had just swatted a fly. Fortunately, the bodyguard was also someone who had been injected with the serum. Although his muscles and bones were broken, he was at least left alive. If it were any other ordinary person, Apocalypse's palm would have turned him into a pulp. Hiss! There was another gasping sound at the scene. This battle was simpler than they imagined, and yet more terrifying than they imagined. You know, the ground is made of hard oak. It is difficult for ordinary people to break this layer alone, and there is a cement layer under the floor. A man as strong as an iron tower was able to maintain his human form after being slammed into the cement ground. His body was as strong as steel bars. What's even more frightening is the person who slapped him into the ground. Hammer didn't expect Apocalypse to be so terrifying and shouted, "Wine glass." Bodyguard B moved upon hearing the sound and rushed towards the nearest lady. The lady screamed, "Ah!" At this time, Tian Kai was more than 10 meters away from Bodyguard B, but the lady was within a body of Bodyguard B. Bodyguard B's hand was about to touch the lady. Suddenly a strong wind blew up at the scene, and the afterimage flashed. Apocalypse stood between the lady and Bodyguard B. With a boom, and another simple big hand seal, Bodyguard B fell into the ground like his colleagues. It was almost over before the lady could even scream and take it back. Tian Kai gently held the wine glass in the lady's hand and said, "Beautiful lady, please hold your wine glass." The noble lady was in shock. When she saw how powerful Apocalypse was, her eyes could not help but shine and she said to Apocalypse, "Which Oriental family does Sir come from? Why don't you leave your contact information and I will thank you another day." The Black Widow in the distance was secretly angry, staring closely at the noble lady, already thinking of 1,000 ways to take revenge. Seeing that the duel failed, Hammer was heartbroken and threw the wine glass in his hand to the ground. As soon as he moved his hand, he suddenly froze on the spot, and then shouted, "Ouch, it hurts." Everyone took a look and saw that Hammer's hand was held by another hand at some point, making him unable to move. There was a faint sound of bone cracking. "It's the Apocalypse? Mr. Hammer, cheating is not a gentleman's behavior." Tian Kai stared at Hammer and said, "Hurry, let go, my hand is going to break." Tian Kai said calmly, "You still have something to say." I lost, okay." Apocalypse reaches out. Hammer was startled. His small body could not withstand Tian Kai's palm, but when he saw that the palm of his hand did not move in front of him, he came to his senses and quickly put a key in Tian Kai's hand. After getting the key, Apocalypse slowly turned around and returned to Black Widow. "Natasha, speaking of which, I haven't given you any gifts yet. This time I will borrow flowers to offer to Buddha. Wait and see if you like it." "Okay, my last sports car crashed not long ago, and I'm in need of a more powerful car." Black Widow smiled like a flower. In Apocalypse's memory, Black Widow seemed to have never driven an ordinary car, either a sports car or a super powerful motorcycle. Anyway, I don't need a car, and I can't jump fast enough, so it's only natural to give it to my wife. As long as you like it. Apocalypse turned to Iron Man and said, Tony, I'll leave the shares to you. Ha ha ha, with so many noble people witnessing it, I guess he wouldn't dare to deny it. Iron Man laughed. Previously in Congress, Hammer teamed up with Fat Pig officials to force him to hand over his suit. This revenge has not yet been avenged, so Iron Man will naturally not show mercy. Hammer had a sullen face, ignored the bodyguard who was still planted in the ground, covered his hands and turned around to leave. This was a huge disgrace. Not only did he not win the beauty, he also lost a large amount of shares. As soon as Hammer left, the whole hall became lively again. The powerful people came to greet Tony one after another, asking sideways if there was any new progress in the super serum. Can captains of the United States be mass-produced? They thought more that Stark Company had developed the super serum, and that Apocalypse was just a subordinate of Iron Man, so they naturally wanted to find Iron Man. Just like if Hammer wins, the dignitaries will not go to those two bodyguards to chat. Those ladies, on the other hand, unabashedly set their sights on Apocalypse. Handsome and capable Easterners were rare here, and their enthusiasm was even unbearable for Apocalypse. By the way, don't many ladies come with their husbands? You are handing me a business card and ogling me. What do you mean? The eyes of the Black Widow next to her were full of murderous intent. If Apocalypse dared to agree to any of them, the noble lady's family would be in trouble. After a round of socializing, Tony and Apocalypse took advantage of the host's announcement that the racing was about to start and hurriedly escaped. Toilet. Iron Man washed his face, sighed, took out a small instrument, pressed it, pricked his finger with a steel needle, and sucked a little blood for analysis. Toxin concentration, 53%. Haven't you thought of a solution yet? Tiankai took out a few recovery potions. Seeing the recovery potion, Iron Man's face improved slightly and said, no, unless a clean new element is found to replace it, palladium radioactivity will continue to be produced until I use up all the recovery potion. Apocalypse does know where the new element is, and is hesitant to tell Iron Man after thinking about it. He would eventually find out anyway, so it would be best not to change the plot to avoid another butterfly effect. I want to get some air. I'll go out and drive to relax later. Iron Man said. Sure enough, Iron Man is still the same Iron Man. In the original plot, Iron Man felt that he didn't have much time, so he grabbed a driver's car and started driving it. Although it is not as urgent as in the original plot, the idea of driving still came up. Tiankai said, then be careful. Soon, the game begins. Due to the addition of Iron Man, the host and broadcast station deliberately emphasized and publicized it, attracting the attention of countless people, and the ratings and popularity were higher than in previous years. The roar of the engine resounded throughout the arena. Dozens of F1 racing cars were spinning in circles like the wind. Tiankai took a look at Iron Man's results and found that they were actually pretty good, finishing in 8th place. This was already considered very impressive among world-class drivers. Of course, this is only the early stage. Not only do racers have to be very skilled, but they also have very high endurance requirements. After several hours of non-stop rallying, the competition in the end is about physical strength and patience. With Iron Man's current physical condition, it is obviously impossible to complete the entire race. After just a dozen laps, a long-haired man wearing a yellow protective suit slowly crossed the guardrail and walked into the racing track. Ah, someone, be careful. Someone screamed. The cars on the driveway were often moving at hundreds of hours per hour, and they would be injured or killed if they were hit by each other. This behavior of a strong man was no different from committing suicide. The first car discovered, in order to avoid the strong man, forcibly twisted the steering wheel, lost control of the car, and hit the guardrail next to it. Boom. With a sound, the fuel tank caught fire and exploded. The unshaven burly man who broke in was none other than Ivan Vanko from Siberia. The plot of Iron Man 2 has begun. According to the original plot, he followed his father's last wish and came to settle accounts with Iron Man. Ivan is very smart and very particular about where he goes on the track. This is a straight road. The racing driver can see him from a distance and has enough time to avoid him. As long as he is a normal person, he will definitely turn the steering wheel and slow down, and it is unlikely that he will hit him directly. Fire slowly emerged from Ivan's body, and several fire snakes burned through the yellow protective clothing on his body, and the clothes turned into strips of cloth and fell off. With a flick of his hands, 2 electric whips were thrown out from the exoskeleton device. Ivan does not have the resources of Iron Man, but he has the same genius mind. Not only did he make the same miniature arc reactor as Iron Man, but he also used a few materials to make an exoskeleton and an electric whip, which not only have a certain degree of protection, and maximize your attack power. Ivan looked at a car that was rushing towards him and said contemptuously, I said, stop. Bah. A flash of fire flashed, a high-energy electric whip was swung out, the entire front of the F1 car was cut off, the car lost control, rolled and hit the guardrail next to it. With a boom, a fireball exploded. Spectators who were closer started screaming and running away. A real man never looks at the explosion behind him. Ivan kept his eyes fixed on the front. Iron Man's car is here? Iron Man hadn't reacted in just 10 seconds since Ivan stepped off the track. By the time he hit the brakes, it was already too late. Ivan waved at Iron Man, and the electric whip passed by. The car was neatly cut in half from the front to the rear, and Iron Man jumped out of the car in an emergency. Fortunately, the speed had already been reduced at this time, otherwise this jump might have cost his life. The cars behind them all slowed down. Otherwise, Iron Man would not be killed by Ivan's electric whip, but he would also be hit by a car from behind. Ivan was in hot pursuit, and Iron Man had to use the wreckage of the car to escape. Ha 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 ha, Tony Stark, aren't you Iron Man? Why are you acting like a turtle? Come on, fight me. Pepper and Happy stood up nervously at the VIP table. Pepper said, Happy, give Don the red suitcase. The red suitcase that Happy has been carrying has a chain disguised as a glove locked on his wrist. He thrust it into Tiankai's arms and said, This is the suit, give it to Tony quickly. Tiankai is speechless. Are Happy and Pepper so lazy now? In the original plot, they ignored the danger, drove away Ivan, handed over the suit to Iron Man in time, and finally subdued Ivan. Now they entrust the task to themselves without even thinking about it. They are really not polite at all. Happy, aren't you Tony's bodyguard? Don't be so lazy. Before Happy could answer, Pepper was about to cry. He shook Apocalypse's arm and said, Tony can't hold it anymore. Come on, come on, come on, save you? Tiankai had no choice but to take the suitcase and pull off the stainless steel chain tied to Happy's hand. She turned to Black Widow and said, I'll be right back as soon as I go. You should protect the two of them and don't let anyone take advantage of the chaos to cause trouble. Yeah. Black Widow nodded seriously. The heroic-looking Black Widow was particularly attractive. Tiankai couldn't help but give her a chirp and kissed her on the forehead, then jumped out of the VIP seat. With Apocalypse taking action, Pepper Potts and Happy stopped worrying and began to look at Black Widow jokingly, making her blush slightly. What are you looking at? Little Pepper asked. Are you sure we've only known each other for a few days? Why do you feel like you've known each other for a long time, like an old couple? Since she is not involved with Tony, Pepper has no hostility towards Black Widow at all, and her relationship has been upgraded from a colleague to a best friend in an instant. Yes, Happy said, you don't like the handsome and rich Tony, but I didn't expect you to choose Tang. Black Widow didn't know how to answer. Although she and Apocalypse didn't meet at Iron Man's house, even counting the days in City of God, they didn't know each other for many days, and most of the time they still disguised their identities. But it does feel like we've known each other for a long time, and Black Widow doesn't know why she feels this way. Iron Man here. The last piece of car wreckage was smashed into pieces by Ivan. Iron Man had no way to hide and was about to die under the electric whip. At this moment, a gust of wind passed by, and the red suitcase flew over, deflecting the electric whip and saving Iron Man's life. Tony, leave him to you. I'll save the others. No problem. Iron Man pressed his hands on the suitcase and pulled it upward. Suddenly, the red suitcase opened up layer by layer and turned into a set of gold and red suits, attached to Iron Man's body. This is Iron Man. With the blessing of the suit, Iron Man can finally fight back. Surrounded by a dense crowd, Iron Man did not dare to use bullets and micro-missiles. If they missed the target, it would be easy to accidentally injure him, so he moved forward to fight with Ivan. Unexpectedly, Ivan's exoskeleton looks simple, but in fact it has high combat power. For a moment, lightning flashed, and the two fought back and forth. The electric whip hit the steel suit, leaving scars like electric welding, but it never broke through the suit's protection. Not only did the people in the audience not evacuate, but they watched with great interest, cheering loudly from time to time, which made Apocalypse frown and secretly complain. Is this the difference in culture and the reason why there are so few foreigners? Seeing that he could not attack for a long time, Ivan was secretly anxious. He spotted an opportunity and two electric whips were tightly wrapped around Iron Man's neck. The strong electric field sizzled and corroded the armor. Iron Man struggled for a moment, but found that he couldn't break free, and was secretly shocked. The power of this electric whip was seen by all just now. With one whip, it can cut a racing car in half. Although his armor defense is advanced, the two are wrapped around his neck. If he can't break free, it will be difficult to say if it takes a long time. The armor at the neck is the weakest point of the suit. If it is penetrated by erosion, it will be cut off immediately. Since you can't break free, you might as well hunt and kill them directly. Iron Man's hands were wrapped with electric whips, and he twisted them step by step. His suit splashed with countless sparks, and he approached Ivan. Happy, Black Widow and Pepper here. Little Pepper said anxiously, why didn't Don help Tony? I'm afraid Tony couldn't withstand it. With his strength, he knocked the evil man down with one punch. She only cares about the safety of Iron Man and does not care about the life or death of those passersby. Besides, those passersby are also saved by medical staff. Black Widow smiled slightly. He doesn't like fighting. Black Widow remembered that when she met Apocalypse, she had already found out that Apocalypse had been running a flower shop for many years. A man with such great strength is willing to be ordinary and take care of flowers and plants. He must be a very peaceful person in his heart. If it weren't for him, I'm afraid he wouldn't have left there. However, when I think that Tiankai seems to have known his identity for a long time, but did not expose him, and went along with the situation to marry him, I immediately feel a little bit angry. Iron Man, on his side, had already forced Ivan, thrust his hands into Ivan's chest, and tore off the arc reactor of Ivan's exoskeleton. Iron Man smiled. You are too careless and forgot to protect the arc reactor. Ivan didn't care, really? Take another look. The sizzling sound of the electric whip is still constant. Obviously the power has not disappeared. Iron Man was shocked and immediately understood that Ivan was equipped with dual power sources, and the other one should be hidden on the back. At this time, the armor on the neck has been almost eroded. If he doesn't think of a way, his head will fall off. Don, help, help. If you just listen to the voice, there is a certain amount of humor in this unruliness, and others will think it is a joke. But Tiankai knows that Iron Man loves face very much and will not ask for help unless absolutely necessary. He doesn't care to think about why he didn't defeat Ivan according to the original plot. Several flashes appeared between the two of them. At this time, the electric whip entangled the two people so much that they were inseparable. Apocalypse grabbed the electric whip with both hands, and there was a sudden sizzling sound and black smoke rising. Iron Man could even smell the smell of burning meat through his mask. How is that possible? Ivan couldn't believe it. How could a flesh and blood body directly grasp the electric whip? Apocalypse exerted force in the direction of Ivan with both hands, and pulled hard, and the two electric whips were torn off. Iron Man breathed a sigh of relief and escaped the crisis of beheading. Without the electric whip, Ivan was just a toothless tiger. Iron Man quickly suppressed him, pressed him to the ground, and dug out the arc reactor behind him. As for Ivan, it was a complete failure. Iron Man! Iron Man! Iron Man! The audience who did not know the truth cheered. They only saw Iron Man completing the final kill, but ignored Apocalypse's help at the critical moment. Originally I just came to watch the racing, but I didn't expect to not only see the famous Iron Man driving the car himself, but also stage such a wonderful battle, which was well worth the price of admission. Tiankai is very speechless about Westerners' ideas. He really doesn't care about the excitement and is not afraid of danger. No wonder there are always passers-by watching in the subsequent super wars, and superheroes always have endless numbers of passers-by to save. Soon, Ivan was dragged away by security personnel. Ivan shouted to Iron Man from a distance, Tony, what you and your son owe me, I will definitely get it back, ha 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 ha. Iron Man was confused. This man seemed to be here for revenge, but he had never offended such an enemy. Could it be the grudges of his father's generation? Iron Man was deeply moved when he saw the bone-deep scars on Apocalypse's hands. Thank you, Don, for saving my life again. You're welcome. Even if I don't save you this time, you will find a way. Don, there is no need to be modest. I will always remember your help. With the sound of ding. In his mind, Iron Man's trust increased by another 2 percentage points. He thought Apocalypse was being modest, but Apocalypse didn't receive a prompt from the system to save people, so he could be sure that Iron Man would not be in crisis this time. He just interfered and unintentionally took the credit from Iron Man. Looking at his hands, he saw that the electric whip was really powerful, but after just a few seconds of contact, his hands were almost severed. Fortunately, the Hulk's blood was not given in vain, and he was slowly recovering at this time. Back to the VIP seat. Black Widow and Pepper Potts ran to their men and expressed their condolences. Happy was left alone, looking left and right. It was not suitable for hugging anywhere at this time, so he had to stand aside with his suit box. Black Widow touched the scar on Apocalypse's hand and asked, do you want me to give you some medicine? No, it will take about a day or 2 and he will fully recover. Black Widow gently wiped away the burnt skin on Apocalypse's hand and asked softly, does it hurt? It was quite painful at first, but as soon as you touched it, it eased a lot. You have been holding my hand for the past 2 days to prevent me from hurting again. Humph, only a devil can believe you. The 2 men and women sat together for a while, feeding Happy well with dog food. Finally, they couldn't bear it anymore and kept coughing. I say you're almost done. Tony, if you don't leave, you'll have to spend time writing notes when the European police come over. Iron Man is most afraid of these trivial troubles, so he quickly leaves first. Back to the residence. Apocalypse said to Black Widow, I have something to ask you for help. The person who just attacked is called Ivan Vanko, and his father once did scientific research together with Iron Man's father. I want to know where the person just now lives in Siberia. Okay. Black Widow nodded. Without asking why, I will use SHIELD's intelligence network, and there should be news soon. Black Widow sent a message to SHIELD. After a while, a message came from SHIELD, sending an address to Black Widow. After watching it, Apocalypse called Ethan. Ethan was brought to the United States by Apocalypse and has been working with Dr. Stern for Apocalypse, mainly researching recovery potions, but there has been little progress. There are not many people that Apocalypse can call now. Although SHIELD is good, they are not their own people after all, so some things are inconvenient. Ethan, I sent you an address. You go on a business trip and go find a bird. Try your best to bring it back safely. What? What bird? Ethan was confused and looked at the address. Go to Siberia and bring a bird back to the United States. What is this mission? However, what Tiankai told him must be very important, so Ethan didn't ask any more questions, took the money and set off immediately. The reason why Ethan was sent there was because he had survived in the chaotic Middle East and knew a lot about various complicated channels. If he had the money to open the way, it wouldn't be a big problem. On the contrary, Dr. Stern is a pure academic scholar and a bit of a nerd. If you send him out, you won't be able to find this address. Night. Iron Man decided to go to the prison with Apocalypse to see Ivan. He wanted to understand why Ivan attacked him. Those who master this kind of technology can easily sell it on the black market and earn enough money to be rich and wealthy for a lifetime. Risking their lives to attack them must be a blood feud. But I didn't have any grudge against him, nor did I hear that my father had such an enemy. When Iron Man arrived at the prison and asked, he found out about the grievances between Ivan's father and his own father. It turns out that Ivan's father was a scientist who was sent to the United States to cooperate during the Soviet era. At that time, there was no Cold War between the two world powers and they cooperated in many fields. Ivan's father and Iron Man's father, Howard Stark, jointly developed the arc reactor. However, due to the limitations of the times, the arc reactor was extremely large and not very practical. Only one prototype was left in Stark's company. Later, in order to compete for hegemony, the two major powers in the world began to turn against each other, and the Cold War began. Ivan's father was arrested by the US government on espionage charges and deported. Ivan's father thought it was Howard who did it, and he has held a grudge ever since. After returning to China, the former Soviet Union experienced a series of turmoil, and many scientific researches were interrupted. Ivan's father lost his job, lost his income, and became impoverished in his later years. A generation of genius scientists eventually died of old age in a simple rented house. Before he died, he saw the news about Iron Man. Ivan's father told his son that this is the result of our research. The Stark family are thieves and robbers. They stole my results and the glory that should belong to us. Both of them are extremely familiar with arc reactors. With the inspiration of Iron Man, Ivan successfully broke through the blind spots in knowledge and made a miniaturized arc reactor. But he didn't have the financial resources of Iron Man to make an iron suit, so he had to buy some accessories on the black market, assemble a set of exoskeleton electric whips, and come for revenge. After hearing this, Iron Man said, "My father is not a thief. This is their joint research." Ivan was furious. "Lie? Your father testified and slandered my father as a spy because he wanted to monopolize the results of the arc reactor." The two quarreled, each defending their father's honor. It's a pity that these old stories have no evidence and no reason can be argued. In the end, they broke up unhappy. Before leaving, Ivan said, "The feeling of palladium poisoning must be very unpleasant, right? Ha 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 ha." Iron Man paused. This touched his painful spot. Now he consumes the recovery potion given by Tanii every day. Each bottle of such a magical potion can save a life, but in his case it can only reduce the poisonous dose of the previous day, which makes him feel deeply guilty. Tanii said calmly, "Palladium poison is not unsolvable, you still have too little knowledge." "Oh," Ivan said disdainfully, "unless you can invent new elements that are non-radioactive, there is no second way. All elements in the world that can undergo nuclear change are radioactive. It requires both the energy of nuclear change and thinking without radioactivity is like being incompatible with a shield. But there is exactly such an element in the world, but your thinking is too limited to think of it. Impossible." Iron Man and Ivan shouted in unison. They are all geniuses. According to the existing particle physics theory, it is impossible for such contradictory and perfect elements to exist. Tanii said calmly, "Nothing is impossible." With that said, he walked closer to Ivan. His hands were like hooks, and he thrust into his heart. "Ah!" Ivan screamed in pain. You want to kill me?" Tanii didn't answer. He pulled his hand and pulled out a beating bright red heart. Ivan couldn't believe that he died like this. "I haven't had my revenge yet, and I still have a lot of talents that haven't been used yet. I'm not willing to accept it." Without the blood supply from the heart, Ivan's eyes gradually became blurred and his limbs drooped weakly. Tanii took out a bottle of recovery potion from the storage compartment, opened his mouth, and drank it directly. As soon as he entered the mouth, Ivan's body glowed with bursts of green light, especially his injured heart. Under the nourishment of green light, the heart grew back at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even the color was the same as the surrounding ones. Ivan groped his chest in disbelief. If Tanii hadn't been holding a heart in his hand at this moment, he would have thought it was an illusion. Bah! Apocalypse threw his heart in front of Ivan, and it was even beating. "Ivan, it's not an exaggeration to say that you are a frog in the well. The world you see in your eyes is too small." No matter how shocked Ivan was, Apocalypse turned around and left with a cool figure. The confused Iron Man left together. He knew about the recovery potion, but Apocalypse, a new element, swore that it existed. No matter how he looked at it, he didn't look like a genius scientist who was smarter than himself. "Tang, is there really a new element? Where is it?" "It's not there now. Wouldn't it be there if you researched it?" "Ah, don't be kidding, Tang. Such a perfect element even violates existing particle physics theories. You'll find out soon enough." Seeing Apocalypse showing off his mystery again, Iron Man had no choice but to say, forget it, you have too many mysteries. This one is not much. Ever since I met Tanii, there have been countless mysteries surrounding him. Every time I wanted to break the casserole and ask for the answer, I could never get the answer. It was really frustrating, but I couldn't help it. Iron Man quickly thought of another question. Why did Tanii show off the recovery potion in front of Ivan? With Iron Man's IQ, after careful consideration, he quickly realized Apocalypse's intentions and asked, "Do you want to recruit him?" If it weren't for the purpose of recruiting, there would be no need for Tiankai to show off such a skill in front of a prisoner, and he would pretend to be mysterious and leave without any explanation. Yes, he is a genius and we will need him in the future. Aren't you afraid that he will continue to use high technology to do evil? The evil he has done is nothing compared to the crisis in the future. Iron Man asked again, then why not recruit directly? I can say hello to my acquaintances in Europe and hand it over to the United States. The time has not come. Iron Man was helpless and shrugged. Tang, you know a lot of things, but you refuse to tell them. At first, I thought you were attracted by my beauty. Roll. Apocalypse didn't recruit him on the spot, firstly because Ivan hadn't gotten the bird yet, secondly, Ivan couldn't let go of Hammer's desire to build a mecha to fulfill his revenge without his help. Although he failed to kill Iron Man in the original plot, at least the resentment in his heart will be vented after such a struggle. After all, the grudge between his father and Iron Man's father was only about work, not the murder of his father, and it could still be resolved. Sure enough, not long after Apocalypse and Iron Man left, Hammer came to the door. Ivan's skills on the racing circuit were an eye-opener for him. Soon, he found out that it had the same source as the power of the Iron Man suit. As long as he got Ivan, he was equivalent to getting the core of the Iron Man suit. Losing 20% of the shares is nothing. As long as we get this core power source, I, Hammer, can build a larger weapons empire. Tony doesn't produce suits, I won't be such a hypocrite. With Hammer's energy, it's not a big problem to mention an unimportant prisoner. Use government connections to transfer the attackers to the United States for trial on the grounds that the attackers are Americans. How could a small European country have the guts to resist the demands of the United States, let alone a prisoner, so they would naturally surrender with both hands. But Ivan is not stupid, he knows that Hammer is just using him, and all the promises are just a mirror and there is no guarantee at all. Therefore, he secretly researched in Hammer Company, while secretly leaving many back UPS in the mechanical armor. Poor Hammer thought he was a chess player and controlled everything, but he didn't know that he was a stepping stone in the struggle between Ivan and Iron Man. As the days went by, the palladium toxin accumulated in Iron Man's body. In order to reduce the consumption of recovery medicine, he could only take it once every few days to delay the poisoning time. Unless the heart stops beating, the palladium toxin will continue to be produced. Iron Man became more and more anxious and began to frequent various drinking parties. Little Pepper, who didn't know the reason, was very dissatisfied with Iron Man's dissolute behavior, but for a while he didn't know how to persuade him. Don, will I die? My toxin concentration has reached 90%. Tiankai said calmly, if you don't find a solution, you will? My recovery potion has also been used up. From now on, I will no longer be able to provide it to you. Iron Man felt sad and asked Black Widow, suppose this was your last birthday, what would you do? Black Widow, I'll spend it with my husband. Iron Man asked strangely, are you two married? Why didn't I know, Tang, that getting married secretly is not what good friends should do? This question made Black Widow feel embarrassed. She accidentally revealed her relationship with Apocalypse and didn't know how to explain it. Tiankai said, you should still worry about your relationship with Xiao Jiao. You are so seriously poisoned, aren't you going to tell her? What's the use of telling him? Iron Man said, it will only make her worry needlessly. Forget it, let's not talk about these boring topics, let's have fun at the party tonight. At the party, Iron Man wore a suit and played with a group of blonde beauties. Sometimes he used a laser hand cannon to break wine bottles, and sometimes he performed acrobatics with his suit, causing a group of beauties to scream. Lieutenant Colonel Rhodey, who was invited to come, was shocked. You must know that Iron Man at this time has the most advanced suit technology in the world. He wears the suit so irresponsibly. If he gets drunk and acts recklessly, is no small matter. Even when Pepper came to persuade him, Iron Man ignored him and smashed everything at the party into a mess. Seeing Iron Man being so willful, Lieutenant Colonel Rhodey was furious. Thinking that Iron Man was unable to shoulder the task of maintaining world peace, he walked into the laboratory and put on another prototype suit. This suit had not yet been painted, and the outside showed a raw silver-white metallic luster. When Lieutenant Colonel Rhodes came out in his suit, a group of beauties screamed again, and Iron Man also enthusiastically invited Rhodes to join them. Lieutenant Colonel Rhodes didn't say much and threw Iron Man to the ground, trying to subdue Iron Man. Iron Man was surprised. Rhodes, what are you going to do? Lieutenant Colonel Rhodes said angrily, Tony, look what you look like now. You still say you have a monopoly on world peace. What is peace? Whoever wants to protect it can do it. We will only drink and dance tonight. Then I'll dance with you to the fullest. The two got into a fight at the party. Fortunately, Tiankai had known that there would be such a drama in the original plot, and saved many people at the critical moment. When the guests saw that the two steel monsters were real, they screamed in fear and ran away, and the party ended immediately. Seeing that Iron Man seemed to have really drunk too much, Lieutenant Colonel Rhodes had no choice but to let Iron Man go crazy at home alone. He wore a battlesuit and flew directly to the army base. Looking at Lieutenant Colonel Rhodes leaving, Iron Man suddenly became quiet and remained silent. The suit has remote control technology, and it is impossible to control it without authorization. In Iron Man 3, he made dozens of suits explode and set them off as fireworks for Pepper to comfort her. Letting Lieutenant Colonel Rhodes leave at this time was actually a backup he left behind. If you really can't pass the life and death test, this technology will be handed over to the country. This was also the only steel suit that was left in exile, creating what became the famous war machine later on. The next day, Coulson brought a lot of information over and said to Iron Man, "This is the research information your father left in S.H.I.E.L.D. It is related to the arc reactor, or you can find a solution from it." Iron Man said, "Put it down, I'll take a look when I have time." He didn't have much hope. After all, he was as talented as his father, and as the times had progressed for decades, the commemorative value of these old materials was greater than the research value. In the original plot, Director Fury asked Coulson to supervise Iron Man and find solutions in the laboratory. But due to the emergence of Apocalypse, semi-house arrest was changed to advice, and he did not dare to be too tough. At least, before finding a strong person to compete with Apocalypse, Fury was very aware of the situation and gave Apocalypse enough respect. Coulson turned to Tiankai and said, "Mr. Tang, I have to go on a business trip, and I will leave Tony to you. His talent is very useful to mankind. Please find a way to help him get through this difficult time." "Of course," Tiankai said, "it's just that my recovery potion has been basically used up and I need to find another way. By the way, are you going to New Black West Prefecture?" "How do you know?" Coulson asked in surprise. "This matter is confidential, and even Black Widow did not notify it. I also know that the matter is related to a hammer. When Tony's matter is settled, I will go over and take a look." Coulson said happily, "With Mr. Tang taking action, we can rest assured." The last time Coulson met Apocalypse, he went back and asked Director Fury, and Fury had to show him Apocalypse's information. After all, his subordinates have already interacted with Apocalypse. If he keeps it secret, if his subordinates are ignorant and anger this monster, they don't know how it will end. After reading the information, Coulson took a breath. "Last time at Stark Company, I was really ignorant and fearless, and I dared to shoot such a monster-level strongman. Fortunately, Mr. Tang recognized that he was from SHIELD, otherwise it was uncertain whether he would have escaped from Stark Company with his life." After that, he followed up and observed, and found that Mr. Tang in front of him was kind-hearted. He liked to save people at disaster scenes, but he had no interest in fighting. With him here, the threat that the mysterious hammer might bring would be greatly reduced. The hammer Apocalypse is talking about is Thor's hammer? According to the timeline in the original plot, the plot of Thor takes place after Iron Man 2. In order to test Thor, God King Odin threw the hammer to the earth, and then exiled Thor to a small town near the hammer, hoping that he would reflect on his mistakes. The hammer has just been discovered at this time, and Thor has not yet landed on the earth. Apocalypse is not in a hurry, and will solve Iron Man's problem first. After Coulson left, Iron Man looked through the information for a day, but made no progress. "Dawn, let's go to the company to see Pepper. I have something to tell her," Iron Man said. Tiankai thought to himself, "It's finally here." Iron Man drives, and Apocalypse sits comfortably in the passenger seat. Since he gained 3 times the power of the Hulk, he rarely rides in the car. "The sports car that I admired very much in my previous life is not the slightest bit heartwarming now." At a roadside fruit stand, Iron Man stopped and bought 2 boxes of strawberries. Without paying, he took off his watch and handed it to the fruit farmer. The fruit farmer was overjoyed and took the watch. "Even if it's a fake, it's still worth much more than 2 boxes of strawberries. What's more, the big celebrity in front of you is Iron Man Tony Stark. He is often seen on TV. Everyone knows it, and it can't be a fake. Just 1 watch is worth half a farm." When they arrived at the company, Iron Man originally came with sadness and wanted to explain some funeral arrangements, but little Pepper didn't know. "Pepper, I brought you some fruit." When she saw Iron Man coming over with strawberries, she said angrily, "Do you know that among so many fruits, the only one I am allergic to is strawberries? You are always so self-centered and never consider others' feelings." Iron Man felt very guilty and said nothing. It was a critical moment between his life and death, but he didn't expect that the one he cared about the most and couldn't let go of was Pepper. "I originally wanted to buy a box of fruit to show my love, but I didn't expect that the person I care about most doesn't even know what she likes to eat." It seems that he really thinks too little about little Pepper. In the original plot, the relationship between the two began to change from Iron Man 2. Tiankai handed over a box of kiwi fruits and said, "I ate the strawberries. Tony bought them for you? Really?" Little Pepper didn't believe it. "Look, I've eaten most of the box of strawberries. If Tony bought them for you, would he let me eat them?" Tiankai said. Iron Man glanced at Apocalypse strangely. He could not understand Apocalypse more and more. This Oriental man always seemed to help him when he had problems. He even knows what chili Pepper eats and doesn't eat. Does he know everything? Ding. Iron Man's trust level increased by 75%. Apocalypse didn't expect that his small move to resolve the embarrassment between the two of them would actually gain Iron Man's favor. It seems that Pepper Potts is more important in Iron Man's heart than it appears on the surface. As expected, they were a hit-and-miss couple who eventually became husband and wife. Hearing what Apocalypse said, Pepper said angrily to Iron Man, "Are you trying to make me angry on purpose?" Tiankai said, "Don't you understand Tony's character? How dare you do such a heartwarming thing? I want to do it but can't let go. You insist on dragging me here as a shield, and you don't consider my feelings." These few words dispelled the doubts in little Pepper's heart, turning her anger into joy, and her heart suddenly felt sweet. The man I have always admired in my heart is finally willing to express his love for him, and his silent dedication and waiting over the years are worthy of it. Iron Man glanced sideways at Apocalypse. Tang is too awesome. No wonder he defeated Rashman Natasha with just a few words last time. Who is the playboy? No, he knows Chili Pepper too well, so we can't let him steal my woman. So, he rudely kicked Apocalypse out and left Chili Pepper alone. Tian Kai didn't know what they talked about. After a while, Xiao Jiao went to work on company affairs with a red face. Ever since the big bald Tanii was killed, someone had to take care of the company's affairs, but Iron Man almost never came to take care of the company. These specific affairs all fell to Pepper, who was extremely busy. Seeing Pepper's expression as he walked out, Apocalypse knew it and asked, Tony, you haven't told Pepper the truth yet, have you? Iron Man sighed, I don't know how to speak. As a playboy who is used to being a bohemian, Iron Man can no longer express these heavy topics. Tian Kai wondered if he should find an opportunity to help them again. In the original plot, Iron Man walked around the office, and finally brought the city model in the corner back to the laboratory, where he discovered a new element. This is the legacy left to him by Iron Man's father. Apocalypse looked at Iron Man sitting listlessly on his office chair, with no intention of flipping through the city model. If I hadn't followed along, I'm afraid this would be another fork in the butterfly effect. Seeing that Iron Man was about to leave, Apocalypse could only remind him, why don't you search here to see if you find anything new? Iron Man said, all the company's technical information is in my head. What new discoveries can be made here? Is it? Tian Kai had no choice but to pick up the city model. Tell me, what did you see? This was left to me by my father. At that time, he said that the future was in this city. Unfortunately, due to the limitations of the times, he could not realize it. I always thought he was talking about urban architecture. Before he finished speaking, Iron Man immediately noticed something. With Tian Kai's prompts and his genius, he immediately felt keenly that the city model in front of him was a bit strange. Immediately, the curtain was completely lifted, and the more he looked at it, the more excited he became. Don, there is no equipment here, help me take these things back to the lab, I need to study them further. Suddenly, he stopped and looked at Tian Kai. Tang, how did you know? You always knew, right? Why didn't you tell me directly? Do you want me to find out by myself? Apocalypse smiled and said nothing. No matter how hard Iron Man tried, he couldn't figure it out. Apocalypse had watched his whole life in another world. Iron Man stepped forward and gave Apocalypse a fierce hug. Tang, if I were 30 years younger, I would definitely believe that you are the angel sent to protect me. Now what? Now I think you're more like a food delivery guy. Roll. Soon, several large pieces of the city model were brought back to the laboratory. Iron Man turned on the holographic image and began to continuously extract key data from the model, removing the noise inside one by one. With Apocalypse's explicit message, Iron Man decoded it faster than in the original plot. Finally, with a wave of his hands, an elemental model that continuously released energy appeared in the holographic image. Perfect, Dawn. This element is so perfect, I can't believe it. It cleverly bypasses the contradiction that nuclear elements must be radioactive. It is simply a work of genius. This element is like the sun, releasing infinite energy. Why didn't Dad tell me when he invented such a powerful new element? It's precisely because it's so powerful that he doesn't dare to tell you, Tian Kai said. When Iron Man's parents died, Iron Man was still underage and only a half-grown boy. It was naturally impossible for Howard Stark to tell his son such important information casually, and he didn't even tell SHIELD. He probably wanted to wait until Iron Man came of age before revealing everything, but unfortunately he encountered an accident. Don, I need to build a tiny particle accelerator, please help. Orthodox particle accelerators are usually tens of kilometers long, accelerating particles to collisions close to the speed of light, in order to explore the deep cosmic truths of particles. However, Iron Man only converts palladium into another element through energy conversion, which does not require so much trouble. In the original plot, this miniature particle accelerator was made by Iron Man himself. Now that Tian Kai is here as a coolie, he feels free and his efficiency is greatly improved. Not long after, a ring-shaped microparticle accelerator tens of meters long was completed. Apocalypse also saw the prototype of Captain America's shield that Iron Man used as a brick in the original plot. Captain America's shield was built by Tony's father Howard. The real shield, like Captain America, is probably sleeping in the land of ice and snow at this time. Okay, success or failure depends on this. Iron Man turned on the particle accelerator, and the huge energy quickly gathered on a laser. Through the reflection of the prism, the laser moved slowly, and everything in its path was cut into two pieces. Even the steel suits in some experiments are no exception. One can imagine how terrifying this energy is. Apocalypse felt that his body could not withstand the laser and might be cut open. It seemed that there were still many things in the world that could hurt him, so he must not be too careless. Through the blessing of the prism, the energy of the laser is shot on the palladium element. Suddenly, the element beats violently and continuously emits dazzling light. After a while, the violent reaction process ended, the light became smaller and smaller, the palladium element suddenly became gentle, and a new micro-arc reactor was formed. So easy. Iron Man couldn't believe it. Tian Kai stepped forward. He didn't understand science, so he couldn't see anything strange. But you can feel the energy level inside, which is more than 10 times more powerful than the arc reactor on Iron Man's chest. This shows that the new element has succeeded. It is cleaner and more powerful. This is the future Iron Heart. Thank you, Don. Iron Man said solemnly. Tian Kai said, I'm just doing something with my hands. You should thank your father. It's the technological legacy he left behind that saved your life. Ding. There was another system prompt in Tian Kai's mind, and Iron Man's trust level increased again. Iron Man said, although I don't know what your purpose is, you have saved me time and time again. I, Tony Stark, will never forget this kindness. Apocalypse and Iron Man opened bottles of champagne and celebrated a little. Just then, the phone rang. As Tian Kai expected, it was Ivan who called. With the support of materials and equipment from Hammer Company, his genius finally had a place to show off. Ivan was very pretentious and said on the phone, Stark, I did a double cycle, which is more powerful. Everything you did to my house, I want to get it back within 40 minutes. Tian Kai knew that Ivan was going to do something big. It's a pity that villains always die at just the right time. If he had called earlier, Iron Man would not have completed the synthesis of the new elements, and the outcome of the subsequent battle would be unpredictable, and Ivan would even have a greater chance of winning. But now, the two of them had a good understanding and smiled at each other. With the new elements, Ivan's dual-cycle arc reactor looks like a joke. Iron Man suddenly remembered and said, oops, in 40 minutes, Hammer's weapons conference will be held. Pepper and Natasha went to attend the conference, and they are in danger. Even though there was no foreseeable plot like Apocalypse, Iron Man knew something big would happen at the press conference and immediately put on his suit. Tang, this is another suit tailor-made for you. It is only equipped with some long-range attack weapons, and the rest is mainly to enhance the flight speed. Then I'm welcome, Tian Kai said. The current suit can be transformed into a suitcase, which greatly improves portability and is ready for use. Although it is not as convenient as the future nanosuit, it cannot become fat in one bite. With Apocalypse's strength, there is no need to design weapons for close combat, only long-range attacks. If Apocalypse is not strong enough, he is equipped with some basic weapons such as micro-missiles and lasers. Iron Man's suit is gold red, very sexy and beautiful, while Apocalypse's suit is sky blue. Apocalypse has no particular preference for color. He made it sky blue mainly to reduce the probability of being discovered when flying in the sky. The two suits flew out of Iron Man's house one after the other. Apocalypse orders artificial intelligence to accelerate at full speed. Call. The blue flames of the thrusters under his feet suddenly swelled, and after a while, they disappeared from the sight of Iron Man. A few seconds later, there was a bang sound, as if something had been smashed, and a white cloud appeared around the suit. Sonic boom cloud? In just a few seconds, it accelerates to the speed of sound. The 0 to 100 acceleration of a sports car is overwhelming in front of the suit. This kind of acceleration can only be endured by Tian Kai's abnormal body. Apart from feeling his body sinking, there is no other abnormality. Iron Man himself would not dare to play like this, otherwise, the instantly accelerated gravity would be enough to tear apart his internal organs. Reaching the speed of sound, the Apocalypse does not stop, continue to order to accelerate. He wanted to see what the maximum speed of this suit was. Twice the speed of sound. Twice the speed of sound. 3 times the speed of sound. It was not until 3.5 times the speed of sound that the suit's speed reached its limit. Tian Kai was very satisfied. This speed was much faster than jumping around on his own. You can still make calls in the suit, and it's still some distance before arriving at Hammer Company. Tian Kai remembered something and called Ethan. Have you brought back the birds from Siberia? Mr. Tang, I have brought it back. However, because of the different climate here, this bird is suitable for survival in the cold areas of Siberia. I built a mini refrigerator bird cage for it and airlifted some Siberian bird food back. Its current condition all good. Well done. Tian Kai praised. Scientists are careful when doing things. If you go there by yourself or ask SHIELD to send agents, you may ignore these details, and the bird may die due to acclimatization. Tian Kai thought for a while. Take the bird to the botanical garden in the city center. Be careful and find a good place to hide. There may be a big fight there. According to the original plot, Ivan was beaten to the ground by Iron Man and War Machine in a botanical garden in the city. Regardless of whether the plot will develop as it originally did, let's make arrangements in advance. Even when he heard that there was a big battle, Ethan didn't question it too much and said immediately, okay. He was born in the Middle East and experienced countless wars. This small scene was not worth mentioning at all. Anyway, he just did what his boss said. Hammer weapons launch. CEO Hammer is proudly introducing his new model, Hammer Unmanned Iron Warrior. Iron Warriors are divided into 4 categories: Army, Navy, Air Force, Marine Corps, etc. Each category has different specialization functions. Every time a category is introduced, a row of steel warriors appear in unison. The tall machines are extremely oppressive, causing the audience to exclaim from time to time. Apocalypse doesn't know. This is because Hammer's technology is insufficient and he can only be divided into 4 major categories, unable to be as inclusive as Iron Man. Or is it a sales strategy, deliberately separated? However, based on Tian Kai's understanding of the plot, he prefers the former. After all, the micro-missile he modified for the war machine, his ex-wife, almost made Iron Man laugh to death. The product was introduced, and Lieutenant Colonel Rhodes appeared wearing a steel suit. Hammer shamelessly said that this was his prototype, called War Machine, which was actually an old Iron Man suit taken away by Lieutenant Colonel Rhodes. Now it has been modified by Hammer Company, installed some weapon systems, sprayed with new colors, and packaged as its own product. Lieutenant Colonel Rhodes did not expose him. Iron Man was extremely averse to weapons due to the trauma he suffered in the Middle East and did not want to design weapons for the American army at all. So, the army doesn't have many choices now, and Hammer, whose strength is second only to Iron Man, has become the first choice. Offstage, Pepper Potts and her titular assistant Black Widow are also in the audience. Originally, competitors were not usually invited to this kind of press conference. Hammer deliberately sent an invitation letter to Stark Company, obviously intending to demonstrate to Iron Man. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now entering the question and answer session. Is there anything you would like to ask? Before the reporters in the audience could raise their hands, Apocalypse fell from the sky like a shooting star. Boom. There was a soft sound, and the sky blue chute fell steadily on the stage. The airflow brought by the high speed made Hammer almost unsteady and almost fell down. Iron Man is here. The audience cheered. Hammer had a dark look on his face. This Tony was so disgusting. His limelight had been stolen again, but he couldn't lose his temper, because he was the one who sent the invitation letter to Iron Man. Welcome, Tony. You are still so pushy, Hammer said in a pretentious manner. He didn't know that it wasn't Tony Stark inside, including Pepper Potts and Black Widow in the audience. After all, in everyone's opinion, Iron Man's suit is never loaned out, and it is the only one with no other branches. Of course, the War Machine set was a deliberate accident. Tian Kai turned on the loudspeaker of the suit and shouted, "Everyone, get out of here quickly, there is danger here." But no one listened to him, and instead looked like they were watching a good show. Everyone knows that Iron Man and Hammer are mortal enemies. With Tony Stark's character, if he doesn't come, he will definitely cause trouble if he comes. Unexpectedly, Iron Man would ruin the scene as soon as he arrived, and the audience was even more excited, waiting to see how Hammer would respond. Hammer had an angry look on his face. This guy had stolen his limelight as soon as he arrived and had to disperse his guests. It was so abominable. Hammer said, "Don't worry, my Iron Warriors can fly at subsonic speeds. Even if there is danger, they can take everyone out of here quickly." "Oh, only subsonic? So slow? It just took me 5 seconds to accelerate to 3 times the speed of sound." Bulletin Bai doesn't know that even with Ivan's help, the skills of these Iron Warriors and Iron Man are still far behind. "Impossible," Hammer shouted, "accelerate to 5 times the speed of sound in 3 seconds. Such an acceleration force will crush a person. It's impossible. Nothing is impossible. It's just that you can't imagine it." Tony, Lieutenant Colonel Rhodes of War Machine came forward and said, "Can you please give me some face and stop causing trouble here? We don't force you to make weapons for the military, but you can't stop us from buying weapons either." "Rhodes, you are overthinking." Apocalypse did not reveal his identity. "Ask Hammer, who designed these weapons? Is the control of these steel warriors still in Hammer's hands?" As soon as he finished speaking, the Iron Warrior's weapon system lit up, and the barrel slowly rotated, aiming at the people in the audience. Ivan, who had been monitoring this place, saw that Apocalypse exposed his conspiracy, and knew that without further delay, he directly launched the Iron Warriors. "Oops, I can't control these crappy machines," Hammer yelled. He pressed the notebook in his hand desperately, but the Iron Warrior couldn't stop at all. Those in the audience who could come to watch were either dignitaries or nobles, as well as many influential reporters. If the machine loses control and kills them all, Hammer Company may be strangled by dozens of forces. Not to mention the company, even his own life may not be saved. War Machine's expression changed drastically, and he immediately closed his helmet and shouted, "Everyone, run." Saying that, he immediately pounced on the nearest Iron Warrior. Da-da-da. Fortunately, he jumped in time and the bullet hit the ceiling. Countless debris and glass suddenly fell down. There was chaos in the audience, and the female guests screamed. Apocalypse stood in front of Pepper and Black Widow and said, "Natasha, take Pepper and go first." Upon hearing this tone, Black Widow knew that there was Apocalypse in the suit, and without hesitation, she grabbed Pepper's hand and ran towards the fire escape. The bullets hit the War Machine's and Apocalypse's suits, making a ding-dong-dang sound. Some guests were hit by stray bullets and instantly screamed and fell to the ground. Fortunately, Iron Warrior's main targets are not ordinary people, and most of their firepower is focused on War Machine and Apocalypse. War Machine said, "Tony, save people first. We can't start a war here, there are too many people here." Apocalypse thrust his hands into the ground, and the huge carpet flew up out of the air and enveloped the Iron Warrior. Countless bullets poured out from the spinning gatling of the Steel Warrior, beating the carpet to pieces in an instant. But this is enough time? Apocalypse's foot exerted force, instantly causing a sonic boom on the spot. With a bang, the man had already rushed in front of an Iron Warrior. With hands like hooks, he directly grabbed the power source of the Iron Warrior. The machine's indicator light slowly went out, and soon there was no movement. Bam, boom, bam, 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 bam. Following the same pattern, Apocalypse released more than a dozen sonic explosions, and more than a dozen Iron Warriors were scrapped. When the rags of the carpet fell to the ground in midair, all the Iron Warriors in the press hall fell down almost at the same time. On the War Machine side, a machine had just been knocked down. Such speed, such destructive power? War Machine and Hammer were stunned. One of them is a scientist and weapons operator, and the other is a soldier. They know it best. Within 2 or 3 seconds, they accelerated more than a dozen times in succession, each time reaching the speed of sound in an instant, and then stopped in an instant. Not only is no machine capable of this terrifying extreme start and stop, but even if it were, human flesh and blood would not be able to withstand such speed changes. Hammer said, impossible. Absolutely impossible? This violates the laws of physics. This is not true. Apocalypse walked up to Hammer. Tell me, how many Iron Warriors have you made in total? Where is Ivan? Hammer suddenly realized that these machines were designed and manufactured by Ivan. Needless to say, he must be behind everything. He's in the Hammer building. Apocalypse connected Black Widow's earphones and said, Natasha, did you hear that? The person behind it is in the Hammer building. It's the Ivan who I asked you to help find information last time. You go to subdue him, and I'll deal with it. Iron Warriors out there. Understood. I'll leave now. At this time, in the arsenal, hundreds of Iron Warriors slowly started up, their eyes glowing blue. This is still a limited time. Ivan and Hammer Company have no time to make more. Hundreds of Iron Warriors burst out of the door and flew into the sky, and the sky was filled with the rumble of engines. At this time, Iron Man arrived and asked, so busy? What happened? War Machine looked at the 2 suits and asked, which one of you is Tanii? Tiankai said, don't worry about these for now, knock down these machines first. Otherwise, I don't know how many people will die tonight. Iron Man said, Dawn, you are fast and are responsible for destroying the machine. Rhodes and I will cover the crowd with our mobile phones. We will go wherever there is danger. It is good. The 3 suits separated instantly. Apocalypse flew straight into the sky, flying towards the densest group of Iron Warriors. This group of Steel Warriors is flying towards the city center, where the crowd is the densest. Once they are allowed to spread out, not even Apocalypse can quickly stop them, causing countless casualties. Unfortunately, they are still midair. A burst of sound. Apocalypse blocked the torrent of Iron Warriors like a meteor and crashed directly into the pile of machines. With its own huge strength, countless machines were torn into pieces with a single movement, and the remains of the machines fell from the sky one after another. The War Machine on the ground was evacuating the crowd. When he saw the Apocalypse in the sky, the machines of Hammer Company were like toys in front of him, and he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Tony, are your suit skills already so powerful? Tony replied over the wireless, it's not the suit that's great, it's the people inside. Although Iron Man's suit is more advanced than Hammer's, it will take a lot of effort to destroy one, and it will never be possible to tear pieces of paper like Apocalypse. Who is he? Iron Man said, you have seen it. Lieutenant Colonel Rhodes suddenly reacted, did he shoot down those 2 F2 fighters last time? Cough, cough, let's deal with the matter at hand first, and we'll talk about the rest later. After destroying the group of machines in the sky, the remaining scattered Iron Warriors Iron Man and War Machine are enough to cope with it. Apocalypse turns around and flies to the Hammer Company building. Although in the original plot, Black Widow made it through all the way, Apocalypse did not dare to be careless, fearing that Black Widow would make a mistake. Even if Iron Man doesn't save himself, the butterfly effect will be enough to kill him several times. Landing at the gate, Apocalypse put away his suit. Found Happy sweating profusely and fighting with a bodyguard. Among ordinary bodyguards, Happy's strength is considered good, but compared with superheroes such as Black Widow, it is still far behind. Apocalypse appeared in front of the 2 of them, flicked his fingers on the bodyguard's head like a child. The strong man suddenly rolled his eyes and fainted. It's better for Tiankai to be merciful, otherwise his brains will pop out. Happy gasped and said, I can do without your help. You'd better go see Natasha. Turning around, he saw a strong man lying on the floor in the passage. Happy was so frightened that he swallowed his saliva. He, who was always tough-tongued, was speechless. Tiankai said, I'll go up and help Natasha, you go out and evacuate the crowd. Okay, okay. Watching Tiankai duck away, Happy whispered, why do I feel like I am the one who needs help? Soon, Apocalypse caught up with Black Widow. At this time, the Black Widow changed into a tight-fitting combat uniform, revealing her graceful figure. Her eyes were staring forward with murderous eyes. This heroic appearance made Apocalypse drool. However, this is not the time for ambiguity. Tiankai suppressed his mood and waited for the 2 of them to rush to the control room. Several security guards fainted inside, but Ivan had already disappeared. Natasha, go catch Hammer, don't let him run away. Tony, Ivan, and the others will catch him. Okay. Black Widow turned around and left. Hey, wait a minute. Apocalypse didn't expect Black Widow to be so straightforward at work. He directly took the initiative to step forward, put his arms around Black Widow's waist, and gave her a long kiss before leaving with a loud laugh. The Black Widow was left with a red face, and she didn't know whether it was caused by shyness or long-term lack of oxygen. Apocalypse put on his suit again and flew to the botanical garden in the city. I just received news from Iron Man and discovered that a specially enhanced version of the Iron Warrior was chasing him and the War Machine. It should be Ivan. By the time Apocalypse arrived, Ivan, War Machine and Iron Man had already fought for several rounds in the Botanical Garden. The Botanical Garden was completely destroyed by lasers, bullets, and various micro-missiles. Sure enough, this plot has not changed. With 1 against 2, Ivan actually suppressed Iron Man and War Machine to death. Fortunately, Iron Man and War Machine had a tacit understanding and dragged Ivan here without causing any more casualties to ordinary people. Ivan inherited the character of a fighting nation. Since he lacked technology, he used violent equipment, coupled with the assistance of dozens of unmanned steel warriors, making Iron Man and War Machine unable to fight back. In the original plot, Iron Man first used a group attack laser to cut all the drones into scrap metal. Then he and War Machine used laser hand cannons to blast each other, creating a more powerful shock wave and defeating Ivan. Before Ivan died, he detonated all the unmanned steel warriors, causing countless casualties. Apocalypse naturally cannot let things develop as they originally did. Firstly, he wants to conquer Ivan, and secondly, he cannot let Ivan detonate the unmanned iron warriors who are still outside. Ivan, stop it. Ivan was shocked. It's you? A part of the unmanned aerial vehicles was hurriedly separated to stop the apocalypse. The moment the Iron Warrior blocked Apocalypse's sight, Ivan turned around and ran away. Apocalypse had left an indelible impression on him when he dug out his heart in prison. In addition, Tanii was in the sky just now, tearing the Iron Warriors apart like pieces of paper, which shocked him deeply. He could still fight Iron Man and War Machine, and even have a chance of winning, but against such monsters, he wouldn't even have a 1 in - chance. He is not afraid of death, but that doesn't mean he will die without thinking. Tanii is speechless. This is so inconsistent with Ivan's tough appearance and temperament. What if he would rather die than surrender? Apocalypse scattered the Iron Warriors blocking him, and with a sound explosion, he was already blocking Ivan. Ivan was so frightened that the 2 electric whips in his hands were blazing with dazzling light and he swung them towards Tanii. The vegetation next to him was cut into 2 pieces by the electric whips. At the same time, all the weapon systems on the armor were turned on. For a moment, countless bullets, lasers, and micro-missiles were all fired towards Tanii. Apocalypse did not dodge. He grabbed an electric whip in each hand, held Ivan back, and then resisted the remaining weapons. There was a boom, boom, boom sound, and countless flames erupted from Tanii's position. The explosion formed a huge fireball, and the shock wave even broke the dome of the Botanical Garden. When the fireball disappeared, Apocalypse slowly appeared. These weapons did no harm to him, but the steel suit was damaged. It seems that at this stage, Ivan's technical strength is not much worse than Iron Man. Apocalypse removed the damaged suit, and the hard super alloy shattered in Apocalypse's hands. Ivan, let's end this matter. Tanii said, the grudge between your father and Tony's father was originally caused by the collision of 2 superpowers. There is no question of who is right and who is wrong. The confrontation between great powers has threatened many ordinary people. This is the tragedy of the times. The power of individuals is insignificant in the current of this era. It's just that Iron Man's father is in the winning country of the United States, so he naturally rises to great heights and becomes as rich as the enemy. As for Ivan's father, the empire disintegrated and the economy collapsed. In the end, he was unable to recover and died in depression. If I failed today, I won't be prepared to leave the United States alive. Ivan said. Tanii looked at him playfully. Really? Then what were you running from just now? Ivan had no choice but to see this monster in front of him. He couldn't fight or escape. He couldn't even get up the courage to argue. He had no choice but to say, what do you want? Do you want to resolve the grudge between me and Stark? No, the grudge between you and Tony is not worth mentioning. There will be greater changes in the future, and top scientists like you are needed to protect mankind. Hearing this, Ivan lowered his guard slightly. Apocalypse visited him in prison before, grabbed his heart directly, and then used a bottle of magical potion to restore him to his original state. Such shocking methods have shaken his understanding of the world. Listening to what Apocalypse said again, is it possible that mankind is facing a big crisis? War Machine, Iron Man, Ivan, and others are all the elites among the elites, and there is still a pattern that should be there. In the face of the great crisis of mankind, their grievances are indeed not worth mentioning, not to mention that it is not a mortal feud in the first place. Now after all this trouble, Hammer's resentment has almost been vented. Apart from cheating Hammer Company, not many people were harmed. Dawn, is there really a big crisis for mankind? Is it a nuclear war? Iron Man asked. War Machine shook his head. I serve in the military. Currently, several nuclear powers are very restrained towards each other and are unlikely to fight a nuclear war. Okay, don't guess. I won't tell you, but soon, you will find all kinds of clues. Tanii said to Ivan again, because of our obstruction today, no substantial casualties were caused. You can still turn back. Ivan was silent. Although he admitted defeat, he still couldn't let go of wanting him to join his opponent immediately. Seeing this, Tanii added another fire. If you don't agree, I will threaten you. Iron Man was stunned. Apocalypse wanted to torture Ivan. This was not like his character. Every time a disaster occurs, Apocalypse is always the one who is most active in saving people. No matter how you look at it, he is not the one who uses bloody methods. Ivan was equally astonished. I'm not afraid of death. Why are you threatening me? If you die and escape, I will roast your bird and eat it. How did you know I had a bird? After his father died, Ivan's only concern in the world was his pet bird. When he was invited by Hammer Company, he repeatedly asked Hammer to help him find the bird. As a result, Hammer didn't pay attention at all, so he went to the market and bought a replacement in a perfunctory manner. He thought Hammer was a fool and lied to him. This is your bird. This made Hammer very angry, and he had no good impression of Hammer Company. Little did Hammer know that he had missed the only opportunity that might have made Ivan surrender. If he had been polite to Corporal Sien and taken Ivan's request seriously, the situation might not be like this today. Tian Kai said, not only do I know it, but I also got it. I haven't had time to taste what it tastes like yet. How dare you? Ivan shouted angrily, it's very human. How can you even speak of such an animal? Is there any humanity left? Tian Kai shrugged, it's not my bird. I have no feelings for it. In my eyes, it is no different from ordinary poultry. If no one wants it, then I will roast it and eat it. After pondering for a moment, Ivan asked, where is my bird? Ivan knew that since the other party knew about his bird, he must have been prepared. Apocalypse looked around and shouted, Ethan, are you there? I saw Ethan slowly appearing from behind a boulder in the distance, holding a birdcage in his hand. When he heard Tian Kai shouting, he ran over quickly. Mr. Tang, the bird is here. Tony, long time no see. Iron Man stepped forward and gave him a solid hug. Long time no see, Ethan. Although it is not convenient for Iron Man to arrange for Ethan to join his company, he has been in constant contact with him these days. The laboratory they are in does not keep Iron Man's secret, but Apocalypse hopes that Dr. Stern and Ethan can get some inspiration from Iron Man. Tian Kai said, after the news of your arrest spread back to Siberia, the neighbor who entrusted it to take care of it has long since ignored your bird. If my people hadn't arrived in time, they might have starved to death. War Machine was confused at the beginning. What were these two guys talking about? Birds came and went, and those who didn't know thought that the two grown men were talking about some private topic. It wasn't until Ethan came out with the birdcage that War Machine confirmed that the two grown men were really talking about a pet bird. But, using a bird to threaten Ivan into surrender, isn't this too ridiculous? However, what Ivan said next surprised him. Ivan took off his armor, walked over to take the birdcage, and bowed his head slightly. Thank you. You saved it, and I am willing to do things for you, but I will not associate with the Stark family. War Machine's heart was filled with one grass and mud horses galloping past. If I had known it would be so easy, what was the purpose of fighting life and death just now? Wouldn't it be over if I took it out early? He is from the military, and this time he is mainly responsible for contacting Hammer Company to discuss weapons procurement. Iron Warrior is designed and manufactured according to the requirements of the military. After such a big accident, the amount of public property destroyed alone was incalculable, and it was inevitable that he would be punished when he returned home. I don't know how to write this report again. Do I really want to write that the villain was finally defeated by a bird? Don't worry, Tony and I are just friends and not part of an organization. However, if humanity encounters a major crisis in the future, we will need to work together. The crisis of mankind is none of my business. I promise to work for you, just to prove that Ivan will not lose to the Stark family. In this way, a talented scientist who was initially comparable to Iron Man was taken under Apocalypse's command. As for this farce, everyone tacitly placed all the responsibility on Hammer Company. Poor Hammer, after this incident, not only failed to bring any benefits to the company, but also angered a large number of powerful people. Now he is going to jail, and there is no one to mediate for him. After the incident ended, Iron Man's reputation reached a new peak. At the press conference, the dignitaries and reporters who were saved by Apocalypse in a sky blue suit all attributed the credit to Iron Man. Naturally, Iron Man was praised in various media outlets. For a time, media and newspapers all over the world were full of articles and videos praising Iron Man. Iron Man originally wanted to hold a press conference to clarify, but was stopped by Apocalypse. He doesn't need these reputations, but Iron Man does. The Avengers of the future need a reputable person to lead them, and Iron Man is naturally the core figure. Iron Man and War Machine didn't know Apocalypse's plan. Seeing that Apocalypse was so indifferent to fame and fortune, their trust in him increased by a few percentage points. Apocalypse took stock of the harvest and found that he had saved many people this time and had several hundred more bottles of recovery potions. The previous consumption on Iron Man was compensated. The plot of Iron Man 2 has ended, and Apocalypse feels it's time to leave. New Mexico, desert town. Apocalypse put on his battle clothes, flew to the edge of the upper town, and landed quietly. If the original plot has not changed, Thor is already in the town at this time. The reason why Thor came to Earth is a long story. Not long ago, the god King Odin was planning to pass on the throne to the god of thunder. Unexpectedly, during the coronation ceremony, it was discovered that the frost giants had invaded the weapons depot and wanted to take away the source of power, but were killed by the guarding robot, the destroyer. Of course, Thor, the god of thunder, was not happy about sabotaging his own coronation ceremony. He said that the ice giants broke the peace agreement and wanted to attack Jotunheim, the home of the frost giants, to give them some color. Odin said, "These are the thoughts of a warrior, not the thoughts of a king. These are just the actions of a few frost giants, and they are not worth fighting for." How could the young and energetic Thor listen? The father and son had a quarrel and broke up unhappy. After that, Thor called his brother Loki and a group of comrades, Fandral, Hogun, Volstagg, Valkyrie Sif, etc. to work together, trying to sneak into Jotunheim. From Asgard to the Nine Realms, you must pass the Rainbow Bridge. Heimdall, the guardian of the Rainbow Bridge, can observe the heavens with the help of the power of the rainbow. As long as he wants to see and hear, he knows everything. This time, an enemy actually sneaked in under his nose. Strictly speaking, it was his dereliction of duty. Therefore, he also wanted to know how the frost giant sneaked in without his eyes, so he agreed with Thor's action. Thor and others passed through the Rainbow Bridge and teleported to Jotunheim, the home of the frost giants. They made a big fuss and fought head-on with the frost giant king. But when he arrived at someone else's lair, even though he was the god of thunder, how could he withstand the crowd tactics? Soon, they were surrounded by countless giant beasts and frost giants. At the last moment, the god king Odin descended on a Pegasus and allowed them to escape. But this also angered the frost giant king, and a war between the two worlds was about to break out. Finally, in order to ease the situation between the two worlds, God King Odin issued an oracle. Thunder god Thor disobeyed the king's orders, acted privately, and led the people to war and destruction. He is not worthy of being king. Now he is stripped of his divine power and exiled to the earth. However, since he is his biological son after all, he cannot really be exiled. Odin also threw Mjolnir down to the mortal world, not far from where Thor landed. He also pretended to cast a spell on Thor's hammer. Whoever holds this hammer and deserves it will surely have the power of Thor. As long as Thor can wake up, he can pick up Thor's hammer again, awaken his divine power, and become the god of thunder. Apocalypse recalled this plot and thought that his existence would not cause a butterfly effect on Asgard at the other end of the universe, right? At least not until he comes into contact with Thor. The small town in the western region, at a glance, is full of yellow desert. Tumbleweeds moved with the wind and rolled everywhere, adding a different kind of vitality to the desert. The town is very clean, without the hustle and bustle of bustling cities, and still retains the cowboy style of the Western development in the 19th century. As soon as he entered the town, Tiankai heard a loud shouting. I saw a tall, handsome man with long blonde hair running out of a small town hospital in a hospital gown, with several nurses and security guards chasing after him. Needless to say, this person is the god of thunder. When he landed, he was hit by the astrophysicist Jane's car, fell into a coma, and was sent to the hospital for treatment. After Thor woke up, he made a big fuss in the hospital. The doctor and security guards couldn't hold him down and ran out from inside. Although he has no supernatural power now, his muscles are not in vain. Plus he has more than 1,000 years of combat experience. How can ordinary people stop him? Hey buddy, do you see a hammer? When Thor saw Apocalypse, he asked directly and carelessly. Tiankai frowned. No wonder at first, Jian and others thought he was crazy. Even a normal person would not be able to do this when he catches someone on the street and asks him about it while wearing a hospital gown. Why don't you solve the next problem first? Thor said disdainfully, a group of mortals, I just don't want to hurt them. At this time, nurses and hospital security guards had already caught up with him and surrounded Thor, trying to hold him down and give him a sedative. Tiankai quickly stopped him. He is my friend. He was drunk last night and suddenly woke up in the hospital. He was a little excited. I apologize to you on his behalf. But the woman who sent him here said he was hit by a car. Haha, have you ever seen a patient who was hit by a car and still able to jump like this? Everyone agreed upon hearing this. Even the security guards couldn't hold him down. He really didn't look like someone in trouble. A young nurse said, but the medical bills have not been settled yet. I'll pay for his medicine. As he spoke, he handed over a roll of $100 bills. The little nurse accepted the money and said, Sir, you'd better ask your friend to go back for a checkup. It won't be good if there are any internal injuries. Tiankai said, does he look like he has internal injuries? None of you can catch him. Thor cooperated with him by striking a few muscular poses, which made the nurse giggle. In the end, he had to collect the medical expenses and go back. It seems that Thor has a natural talent for making jokes. No wonder it was fully demonstrated in Thor 3. Thor patted Apocalypse on the shoulder. Thanks, man. I don't have money in this world, so it will be troublesome for them to ask me for medical expenses. When I return to God's realm one day, I will definitely repay you. At this time, a small RV rushed over from the entrance of the town, braked suddenly, and almost stopped next to Thor and Apocalypse. Apocalypse took a look and saw that this was the beautiful scientist Jane Foster and her vicious intern Daisy. There is also an old astrophysicist named Eric. With such driving skills, no wonder he hit Thor twice in the original plot. As soon as Jane got off the car, she hurriedly said, the hospital called me just now and said that you escaped from the hospital. You were hit by us. Don't worry about the medical expenses. We will pay for all the expenses. In the United States, medical expenses are extremely expensive. Without medical insurance, going to the hospital may bankrupt an ordinary family. Many people without medical insurance even struggle to say one thing before they fall into coma. Never call an ambulance. Jane took it for granted that Thor was afraid of paying the medical bills, so he wanted to escape from the hospital. Thank you, pretty lady. However, this friend has already paid for my medical bills. Daisy's eyes lit up. What a handsome oriental guy. Hello, handsome guy. My name is Daisy, this is my mentor Jane, and this is the astrophysicist Eric. Tiankai is handsome and tall, not inferior to Western men, and because of his invincible strength and kingly aura, he naturally has endless charm. Hello, my name is Tang Tiankai. Jane asked Thor, where do you live? Let's drive you back. Thor said, your car can't arrive. Send me to the bar. I want to drink. You were hit last night and you just came out of the hospital. You can't drink. Jane advised. Tiankai said, Jane, you don't have to worry about this. With his physique, he will be fine if he bumps into her 10 times. Ha 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 ha, that's right. You have a bad temper with me. How can you not celebrate with a drink when you meet a new friend in a foreign country? Thor heroically pulled Apocalypse toward the bar, and Eric followed naturally. Jane and Daisy were speechless. When it comes to drinking, how come men naturally become close friends? The town is not big, and you can walk half a street to the bar. As soon as Thor entered, he shouted, Boss, give us each a glass of the strongest wine. How can 1 cup be enough? Let everyone get 10 cups first. Tiankai shouted. Thor's eyes lit up. How could this guy be more heroic than me? This cup is not an ordinary cup, but a large cup for drinking draft beer, almost filled with 1 liter of vodka. Thor and Apocalypse each took a glass, looked at each other, their eyes full of male provocation, and drank it all in one go. Poor old Professor Eric who came to drink with him was already dizzy after drinking less than a third of the wine. Boom. Thor threw the glass to the ground and shouted, Boss, have another glass. Jane and Daisy looked helpless. Where are these crazy people? This is totally medieval. The bar owner stood still, looking askance at the 2 men with an unkind expression on his face, wondering if these 2 guys were here to cause trouble. In modern times, there is no one who throws a glass of wine while drinking. Only people who are looking for trouble would do this. Some strong Western men had already stood up and stared at them. There are few people in the town, and everyone looks down all day without looking up, and they are all half friends. At this time, if there are outsiders who want to come and cause trouble, they naturally have to deal with it unanimously. Seeing this, Tiankai threw a large roll of US dollars at the boss. At the same time, he threw the wine glass to the ground and said, Why are you standing there in a daze? Bring the strongest wine. I've bought all the wine here today. If you don't get drunk, you won't get home. The boss unfolded the roll of money, suddenly smiled, and hurriedly motioned to the strong men to sit down. With such a large roll of $100 bills, you can't usually earn so much money in a month. As long as you manage enough money, throwing a glass is nothing, and it's not a valuable thing. Thor laughed loudly. I didn't expect that when I came to Earth, I met a brother with a good temper. You are very good. I will make you a friend. Hey, wait a minute, I don't want to make friends with people who don't drink well. You drink first and then I talk. Tiankai said. Thor didn't expect that someone on Earth would dare to challenge his authority, and he suddenly became more motivated to fight. The 2 drank 1 glass after another. The large wine glasses usually used by strong men to drink draft beer seemed to be more enjoyable in their mouths than drinking boiled water. They threw them away after drinking, and the broken wine glasses were thrown ping 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 pong on the ground. The other drinkers looked sideways. A good drinker? Brothers, we can't be compared with 2 outsiders. A strong man from the west shouted. Drink. A group of local strong men also drank heavily. Since someone had booked the place, they might as well follow suit and throw their wine glasses to the ground after drinking. The atmosphere in the bar suddenly reached its peak, full of male atmosphere. Jane and the fierce sister Daisy were stunned and looked at each other. What kind of species are men? Why did you break a few wine glasses after you dropped them? Daisy touched Jane. Tutor, I think Soul seems to be quite normal compared to that oriental man. It's a pity that such a handsome man seems to have a hard time with his brain. Jane said helplessly, men are all the same after drinking. Although the god of thunder's physique is far superior to that of the people on Earth, he has been deprived of his divine power. How could he possibly be able to drink with Apocalypse's abnormal physique? After more than 10 glasses, he has already started to blush. Fortunately, his wine was pretty good and he didn't cause any trouble. Instead, he just called Tiankai friend. The god of thunder was born into a distinguished family, fought numerous battles in his life, and always had smooth sailing. This falling out with his father was already the biggest setback in his life, and it was inevitable to be sad for a while. But Tiankai knew that Thor's most difficult days were yet to come. Compared with the catastrophe in the future, this small setback at present is like playing house and is not worth mentioning. Thor finally got drunk and muttered something like King Father, Queen Mother, Loki. As for Eric, he was already lying on his chair and snoring. Apocalypse picked up one of them with one hand and said to Jane and Daisy, who were stunned, "Where do you live? I'll take them back to sleep." Jane said, "I live in an RV and have no place to put 2 grown men. You can take them to a hotel." "That won't work." Tiankai shook his head. "You knocked this guy down. He seems to have some brain problems now, and he refuses to go to the hospital. Who will take care of him if you don't take care of him?" The kind-hearted Jane was helpless. What she said seemed to make sense, so she had to reluctantly agree. She never expected that Tiankai deliberately brought them together in order to reverse the original plot. In the original plot, Thor and Jane talked to each other in the RV and eventually became lovers, which triggered a series of subsequent plots, including the important turning points of the ether particle, the reality stone. Apocalypse throws Thor into Jane's RV. Eric naturally has to take him back to the hotel. Otherwise, how will the plot develop if there are 2 stinky men sleeping on the same bed? After placing Eric, Daisy came up, touched Tiankai's arm and said, "Handsome guy, do you want to take a rest too? My room is upstairs." Tiankai's appearance and figure meet the standards of handsome men in both China and the West. More importantly, his aura of strength and invincible self-confidence are the most deadly to women. This Western girl is so open-minded. Tiankai looked at the fierce girl next to him. It would be a lie to say that he didn't have bad intentions for men. But he has a Black Widow, and the Black Widow has not completely returned to him, so he doesn't want to cause any more trouble. "I am a man with a wife," Tiankai said. Daisy was even more excited, and said softly and seductively, "I didn't see you wearing a ring. In our place, if you don't wear a ring, you are not married. You can break the rules temporarily." Tiankai doesn't understand Western habits. Here, a large number of men are afraid of taking responsibility and getting married. It's okay to have sex, live together, and even have children, but getting a license to get married? No. Therefore, married men are particularly attractive. Women usually find such men more responsible and attractive. As a result, many men deliberately wear rings in bars and pretend to be married men hunting for prey. Tiankai still had things to do, and he didn't want to cause trouble, so he left Daisy with a resentful look on his face and turned around to leave. When he reappeared, Apocalypse had arrived in the desert dozens of kilometers away from the town. This is where Thor's hammer fell. At first, the locals thought it was a meteorite or something. Someone who picked up meteorites came to search and found something strange about the hammer. It may not seem big, but it weighs as much as 1,000 pounds, and no one can lift it. The news spread quickly, and soon everyone in the town knew about it. Countless strong men reveling here, trying one after another to see if they can lift Mjolnir. Some people saw business opportunities and simply set up a simple barbecue stall, and business was actually good for a while. Some people even tied Thor's hammer to a chain and dragged it with a pickup truck. The pickup truck roared and was driven to maximum power. The tires skidded on the ground, throwing up countless dust, but the hammer didn't move at all. Suddenly there was a bang sound, the carriage fell off, and the pickup failed. Someone tried to dig out the soil under Thor's hammer, but found that it could not be dug at all. It seemed that the ball of soil carrying Thor's hammer had become one with it. Very weird. Thor's hammer was forged by the cosmic dwarfs from a dying star, and its weight itself is extremely terrifying. What's even more amazing is that it will also judge whether the person holding it is qualified to lift it. Those who are qualified are as heavy as a lightweight, those who are not qualified are as heavy as a star. In the original plot, only Captain America among the people on Earth lifted it. Another person who could potentially be lifted was Vision, but it was just a possibility, and until Vision's death, he was not actually scheduled to be lifted. However, the core of Vision itself is the Mind Stone, and it is not surprising that he can lift Mjolnir. Seeing Tiankai slowly approaching, a group of strong Western men couldn't help but laugh. "Hey, Oriental, your thighs are not as thick as my arms, so don't bother with them. It will be bad if you strain your muscles and bones later. Come on, I'll make an offer, and I'll pay you 10 if you buy one that an Easterner can lift." "Damn it, you're trying to get money. You couldn't even lift it with a truck. Do you think a human can lift it? I'll pay you 100, is there anyone who wants to buy?" Apocalypse walked up to Mjolnir calmly and looked at the artifact carefully. The hammer is simple and elegant, and is engraved with strange lines. If the holder is recognized by Thor's hammer, then these lines can release the power of thunder and lightning and strengthen the holder's attack power. Moreover, it can also be carried flying by a hammer, which is really a must-have artifact for traveling at home and showing off. Tiankai gently held the handle, gradually increasing his strength. Twice the strength of the Hulk? Do not move? Apocalypse had already anticipated this. In the original plot of Avengers 1, on the space carrier, the Hulk tried to pick up Thor's hammer that fell on the deck. Unfortunately, even the alloy-forged deck was trampled. It's gone. Thor's hammer can't move. Twice the power of the Hulk? The muscles on Apocalypse's body rose up, and the terrifying force ripped apart his close-fitting clothes. On the surface, neither hammer nor Apocalypse moved, but the terrifying power had been transmitted to the ground, and the surrounding ground continued to tremble, as if it were an earthquake. The strong men around him were so frightened that they all looked sideways. Is this the movement made by that Oriental man? It's too scary. How is it possible, Launyo? I think it might be an earthquake. It wouldn't be so coincidental, would it? Don't be afraid even if it's an earthquake, we're on flat ground. Apocalypse ignored the noise and began to explode. 3 times the power of the Hulk? The unparalleled force exploded instantly, and the surrounding ground suddenly cracked, extending to 100 meters away. Wherever the crack passed, rocks exploded one after another, and the flying debris caused the strong men around to take cover. However, Mjolnir remains motionless. Around the hammer, the ground dropped by half a meter, but the soil connected to Thor's hammer seemed to have been blessed by mysterious power and was not affected at all. Tiankai tried to smash the soil under the hammer again, and found that it was no different from smashing the hammer. Vaguely, Apocalypse seemed to sense the ridicule from Thor's hammer. Is it an illusion? Apocalypse thought. So he smashed the soil under the hammer again, and the vague ridicule appeared again. Sure enough, Tiankai knew what was going on. The artifact is alive. In previous lives, countless enthusiasts discussed the strange properties of Mjolnir. For example, if an unqualified person puts Mjolnir on an elevator and then carries it, can he lift it? Or put it in a car or airplane, and then drag it with you? Now it seems that there is no paradox at all. As long as Mjolnir doesn't want you to move it, you can't move it anyway, unless you can crush Mjolnir with strength. For example, in the plot of Thor 3 that has not yet happened, Thor's hammer was crushed by Thor's sister and the goddess of death, Hela, with one hand. Thinking of this, Tiankai felt even more horrified. 3 times the strength of the Hulk, he couldn't even lift it, but Hela could actually crush Mjolnir. How terrifying is this strength? And how powerful is Odin, the god king who sealed Hela? As well as the Minotaur that caused Ragnarok, destroyed Asgard, and finally wiped out Hela, Surtur, that towering body is powerless to think about. The more you think about these details, the more terrifying they become. It is urgent to improve your strength. However, Tiankai wanted to try it one last time. Since the artifact has spirit, let it see if it is qualified. Apocalypse took a few deep breaths slowly, and with each inhalation and exhalation, the dust within a few meters radius began to rhythm, as if an ancient giant beast was resurrecting, scaring the strong men around him to step back. At this time, no one has any brains to understand the terror of this oriental man in front of him. He was adjusting his breathing, and it looked like he was going to enlarge his moves. Just now, it had the effect of an earthquake meters above the ground, and many people were injured by gravel. Wouldn't it be even more terrifying to enlarge the move this time? The strong men ran away quickly, fearing that they would be killed if they were too late. Apocalypse calmed his mind, held Mjolnir in his right hand, and opened his heart, allowing the weapon spirit to fully sense his spiritual world. He is not in the evil camp. He has saved many lives when he came to this world, and he also shares his luck with many superheroes. Although he doesn't know what the criteria for Thor's hammer are, Apocalypse believes that he has a great chance. As soon as his heart opened, Apocalypse felt the vague spiritual feeling again, and then the entire spiritual world seemed to be swept away. Then, a subtle feeling arose in my heart, and countless information suddenly appeared in my mind. Tiankai smiled slightly, raised it in his hand, and Thor's hammer immediately lifted off the ground. The soil that held it turned into dust and was dispersed by the wind. No wonder in the original plot, Captain America was so skillful when he picked up Mjolnir for the first time, catching Thanos off guard. It turns out that as long as you get the approval of the hammer, you can instantly get the information to control Thor's hammer in your mind. With the cooperation of the weapon spirit, you can use it naturally and freely. Apocalypse waved Mjolnir gently, slowly becoming familiar with this artifact. Lightning flashed around him, like dragons and snakes, making him look majestic, as if a god had come to the world. This is the lightning power that comes with Thor's hammer. At some point, a black cloud quietly formed in the sky, and a huge shadow enveloped the earth. The oppressive air stopped flowing, making it difficult to breathe. Everyone, run, the big move is coming. A group of strong men dispersed and ran desperately out of the area shrouded in black clouds. Looking up at the sky, Apocalypse knew that Heimdall, the guardian of Asgard's rainbow bridge, must be looking at him at this time, and even the god king Odin was also paying attention. They threw the hammer here just to test Thor and let him experience it. I never expected that there would be someone on Earth who could hold Mjolnir. Now I lost my composure and hurriedly showed off my majesty. If he dares to take away the hammer, Heimdall will open the rainbow bridge in an instant. It's hard to say whether Asgard's warriors or the god king Odin will come. However, Apocalypse had no such intention. He raised his head and said to the sky, Heimdall, don't be so stingy, I'll just use it for fun. You Asgardians throw things to the earth casually and don't let us pick them up and play with them. Heimdall was shocked. This human actually knew his name? He was far away in the rainbow control room in Asgard, and he had always only seen others. Could he see himself? Before Heimdall could do anything, a rainbow suddenly shot into the control room. God King Odin crossed the rainbow bridge several kilometers long and appeared in front of Heimdall instantly. God King Odin asked, who lifted Mjolnir? I can sense it, not Thor. Heimdall presented the picture in front of the God King. I just looked at his life with the eyes of light. He is an earthling who became very powerful through some gamma energy, but his strength does not seem to be able to be lifted. Thor's hammer. God King Odin's eyes were filled with starlight, and he stared at Apocalypse from a distance through the rainbow channel. An unparalleled mental pressure fell from the sky, and Apocalypse, who was far away on Earth, felt his heart sink. This spiritual power is like the vast starlight, spanning the infinite space and time of the universe, reaching directly above your head. Tiankai felt that he was like a small boat in the angry sea, and would be wiped out by the huge waves at any time. In order to resist this pressure, Tiankai's veins popped out and he concentrated all his strength. Invisible confrontations rub in the air, and pieces of lightning suddenly appear and disappear around Apocalypse. After looking at it for a while, the God King suddenly smiled and said, "That's good, little guy, but I can't give you Thor's hammer. If you have the chance, you are welcome to come to Asgard as a guest. When you're done, turn around and leave." Apocalypse on the earth suddenly relaxed, and when he came back to his senses, he found that half of his body had been pressed into the soil, with cold sweat on his forehead. However, what the God King said was also received in his mind. Apocalypse jumped up from the ground and threw Mjolnir aside. The moment he took off his hand, he felt a trace of reluctance from the spirit of the hammer. Whether it is to maintain the original plot or face the God King Odin, this hammer must not be touched again. Especially Odin, just a distant mental contact is already so terrifying. It seems that in the original plot, His strength was not shown at all, which led many people to think that he was a bad old man in his dying years. But how could a divine king who could rule the 9 realms be so simple? Even Hela, the goddess of death, could only break free from the seal after his death. However, there was one thing that Tiankai found strange. Such a powerful god king fought with his daughter Hela in the early days and conquered the 9 realms. In the middle and late stages, he suddenly became peace-loving. In order to prevent Hela from causing trouble, he even did not hesitate to seal her. They also blocked the murals in the palace temple to cover up the past history. If Odin's conscience discovered it, Apocalypse would never believe it. No matter how benevolent a monarch is, he will not mind if the territory he rules is larger. The only explanation is that it encountered force majeure. We can only stop at our current territory. As for what this mysterious force is, who is it? Apocalypse has no idea how scary it is. At least it wasn't mentioned in the original plot. Tiankai found that those strong men had already run several hundred meters away, looking at them from a distance and not daring to get close. The pickup truck and barbecue stall parked nearby were crushed into paper-thin pieces of iron by invisible forces. The hearts of the strong men were beating wildly when they saw it. Fortunately, they ran fast just now. Otherwise, under this invisible pressure, the flesh and blood bodies would not be crushed into pizza. Who is this Oriental, survived under this invisible pressure? Is it because of the gods? Ignoring these strong men, Tiankai saw an acquaintance behind them, Coulson. Coulson wore sunglasses and looked at the mysterious Oriental man in front of him with a complicated expression. The movement just now was not something that a normal human could cause. Coulson's job is to constantly observe such superhumans, contact them, and even fight against them. If this Oriental is his enemy, how should he deal with it? Coulson didn't dare to think about it further. Mr. Tang, we meet again. Tiankai nodded. You guys are a little slow. We tried the hammer, but we couldn't lift it like Mr. Tang did. Our surveillance satellite showed that there was another creature that came after the hammer. We care more about the unknown life than the hammer. Ha 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 ha. Apocalypse smiled. So what if you found it? You also saw the vision of me holding the hammer just now. I'm afraid S.H.I.E.L.D. can't do anything with this power, right? Coulson shrugged. Someone has to work hard. No matter what force it is, as long as it threatens the Earth, we will always face it. Apocalypse nodded, threatening his hometown. No matter how powerful the force is, someone must rise to the challenge. But he knew Earth was more complex than Coulson imagined. Not to mention god kings like Odin who exist in mythology, and the big boss Thanos who will appear in the future. There are countless threats in all major parallel universes, such as Dormammu who wants to devour the Earth. By coincidence, the Earth first had the powerful Ancient One, the Sorcerer Supreme, who guarded the Earth for thousands of years, and then Doctor Strange appeared, using a time loop to trap Dormammu to a halt, and eventually had to cease the war. Infinity Stones, regarded as treasures in the universe, appear repeatedly on the backward planet of the Earth. If you say it's all a coincidence, I wouldn't even believe it if I beat Tiankai to death. But, what is the reason behind this? There was no explanation in the original plot. Coulson, someone will try to take the hammer away later. You can do whatever you want, just don't seem too rude. Is he the owner of the hammer? That's right, I don't know if he can pick it up. Coulson was confused. Since he was the owner of the hammer, how could he not be able to pick it up? Tiankai didn't explain much and left calmly. Later, Coulson ordered people to surround the place and disperse the melon-eating crowd. After returning to the town, it was already dark. Apocalypse went to see Thor and found that he had sobered up and was having a barbecue outside the RV, chatting with Jane. In Jane's eyes, the god of thunder must have lost his mind. He talks about being the mythical god of thunder all day long, and talks about the world tree and the 9 divine kingdoms wandering in the chakras of the world tree. It's just that Thor is so handsome, and he's handsome even if he's stupid. She listened to Thor's silly words seriously while admiring his handsome face. Apocalypse did not show up. Thor is now immortal and cannot find Apocalypse. Every word he said fell into Tiankai's ears. When others heard him talk about the world tree, they thought it was just a mythical story, but to Apocalypse, it was worth pondering. It is impossible for the god of thunder who travels through the universe not to know that common cosmic bodies such as the Earth orbit stars in the void. If there really is a world tree, what shape should this tree take? In the original plot, Apocalypse had seen something similar. Star-Lord's biological father, the god Ego, planted his roots on all the living planets in the universe, trying to implant his life body into all the planets. If he succeeds, a planet in his territory will be nothing more than a fruit, and the entire universe will be included in his life network. From this perspective, isn't it another kind of world tree? So, is the world tree mentioned by the god of thunder a similar existence, or a more advanced form? Did it ever exist, or is it always there now? Apocalypse couldn't figure it out, so he would ask Thor if he had the opportunity in the future. On Thor's side, beauties and handsome men, and campfire delicacies are getting better and better. The two people have more and more eye contact, and gradually become blurred. Tiankai decided to leave to avoid hearing some inappropriate noises. The RV shook all night, leaving Jane and Thor sleepless. The next day, Thor woke up refreshed, leaving Jane still sleeping. He came to the bar with ease and found Tiankai already waiting for him. It seems someone had a good time last night. Tiankai joked. Hehe, it's not bad. Thunder God said, I came to Earth this time to make a friend like you and meet a woman I like. It's a worthwhile trip. I ordered you a breakfast. Would you like milk or liquor? The god of thunder said, if a man drinks milk, of course he must drink strong alcohol. It is good. The two of them had breakfast and drank several large glasses of spirits, which made other customers look at them sideways. Who are these people drinking spirits so early in the morning? After eating and drinking, Tiankai said directly, Thor, fight with me. The god of thunder was stunned for a moment, then laughed, ha 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 ha, Tang, you are so angry with me? Come on, I just want to stretch my legs these days. These days, Thor has encountered a series of changes, and he has long been depressed. For a muscular man like him, what better way to vent his anger than by having a fight? But Thor is not Loki. He has a kind nature and will not make fun of passersby. At this time, Apocalypse took the initiative, which naturally greatly offended his temper. The two walked out of the street, far apart. The god of thunder said carelessly, Tang, although I have lost my divine power, it is not something that ordinary people on earth can resist. You have to be careful. Tiankai was speechless. This guy really didn't know how to hide it at all. He kept saying that he was the god of thunder and had lost his divine power. No wonder he was regarded as a madman by Jian. Then you have to be careful, whoever loses will be fined 3 drinks. The two looked at each other and quickly approached. Apocalypse first used bastard fists, and then casually clashed with Thor a few times. It is confirmed that his power is only the limit of ordinary people, about the level of Black Widow and Hawkeye. So I controlled my strength, started experimenting with various moves, and fought him back and forth. Some tricks that are only seen in martial arts novels and movies, Apocalypse used his infinite strength to forcefully perform. Needless to say about Qinggong, Tiankai can jump hundreds of kilometers, and staying in the air for a short distance is like playing. As for some moves that involve flying in the air and breaking away from gravity, Apocalypse directly blasts the air with huge force, and uses the reaction force of the air explosion to suddenly change direction. For a time, there was an endless sound of bang, 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 bang on the street. Apocalypse flew up and down like a butterfly, spinning in circles to attack Thor, attracting the attention of people working around you. Oh my god, this is the Oriental guy who drank yesterday. It turns out that Kung Fu really exists. Dad, come out and see Jackie Chan. A senior Kung Fu enthusiast immediately retorted, Jackie Chan is not that powerful. I think it's more like Bruce Lee's moves. Do you know Kung Fu? Can Bruce Lee fly? This must be the legendary Qing Kung Fu. It turns out that the snapping sound when the move is made is real, and Kung Fu really makes this sound. I always thought it was a dubbing in movies and TV shows. Many people immediately agreed, yes, I have been deceived for many years. Our Western boxing is not bad either. That Eastern guy can't beat the handsome blonde guy. It seems to me that the handsome blonde guy is getting beaten. This exciting kung fu battle immediately attracted most of the townspeople, who gathered in a large circle. Although Apocalypse controlled his power, he didn't hold back on his moves, and he really couldn't defeat the god of thunder. Thor's more than 1,000 years of combat experience were not given in vain. He traveled around the 9 kingdoms and encountered many strange fighting methods from alien planets. Although Eastern kung fu is strange, it still falls into the category of understandability. He doesn't have divine power and Thor's hammer now, so he can't do the exaggerated aerial movements like Apocalypse. He simply roots on the ground and stands firmly on the ground with his legs, reducing the complex to simplicity and using tricks as he sees them. Thor can see through many of Apocalypse's complicated and gorgeous moves at a glance, and can often resolve them with a simple punch or block. Of course, Tiankai doesn't really understand martial arts, he just imitates it with the help of great strength. It looks good, but it is of little use against a master like Thor. The reason why Apocalypse asked to fight Thor was not to bully Thor, but to see if Asgard had any training methods. His strength comes from the blood of the Hulk, which is forcibly improved, and his potential has been exhausted. There is no innate talent like the Hulk, which can be endlessly improved. Just find another way. At present, the only ones closest to me in terms of plot development are Thor and Asgard. In the legendary mythical country, there will always be some cultivation secrets or something, right? After fighting for a while, Apocalypse discovered that Thor relied on his rich combat experience to defend himself against his attack, and there were no obvious traces of practice. He couldn't help but ask, Saul, is this all you have? Did you use up all your energy in the RV last night? The god of thunder has been besieged and beaten, and he became more heroic. TMD, if I hadn't lost my divine power, I would have crushed you with a hammer. Humph, you just know how to brag. Don't you have any skills of your own? The god of thunder blocked Apocalypse's attack with both hands, used his strength to deflect it, and took advantage of the opportunity to say, what secret skill? I rely on my bloodline talent and don't learn these fancy things. Tiankai said, can't you learn it? Loki can also perform illusions. How come you can't do anything? As long as I fully awaken my bloodline, I will be able to defeat all the invincible opponents in the 9 kingdoms. I will look down on illusions and the like. What Thor said is true. In the original plot, Hela just came out of the seal, and he is not Hela's enemy. Later, he lived on the planet Sokka and awakened several times. After returning to Asgard, he actually fought back and forth with Hela. Although they were still defeated in the end, their strength had improved a lot. Ha 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 ha, how about you take a look at my illusion? With a bang, Apocalypse accelerated, leaving behind a series of afterimages, creating a large afterimage in an instant, as if more than a dozen people were besieging the God of Thunder at the same time. Passers-by exclaimed in surprise. The various martial arts moves in front were exaggerated enough, but they didn't expect that the almost fantasy afterimages also appeared. Immediately, a young man said, "Dad, I want to go to the east to learn kung fu tomorrow. Are you stupid? Can you find a real master if you go there? Even if you find it, will the master teach you? There is an oriental in front of you." Instead of asking him, you run to him thousands of miles away, east. As soon as these words came out, the people around him suddenly realized. There was a kung fu master in front of him, so why bother looking far away from the near? His eyes suddenly became hot and he looked at Tianqi without letting go. The folk customs in the West are tough, and they naturally have a fondness for the art of fighting. In addition, kung fu superstars such as Bruce Lee and Jackie Jet Li have a huge influence in Hollywood, and many people are yearning for the magical martial arts of the East. Even the major sects in the country have more or less foreign apprentices. When I saw the legendary kung fu master, I wanted to rush up to him and bow down and call him master like in the movie. Strictly speaking, by creating more than a dozen afterimages, Apocalypse has used a power that far exceeds that of Thor. Finally, 100 secrets and a sparse. Ouch! Thor yelled and was punched in the eye. Tang, you dare to hit me in the face. Oops. Another punch hit the other eye. Thor's handsome and charming eyes suddenly turned into panda eyes. The God of Thunder was so angry that he said, "What's the point of playing these tricks? If you have the guts, just stand still and punch each one to see who falls first. It is good." As soon as the afterimage disappeared, Apocalypse suddenly appeared in front of Thor. Thor didn't even think about it, and punched Tiankai in the face. With a pop sound, Tiankai was also punched in the eye. Apocalypse controlled his strength, retaliated with tooth, and punched back. Just like that, you punched me and I punched you, and there was a bastard punch, and both sides screamed in agony. Of course, Thor's screams are real. Apocalypse, he had to give Thor a little face, and he shouted a few times in cooperation without saying a word. Didn't Thor think that he didn't feel anything at all? What seems wrong with this idea? Suddenly, a clear voice came, "What are you doing? Stop it." It turns out that Jane is here. She woke up in the morning, touched the quilt, and found that the person on her pillow last night had left, leaving only a man's breath. Hearing the commotion, he came over to take a look. Unexpectedly, he happened to see Thor and Tiankai using their King's 8 punches. Jane rushed over, her small stature stood between the two men, and tried hard to push them away. Thor and Apocalypse had to stop to avoid hurting Jane. "That's it for today. When I regain my power, I will fight you again," the God of Thunder said. "Okay, I won't hold back next time. Hey, Tang, you don't know how strong my recovery power is." Hearing that the two wanted to have a fight, Jian was very angry. "Shut up. Two grown men, what problem can't be solved by drinking? Do you have to fight on the street?" Yesterday she disliked the two men drinking, but now she wished they could get drunk until they were drunk. The God of Thunder said carelessly, "Woman, you don't understand." This attitude made Jian's teeth itch with anger. "We just slept together in the same bed last night, and now that we wake up, we feel that we are too busy." No wonder that in Thor 2, when the two met again, Jane slapped her in the face. She really didn't understand women's hearts at all. But seeing Thor's eyes black and blue, and the corners of his mouth bleeding, Jian was greatly distressed and couldn't help but turn around and give Tianqi a fierce look. Tiankai spread his hands. "Jane, don't look at me like that. Soul is happy. You have never fought, so you can't experience the joy of fighting. Once you have fought, you will fall in love with fighting." Lei Shen nodded in agreement, feeling that it was a good idea to have Tang as a friend. Jane angrily said, "I will never fight in my life. If there is a problem, call the police. Fighting will not solve the problem. Haha, one day, you will play more happily than Thor," Apocalypse affirmed. He was so angry that he simply stamped his feet. "No, no, 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 I won't hit anyone except you." Tiankai chuckled and stopped annoying Jane. When Jane becomes the female Thor, she will be more skillful than Thor in wielding a hammer, and her beating skills will be so joyful that she cannot relate to the quiet, novice like Jane now. Jane helped Thor into the bar and carefully treated the wound. The God of Thunder clearly looked like he was enjoying it, but he deliberately cried out in pain from time to time, which frightened Jane into becoming even more gentle. Then Kyobi provoked Tiankai with his eyes, as if to show off that he had a beautiful woman in his arms. Apocalypse shrugged. This guy Thor is really uninteresting when a man competes with a beautiful woman. When your Black Widow comes, you have to sprinkle some dog food on him. The injuries on Tiankai's face were all fake. He deliberately controlled his energy and blood so as not to recover so quickly. He didn't bother to deal with it anymore. He ordered a beer mug of strong liquor and tasted it slowly. Before I had 2 sips, a group of people rushed outside the door and shouted, "Master, please accept me as your disciple. I want to learn Eastern Kung Fu." A group of people were in a mess, making Tiankai's head hurt. "Shut up. I don't accept disciples. If you make any noise, I will throw you out." The crowd fell silent. It is true that Tiankai's fancy martial arts just now was too scary and majestic in the eyes of ordinary people. Some people who had just come to join in the fun immediately backed down, and the crowd suddenly shrunk by more than half. However, a young man said, "Master, I am willing to pay the tuition." I am willing to give you any amount. Do you think I'm short of money? How about I give you money and don't bother me? The young man didn't know how to respond. Yesterday, everyone knew that Tiankai threw a roll of $100 bills and invited the entire bar to drink. He might be richer than everyone present. Of course, Tiankai said he was giving money, but no one present dared to really ask for it. Master, if you don't accept me, I, Ron, will kneel here until I die. The young man knelt down with a snap. Tiankai took a look at the young man named Ron. He had a white face and red cheeks, and golden curly hair. He was a typical big boy from the western regions. When Ron saw Tiankai looking at him, he quickly knelt straight. Tiankai said angrily, "Where did you learn this from?" In kung fu movies, every time the protagonist kneels down, the master will eventually accept him as his apprentice. Ron said, "Ha ha 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 ha." Tiankai laughed. Who didn't come here like this when he was young? He simply joked, "I just passed by the town and left immediately, and I may never come back in my life. Even if you kneel to death by then, I can't see it either. So what should you do?" Ron was speechless. This way of opening seems wrong. In the movie, the place where the protagonist kneels is the doorway where the master comes in and out. Whether he is sincere or not can be seen at a glance. The Dongfang master in front of me was just passing by, and he couldn't see me kneeling here, so should I kneel down? But now that I stand up, it seems to be very insincere, and it is even less likely to succeed. Thinking of this, Ron knelt down on the spot with some embarrassment. Not up, not up. Apocalypse ignored him and chatted with Thor. "Thor, don't you know some cultivation techniques? There are some in the Asgard library, but I can't use them. I've never practiced them. Why do you ask? My potential has been exhausted and I want to find some techniques to improve my strength." Thor nodded. "As an earthling, your strength has indeed reached its peak. If you want to make progress, you must break the racial bloodline restrictions. This is a bit difficult." The god of thunder lost his divine power, his facial features were dull, and he failed to see the true strength of Apocalypse. However, according to the strength shown in the battle just now, it is also the upper limit of the people on Earth. Based on Thor's understanding of the people on Earth, it is natural to assume that Apocalypse's strength is at this level. In this case, I have to find an opportunity to ask your father Odin to see if he has any method. Apocalypse sighed. The god of thunder said in surprise, "Do you know my father? I just had a chat with him yesterday and he invited me to Asgard as a guest." Jian, who was standing by, could not stand listening any longer. "Tang, are you done yet? You know that Thor is having trouble with his brain right now and he tends to make assumptions, so you shouldn't talk to him about the myth of Asgard all day long." "Ha ha ha ha, Jane, you don't understand. A god opens his heart to you, but you treat him as a madman. In this case, what were you doing with a madman last night?" Jane blushed suddenly. "I want you to take care of it." However, Thor's face became serious. "You know I'm the god of thunder. You have always said that you are Thor." "Of course I know." The god of thunder was speechless. I mean, do you believe it when I say it?" Jane never believes it. The reason why Thor keeps introducing himself as the god of thunder is not because he does not know that this will cause misunderstandings among ordinary people, but because as a god, he disdains lying to mortals. Gods have the arrogance of gods and don't have to stick to mortal opinions. Mortals regard him as a fool, but they don't know that the true god does not recognize him in person. Tiankai said, "Because I know you are the real god of thunder, so I believe it. I also talked with your father and found out that you were demoted to the mortal world by the king of gods." The god of thunder looked unhappy. "Did your father send you here?" "No, I'm from Earth. I knew you were coming, and I came here to find you for a simple purpose. I wanted to find a cultivation method to break through my talent. Don't lie to me. There's no need to lie to you. Are you a believer in Father's divine descent?" Divine believers, in Western religions, refer to those believers who can be possessed by gods. This requires very high piety from believers, who must be selfless and dedicate everything to God. Moreover, the physique is required to be pure and strong, capable of carrying the power of the gods. When necessary, you can receive oracles or use the power of gods to destroy some demons. Tiankai said, "No, really not? If you are not a believer, how can you get the oracle from my father?" Tiankai smiled and said, "Thor, if you don't believe it, I will beat you again. Your father's followers will never dare to beat Odin's son and the future king of Asgard, right?" Thinking that he was still in pain all over his body, and that the two panda eyes on his face didn't know what to do to dissipate, the god of thunder said, "Okay, I believe it." Ding. The system prompts, Thor's trust level is 20%, and luck sharing is 20%. Apocalypse breathed a sigh of relief, finally gaining Thor's true trust. Even though the two people were drinking so boldly, Lei Shen just regarded Apocalypse as a mortal, a passerby who wanted to relieve his boredom. Gods will never surrender their trust to a mortal. Now, just a few questions and answers have solved some of Thor's doubts. In addition, even his father has spoken to him, which shows that the people on Earth in front of him are not ordinary people. So I reluctantly regarded Tiankai as an equal friend, which gave me a 20% trust level. The god of thunder asked again, "What did your father say to you?" I just said, "I'm welcome to be a guest in Asgard." "Why?" Tiankai shrugged. "I can't say it for now, I'm afraid of hurting you." The god of thunder said angrily, "You are not a friend enough. Keep half of the words and keep half. When I get the hammer back, I will return the two panda eyes to you. Even if I get Thor's hammer back, you may not be my opponent." In Thor 3, Thor and the Hulk had a fight in the Colosseum on Sakaar. Thor was able to slightly defeat the Hulk with physical strength alone, but only slightly. He has 3 times the strength of the Hulk, and he is not the reckless bull like the Hulk who can only smash and chop randomly, so he is sure to suppress the God of Thunder with physical power. If it were limited to this, I would never dare to say that I could beat Thor, because the complete form of Thor also needs the hammer of Thor. With a hammer in hand, Thor's strength increases more than 10 times. As long as this hammer is placed on himself, he will have no resistance, let alone the additional power of thunder and lightning. However, I had just gained the recognition of the hammer yesterday, and I knew the various attack methods of the hammer. Even if I could not win the hammer in a battle, I would still be able to resist and dodge it. Calculating it this way, I am in the dark and the God of Thunder is in the light, so maybe I can beat him again. The God of Thunder naturally didn't believe it. He straightened his back, his eyes were like lightning, and he was full of majesty, and said, "Tang, you don't know, the true strength of a god is far beyond what people on earth can imagine." Before he finished speaking, Jane suddenly slapped him on the head. "Stop. Are you two finished? If you do this again, I will send you both to the hospital to see if your brains are crazy from fighting." Seeing Jane's angry and worried look, Thor suddenly withered. "Jane, don't worry, we are normal, nothing happened. It's rare to meet people of the same mind and brag to each other." "Really?" Jane looked at the two of them suspiciously, thinking to herself, is this the friendship between men? Jane is an astrophysicist who has devoted all his life to scientific research. He is similar to most nerds and knows little about the world. I remember that when my best friend and I were crazy, we would role-play each other, one would talk and the other would answer, and we would play like crazy. Maybe the two of them are anime lovers, but they both say that men never grow up, so it seems reasonable for 2 grown men to like the myth of Asgard. Go back and check the information on Asgard to see what charms make men fascinated. Thinking about it this way, Jane felt that men were not so difficult to understand. Tiankai deliberately lowered his voice, leaned closer and said quietly, "I know where Thor's hammer is, do you want to go and have a look?" Jane was speechless and put her hand on her forehead. "Oh my god, these 2 guys are endless." After hearing this, Thor said anxiously, "Dawn, don't lie to me. I'm going to get the hammer back now." After that, he walked out of the bar. Jian and Tiankai had no choice but to follow them out. It's so embarrassing to leave Ron kneeling on the ground. "The master is really gone, should I continue to kneel?" Thor asked. "Jane, do you know where the horse is? What do you want a horse for?" "I want to get back what belongs to me. In Asgard, major ceremonies are carried out on Pegasus." Jane was helpless. "Don't you know there is such a thing as a car?" In the original plot, Thor seems to be portrayed as being a little unhuman to Earth and not knowing that there are cars. In fact, this is simply not possible. Not to mention that Thor was knocked unconscious by Jane in the RV and sent to the hospital. As the heir of Asgard, Thor lived for more than 500 years. He usually traveled through the 9 kingdoms and traveled in and out of spaceships. What kind of thing? I have never seen high technology, how could I act like a country bumpkin? The only explanation is that in such a depressed situation, he wanted to find some comfort through some retro rituals. While the two of them were looking around, Tiankai had already led 2 horses over. Thor laughed heartily and stepped forward to give Tiankai a bear hug. "Tang, good friend, you still understand me." The two of them headed towards Thor's hammer, chatting and laughing. Jane, who was thrown behind her, couldn't believe it. She was so angry that her teeth rattled. What happened to these 2 grown men? Just run away? First there was a drinking fight, and he got very drunk, then there was a fight, and he was beaten with bruises and bruises, then there was some Asgard story roleplay, and now he was talking about looking for Thor's hammer. Okay, I know you guys won't grow up, but you won't forget to have a beautiful woman by your side, right? It would be such a romantic thing to hold yourself and ride a horse towards the sunset. Didn't any of these 2 straight men think of this? What's the point of asking me to drive alone and follow you? Jane was so angry that she drove back and called Daisy and her old colleague Eric. When they came back, Apocalypse and Thor were already far away. 50 kilometers is neither long nor short. It was already evening when the 2 arrived. After only 1 day away, a large tent had been erected at the site of Thor's hammer, surrounding an area of nearly -meters, divided into multiple areas, responsible for different responsibilities. The lights inside are bright and countless people are busy. The 2 of them lay down on a protruding hillside, hiding themselves and observing the situation. The God of Thunder said, "Tang, I can sense that the hammer is inside. I will come back as soon as I go. Do you need my help?" "No need. I want to be re-recognized by Thor's hammer, and no one else can help." "Okay then." Tiankai chewed a blade of grass out of boredom. "I'll wait for you." In the original plot, Thor lost his divine power. Although he broke in, he was captured by SHIELD and failed to get the hammer. With Thor's current situation, this plot probably won't change. Sure enough, Thor wanted to lurk in, but SHIELD's defenses were tight, and he was discovered by the guards before he could run far. Then there was a commotion inside, and many people began to block Thor. Although he has lost his divine power, Thor's strength is not comparable to that of ordinary Earthlings. He knocked down countless guard soldiers along the way, broke through layers of defenses, and came towards Thor's hammer. Suddenly, a shadow moved on the tower, drew a bow, and pointed at the God of Thunder in the distance. The shadow's hand loosened, and an arrow silently shot towards the God of Thunder. The god of thunder was only a little stronger than ordinary people at this time, and he was completely unaware of the flying arrow. Just as he was about to shoot it, there was a sudden pop sound, and the flying arrow fell to the ground. When the black shadow took a look, it turned out to be the most ordinary pebble. This black shadow is naturally Hawkeye Barton. And it was Tiankai who shot down the flying arrow. Hawkeye looked around and quickly located Tiankai's location. He stretched his hand to his back, and 3 arrows flew from the string. These 3 arrows not only blocked Apocalypse's possible dodge routes, but also varied in speed and were elusive. The one in the middle seemed to be flying very fast, but halfway through the flight, the arrows on both sides passed by silently. Under the cover of night, the last ones arrived first. Most people will be attracted by the arrow in the middle and focus more on defending against the arrow. They are afraid that they will be hit before the arrow reaches them. Apocalypse smiled and realized that he was indeed a superhero relying on his archery skills. This skill was difficult for ordinary people to guard against. When the tip of the arrow reached his body, an afterimage of a hand passed by, and the 3 arrows were already caught in Tiankai's hand. Eagle Eye was startled, knowing that he had met a master. He shot an arrow quickly and seemingly casually, then turned over in the air and changed positions. He had also seen Tian's ability to use stones to hit flying arrows just now. The power was no less than that of flying arrows, and he could not stay in one place. The 4th arrow was easily caught by Tianqi. Suddenly, he noticed that the arrow flashed a little red light, and he was instantly alert. Explosive arrows? A good swimmer drowns in water. Do you think you can do whatever you want with your quick hands? Hawkeye showed a confident smile. The 4th arrow just now seemed random, but in fact it was an arrow fired from countless battle experiences. In his life, Hawkeye has encountered masters who can catch flying arrows, but these masters have all died under Hawkeye's arrows. Just one reason: arrogance? If Apocalypse could hear what Hawkeye was thinking, he would probably say that he could really do whatever he wanted with his fast hands. At the moment when it was about to explode, Apocalypse clasped his hands together and wrapped the explosive arrow in his palms. Boom. A muffled sound. Tiankai clapped his hands and shook off the black ash of the arrowhead residue in his hand. It seemed as if what was going off in my hand just now was a firecracker. How can it be? Hawkeye was shocked. The arrowhead of the explosive arrow is specially customized and is far more powerful than ordinary grenades. How could a human being hold it in the palm of his hand and block the explosion? In Avengers 1, Loki invaded the Earth, sat on an alien airship, and was shot by Hawkeye with an arrow. At that time, Loki didn't even turn his eyes and he confidently caught the arrow with one hand. Unexpectedly, it was an explosive arrow that blew him off the airship. Even gods can be blown away. The power of explosive arrows is evident. Hawkeye tried to knock an arrow and bend his bow again, but found that the target had disappeared. Suddenly, my back tightened, and a voice came, "Didn't Natasha ever mention me to you?" Hawkeye slowly turned around and raised his bow very wisely. The monster that could hold the explosive arrow in his hand was no different from having a gun against his head when he got close. "Who are you?" Hawkeye asked. "You do not know who I am. Do I have to know who you are?" Apocalypse shook his head unconsciously. It seemed that not only did Fury not show his information to Hawkeye, but Natasha also never mentioned herself to Hawkeye. Forget it about Fury, he is a cautious old fox after all. But Natasha and Hawkeye are not only comrades who depend on each other for life and death, but they also have an excellent personal friendship. Natasha knew the safe house where Hawkeye's family lived, and often stayed there. To their agents, this was equivalent to handing over their entire family's lives to the other party. Of course, Natasha also loves Hawkeye's children. In the final battle against Thanos, the two rushed to give their lives in exchange for the Soul Stone so that the other person could survive. Publicly and privately, it shows the trust between the two. Thinking of this, Tiankai couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. It seems that Natasha has not fully accepted herself, otherwise, she would not hide her existence from Hawkeye. Tiankai could only say, "My name is Tang Tiankai, and I am Natasha's husband." What husband? Eagle Eye was dumbfounded. He imagined 10,000 possibilities in his mind. Even if Apocalypse said that he was an alien god invited by Hydra, he would not be so surprised. He never expected to hear these words. "Let Natasha tell you. I also want to know why she didn't mention me." With that said, he dialed Black Widow's number. "Natasha, I caught a man named Hawkeye." Before he finished speaking, Black Widow's anxious voice came from the other end. "How is he? You didn't beat him to death, did you?" Hawkeye was speechless. Why did he ask himself if he was dead as soon as he opened his mouth? "How looking down on your partner?" Tiankai said deliberately. "Why do you care about him so much? Moreover, you also concealed from him that you have a husband. What is your relationship?" Black Widow's rapid breathing came over the phone. Don, show mercy, he is a good friend of mine." "Good friend? It's not your other husband, is it?" No, he is just a colleague of mine. We had a fake marriage, but that was required by the mission, and nothing happened to us." Tiankai said. "We also had a fake marriage at the beginning, but everything that was supposed to happen happened. We. Black Widow was so anxious that she didn't know how to answer. "The lying skills I usually train are all for assassinating targets, but I have never been trained on how to deal with such a bloody relationship between men and women. But when I got married to Tiankai, I did everything I had to do. But if you pretended to be married to Hawkeye and said nothing happened, Who would believe it? Being in such a different place, Black Widow herself didn't believe what she was saying. This cheap husband of mine was very petty when he joined SHIELD and was prohibited from using his seduction skills. If the explanation is not clear, Hawkeye's life may be really in danger, and he may dismantle SHIELD. However, the more anxious you are, the more your brain freezes. Dawn, listen to me. Hawkeye has a wife and children. Oh, do you want me to eradicate it? I will only kill him, not women or children. No, that's not what I meant. Don't do anything yet, let me think. Hawkeye was a little dumbfounded. Is this still the Black Widow I know? Regardless of whether the husband in front of you is real or fake, Natasha, the more you explain it, the more people will misunderstand it. It wasn't life-threatening at first, but you explained that it was life-threatening. Hawkeye had never seen Black Widow so distraught. During normal missions and in life and death situations, she might be calmer than herself, and the two of them escaped many times relying on her calmness. She still has a wife and children, so when it comes to life and death, she will be somewhat concerned and not calm enough, but she never is. Now she was talking to the man in front of her on the phone, and she was at a loss as to how she was afraid that he might misunderstand her. Could it be that he was really her husband? Why have I never heard of it? Seeing the naughty smile on Apocalypse's face, Hawkeye immediately realized that this was deliberately teasing Black Widow. Oops. Hawkeye suddenly screamed and shouted into the phone, Natasha, if you don't explain clearly, you will have to take care of my wife and children. Dawn, don't do anything. Hawkeye's child recognizes me as the godmother, and you are the godfather. Don't hurt the child's father. After a lot of anxious thinking, Black Widow finally found out such a reason. Oh. Hawkeye kept screaming. The more the Black Widow listened, the more something was wrong. The cry was too fake, and she finally realized, are you two colluding to tease me? Just wait. Barton, I will complain to your children about you. Ha 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 ha. Apocalypse and Hawkeye laughed in unison. The Black Widow on the other side of the phone was so angry that she gritted her teeth. However, she finally let go of her worries. At least she didn't have to worry about Hawkeye being in danger. When I wanted to ask them how they met, I found that the phone had been hung up. Black Widow stood blankly on the spot holding the phone, not knowing whether to cry or laugh. It should be a joy for your best friend to become friends with your husband. But when he thought that he was the victim of the two people's prank, he couldn't be happy. Tiankai felt very happy. A scumbag. She doesn't tell her husband on social media, and if she doesn't punish her, she doesn't know who is in charge. Tiankai stretched out his hand and said, Tang Tiankai, Natasha's husband. Hawkeye reached out and held it. Clint Barton, nicknamed Hawkeye, Natasha's friend. Compared to Apocalypse's understanding of them, Hawkeye had countless questions in his mind. Just as he was about to speak, there was a sudden roar from the other side of the tent. No, father, why? The god of thunder looked up to the sky and roared, full of disappointment. Having never experienced setbacks, he thought he could become the god of thunder once he found the hammer. Who would have thought that after passing through many levels and finally holding the hammer, there would be no reaction at all? This devastated Thor, indicating that he was not worthy of possessing a hammer now. At this time, it started raining heavily. The god of thunder knelt in the mud, motionless, letting the rain and mud splash onto him. In the original plot, Coulson sent his men to kidnap Thor back to the interrogation room, but with Apocalypse's warning, he politely invited Thor into the room and handed him a towel and hot coffee. Hey man, where are you from? Coulson asked. The god of thunder looked lonely and did not answer. Are you the owner of this hammer? The god of thunder shook his head and whispered, as if in reply, but also as if he was talking to himself, I am not worthy to be its master now, but I don't know what I did wrong, and why. After questioning for a while, Coulson had no choice but to leave when Thor just lowered his head and remained silent. Because Apocalypse is waiting outside, Hawkeye followed. He didn't have time to ask about Black Widow's affairs for the time being. He would deal with the matter at hand first. Monitoring room. Apocalypse, Coulson, and Hawkeye looked at the surveillance screen. Coulson said, Mr. Tang, is he the hammer owner you mentioned? Correct. Who is he? A hammer is who he is. Coulson was speechless. This riddle is really driving people crazy, but they dare not ask further. The Eastern man in front of them put more pressure on them than the director. If he doesn't tell, who dares to ask? Since Coulson can't find out that the hammer is Thor's hammer, Apocalypse doesn't want to expose Thor's identity for the time being, so as not to cause any complications. It's just that Coulson and Hawkeye are depressed. However, Coulson remembered one thing. Barton, how did you come in with Mr. Tang? Eagle Eye said, I had a fight with him just now. Hiss. Coulson gasped, are you still alive? Are you that strong? Hawkeye was speechless. How could he talk to Black Widow and ask me why I wasn't dead? His tone didn't sound like he cared at all. But remembering Tian's feat of covering an arrow with his hand, he had no choice but to say, Mr. Tang, he recognizes me and shows mercy. Oh. Coulson suddenly realized, Natasha must have told him. Then he added, since you have met Mr. Tang, go back and apply to the director to check Mr. Tang's information. SHH. Tiankai suddenly touched his lips with his index finger, signaling for silence. On the monitoring screen, Thor stood up and kept talking to the air. Coulson and Hawkeye looked at each other. Could it be that the so-called master of the hammer had a mental breakdown and had hallucinations? But Apocalypse knew that Loki, the god of trickery, should have appeared at this time. Loki is proficient in illusions, and invisibility is just a small skill. But the cold and mysterious energy characteristic of him is very obvious. Although it is very weak, barely present, he has 3 times the power of the Hulk, and his 5 senses have been greatly enhanced, and he can barely detect it. As soon as Loki appeared, he brought a shocking news to Thor: "Father is dead." "How is that possible? He was still fine when I left. My father's end of life has actually come long ago. In order to rescue us from Jotunheim this time, he used too much divine power. After returning to Asgard, he fell into a coma. When he died, he was very peaceful." Thor's eyes were wet. "I want to go back and attend my father's funeral." Loki shook his head. "Exiling you is the condition of the truce with Jotunheim. Mother forbids you to go back. I succeeded as king, and I can't take you back at the risk of a war between the 2 worlds. I'm just here to inform you." Upon hearing this, the god of thunder twitched and cried, his tall body curled up, as helpless as a child. Not only was he unqualified to be the god of thunder, his father died because of his willfulness, and he almost triggered a war between the 2 worlds. Thor felt deeply guilty for his naivete and impulsiveness. He was even unable to attend his father's last funeral, which made him extremely sad. However, Thor never expected that all of this was false. He never thought, nor dared to think, that his brother Loki would use this to lie. First of all, God King Odin is not dead at all now, he is just unconscious and recuperating in the medical cabin. Secondly, the Queen of Gods did not prohibit Thor from returning. All of this was a lie told by Loki for the sake of a huge conspiracy. Although Loki's voice cannot be heard, Apocalypse is familiar with the plot, and with the voice of Thor, he roughly knows what Loki said. After a while, Apocalypse sensed this cold energy and left Thor's room and walked outside. Arriving at the place where the hammer was, Loki tried to lift Mjolnir, but found that it didn't work at all. Unexpectedly, Loki seemed to sense a sense of ridicule, and his eyes immediately looked in the direction of Tanii sinisterly. Apocalypse quickly closed his eyes. When he saw Loki trying to lift Mjolnir just now, he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. It was strange that he could lift it with his character. Unexpectedly, Loki could sense such a weak mental fluctuation. The eyes are the windows to the soul. As soon as Apocalypse closed his eyes, Loki's senses suddenly failed. Apocalypse is not afraid of Loki. Loki's strengths lie in trickery and illusions, and his frontal combat power is actually not very high. In the original plot, during the battle in New York, the Hulk beat him up. Later, when they arrived at Sakar, Loki saw the Hulk in the Colosseum and was so frightened that he wanted to turn around and run away. One can imagine how much psychological shadow the Hulk left on him. He has 3 times the strength of the Hulk and is calm-minded. Even if Loki has illusions, he is not afraid. But now is not the time. Of course, if Loki came over on his own initiative, that would be another matter. Fortunately, Loki hurried back and didn't want to cause any trouble, so he didn't come over to check and escaped the disaster. Apocalypse's weird behavior frightened Coulson. Seeing that Tanii was so cautious and still kept silent, he seemed to have met his opponent. Even monsters like Apocalypse must be careful with their opponents. If a fight breaks out, none of the ordinary people present will be spared. Agents of SHIELD are not afraid of death, but that doesn't mean they are little fish in the pond who want to become superpowers. Coulson unconsciously pulled out the pistol in his hand and looked around warily. After a while, Tanii said, "He's gone, put the gun away." Coulson asked, "Who is he?" Apocalypse gave Coulson a strange look. Later, Coulson died at the hands of Loki. The person who just came is the person you will kill in the future. Although before dying, Coulson blasted Loki with an energy cannon, but it didn't help. His life was gone, but Loki didn't suffer much damage. Coulson has dedicated his life to S.H.I.E.L.D. Although he is an ordinary person, he does superhero things with a mortal body. He is a person worthy of admiration. In another timeline, agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., he survived and became the director, leading another group of heroes to fight against various villains. I just don't know which timeline it is and what Earth it is on. Thinking of this, Tanii took out a bottle of recovery potion from the storage compartment and handed it to Coulson. "You should carry this bottle of medicine close to your body and drink it as soon as you are about to die. Sigh. I don't know if I can save you." In the original plot, Coulson was attacked by Loki and fell to the ground. He could only barely move his fingers and may not have the strength to take the recovery potion. However, it is impossible for me to personally protect a passerby like Coulson. I can only do this to this extent. I hope he is okay. Thank you, Mr. Tang. Coulson squeezed the recovery potion tightly. A strong man like Tanii would not joke with him like this. There must be some inspiration. My future life and death will depend on this bottle of potion. It's just a pity that with my mortal eyes, I can't see who the killer mentioned by Mr. Tang is. Otherwise, it can be prevented in advance. Since Coulson gave it, Hawkeye, as Black Widow's best friend in life and death, had no reason not to give it. Tanii left 2 bottles and left without saying anything. Hawkeye and Coulson were left looking at each other. Especially Hawkeye, there are 100,000 reasons why there are no answers in his heart. Coulson, who is he? He is mysterious. When did Natasha find such a husband? Is it true or is it necessary for the mission? Barton, I'll apply to the director first. You guys have contacted him, so you should be able to check his information. After reporting it to the General Administration, a piece of encrypted information was quickly sent over. Hawkeye watched from beginning to end, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he was secretly glad in his heart. No wonder Black Widow and Coulson first asked me if I was dead or alive when they heard that they were fighting Mr. Tang. If Mr. Tang has any murderous intention, even if he has 10 lives, he will not be able to die. At the same time, I can't help but be happy for Black Widow. Natasha, maybe he is your destiny. In the future, if you can solve the problem of having children, you will have no regrets in your life. Apocalypse did not take Thor away, leaving him alone for a while. Although Odin's death is false news, it is also a reflection for Thor, and there is no need to deliberately break it. Someone will take him away later anyway. Sure enough, not long after Apocalypse left, Jane, Daisy, and Eric arrived. Jane couldn't help but feel anxious when she heard that Thor broke into a restricted military area and was arrested. That guy Tang Tiankai also said that he and Saul were friends, and they came together. When something happened, he ran away. Trespassing into a military restricted area is a big or small matter. To put it mildly, it was just a misunderstanding. Civilians didn't know where this place was, so it was normal for them to go wrong. If dealt with more seriously, he might be treated as a spy and taken back for interrogation. No one knows when he will be seen again. Naturally, Jane couldn't let Saul be taken away. After discussing with Daisy and Eric for a while, they came up with a lame reason. He said that Saul was a member of their astrophysics research team and a doctor from Princeton. He accidentally hit his head and was now a little unconscious. The United States is generally more tolerant of scholars and hopes they can muddle through. In order to appear authentic, a fake name badge and some temporarily printed resume information were deliberately made. With everything prepared, I came to pick up someone with these false information. Coulson tried hard to hold back his laughter and asked, Ms. Jane Foster, this gentleman named Saul, is your doctor? Right. But why is he so skilled? Even a dozen of our elite soldiers couldn't stop him last night. Well, he likes fitness, yes, just fitness. Looking at the three scholars trying to pretend to be calm, Coulson smiled inwardly. I don't know how they came up with these reasons. Can they defeat a dozen elite soldiers just by exercising? I need to make a phone call to ask for instructions, please wait a moment. Coulson did not avoid suspicion and made the call in front of Jane, Daisy, and Eric. However, instead of calling Director Fury, he called Apocalypse. Mr. Tang, there is a beautiful scholar named Jane Foster who wants to mention the guy named Saul and makes up some lame excuses. Do you have any suggestions? Jane blushed instantly, and the three of them looked at each other. Let them go. However, if you make a copy of their research information, it will be of great use in the future. Okay, got it. In the original plot, Coulson went to the town and took away all of Jane's information. He found it very useful, and later asked Eric to work as a consultant for SHIELD to study the cosmic cube. Due to his arrival, Coulson's attention was completely focused on the hammer, and he missed this episode. Now that Coulson asked, Apocalypse dialed back the plot. Coulson hung up the phone and said, you can take him away. However, as a price, I need all your research materials. Daisy asked cautiously, Sir, is the Mr. Tang you called just now named Tang Tiankai? Yes. Yeah, it's him. I knew he was not simple. Is he some big shot? Coulson said, it's not convenient for me to say. Jian said angrily, Humph, if you don't tell me, tell me. I'll ask him face to face later. He is mysterious and must have a conspiracy. Daisy said, Mentor, I don't think Tang is a bad person. Jane said angrily, Xiaonazai, you haven't even fallen in love with him yet, and you're already talking for him? If you dare to talk too much, I won't let you pass the paper. In the original plot, Coulson robbed all of Jane's information and equipment. This was her years of accumulated research effort, and of course she strongly opposed it. Although money was given, in the minds of scholars, research materials are much more important than money. Now, they just want to make a copy in exchange for solution. Jane and Eric are not that big of a reaction, and they will not delay their research anyway. Soon, Coulson asked his people to copy all the information, and at the same time, arranged for Jane and the others to meet Thor. In fact, Coulson did not imprison Thor, but Thor was still in grief and unwilling to leave. Jane's arrival soothed Thor's injured heart. When Jane heard that Saul said that his father died, but she could not go back to attend the funeral for some reason, she couldn't help but sympathize with him. No wonder he was always acting strangely these days. It turned out that a big change had occurred in his family and he was in a trance. As he left, Thor passed the hammer and stroked it gently. One day, I will prove myself and pick you up again. Coulson, who sent them out, said, Man, when you come next time, I'm not sure if the hammer is still here. Thor was stunned. What do you mean? Do you want to transport it? No one can take it except me. Someone picked it up. Coulson said calmly. Impossible. Thor didn't believe it. Coulson shrugged and didn't answer. Thor didn't know, which meant that Apocalypse hadn't told him, so Coulson was too lazy to do anything. Is there really a suitable candidate for Thor's hammer on the earth? My father threw the hammer here, waiting for another destined person. Thor, who had just been hit by lies, became less confident. This place is a military area and it is not suitable to stay for a long time. Jane took him and returned to the town first. After Thor left, Coulson looked through Jane's information. He was not a scientist. After sorting it out, He sent it back to the headquarters for professional people to interpret. When I saw the information about that hammer, my pupils shrank. Thor's hammer? Is that hammer Mjolnir? Coulson thought of what Apocalypse said. That's what a hammer is, that's what he is. The one he just let go is the mythical Thor? No wonder the hammer is so magical, and if there is an apocalypse, Coulson is already sure of the answer. Immediately report your findings back to headquarters. The information about the hammer and Asgard was actually collected casually by Jane. After listening to Thor talking about Asgard and being the god of thunder all day long, Jane wanted to find out more about her boyfriend's hobbies and looked up some historical and mythological information. Unexpectedly, these notes were seen by Coulson after being tossed around. After a while, Fury personally called, "Coulson, where is Thor? Just left. How could you let him go? Director, Mr. Tang has told me to be polite to the owner of the hammer. Although Thor seems to be an ordinary person now, I dare not force him to stay without authorization." Well, Fury pondered for a moment. You did the right thing. Since Tang knows his identity and has raised the hammer, I'm afraid he knows best what happened. If you take him as the main one, what's the point? Ask his opinion before taking action. Yes. On Apocalypse's side, not long after he returned to the town, he received a huge sum of money, along with a message from Director Fury. The content was very simple. Ask him to take action? In the original plot, this incident only affected a small town and did not threaten the Earth. But Fury doesn't know. When he saw that the matter involved gods, and the hammer fell to the ground, the god of thunder lost his power. There were various signs that the world in the myth was not peaceful. With his cautious character, he naturally had to make arrangements in advance. Now on Earth, there is no more suitable candidate than Apocalypse. This time we were facing gods, and it was difficult to estimate the level of combat power. After all, the stories in myths and legends were too distorted, and it was difficult to evaluate the true strength of gods. Fury only hopes that the monster Apocalypse can be as powerful as a god. The town was rarely quiet for 2 days, and everything was calm. In grief, Thor got drunk every day, and Jane was always by his side. But Tiankai knew that when Loki, who was far away in another country, finished his work, something big would happen soon. The last time Loki left in a hurry, he was rushing to Jotunheim to meet the Frost Giant King, Laufey. When Thor and his group broke into Jotunheim, he discovered that he was not an Asgardian, but a Frost Giant. During battle, as soon as the skin comes into contact with other Frost Giants, their bodies will immediately turn into the same icy blue color. After the god King Odin rescued them, Loki went to the weapons depot and found the source of the Frost Giant's power, verifying his racial identity. Seeing Loki's actions, the god king had no choice but to confess to him. Actually, you are the son of Laufey, the king of the Frost Giants. Then, the god king came and spoke. During the war between the two realms, the god king invaded the Frost Giant's temple and found an abandoned child, so he adopted him. As for why the Frost Giant King's son was left behind in the temple, then how did the god king confirm Loki's life experience? Odin did not explain further. Loki was furious and had a quarrel with the god king. The main point of his questioning of the God King was that he actually believed that he was not his biological child, so the God King and God Queen have always preferred Thor, the god of thunder, over the years. In front of Odin, he is more like a child vying for favor. He couldn't inherit the throne, not because he was not good enough, but because he was an adopted son, so he passed the throne to the reckless Thor. During the quarrel, the God King Odin fell to the ground weakly. His lifespan has expired and he may be annihilated at any time. Finally, the God King sleeps in the medical cabin. After hearing the news, the Queen of Gods came to comfort Loki and said, "I'm hiding this from you because I don't want you to feel like an alien. We love you as much as we love Solution." However, how could Loki, who was paranoid and petty-minded, listen to this? A country cannot live without a king for a day. As the only prince left in Asgard by God King Odin, Loki temporarily inherited the throne. Loki is known as the god of trickery. Out of jealousy and anger, he came up with a plan. He first went to Earth to meet Thor, told a big lie to prevent Thor from returning, and then came to Jotunheim again. During the last Thunder God coronation ceremony, he helped the Frost Giants sneak across and told the Frost Giants how to enter the weapons depot, in order to prevent Thor from being crowned. The arsenal contains the Frost Giants' treasure, the source of power. With it, the Frost Giant clan can be revitalized. Therefore, as long as there is a slight possibility, even if the Frost Giant knows that it is a pit, he will jump into it. Loki gets his wish, and commotion interrupts the coronation ceremony. The effect was even better than he expected. Thor was exiled. Now he comes to negotiate with the Frost Giants again, saying that he will lead the Frost Giants to attack Asgard. Frost Giant King Laufey asked, "You are the king of Asgard, why do you want to cooperate with us?" He, Loki sneered, "As we all know, I was able to inherit the throne because Odin suddenly fell into a coma and Thor was exiled. Once my dear brother returns, the throne will be returned." Ha 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 ha. Laufey laughed, "Do you want me to kill Thor?" "No, I will kill Thor myself. I want you to help me put on a show." "What drama?" "You attack Asgard and then pretend to be repulsed by me. In this way, I can gain enough prestige and become a legitimate king." We, the people of the Frost Giants, have to sacrifice a lot to play this show with you. What can you do to impress me?" "Source of power." Laufey's tall body leaned forward and roared, "Lie." The team that sneaked into the weapons depot last time got the information that the weapons depot contains the destroyer left by Odin, and no one can steal anything from it. Hey, you forgot, I am the king now. The destroyer obeys the king's orders, I will transfer him away. Frost giant King Laufey stared at Loki in the audience, his thoughts changing rapidly. The whole plan seems very reasonable. In order to stabilize the throne, Loki uses the power of the frost giant, and the frost giant can get back the source of his ancestral treasure. It's a win-win situation, except for Thor. The frost giant king never expected that Loki had an even stranger conspiracy. Even Laufey didn't know that the new king of Asgard in front of him was actually his son. Loki, on the other hand, had no intention of acknowledging his relationship. Instead, he looked at Laufey gloomily, waiting for him to take the bait. Heimdall, the guardian of the Rainbow Bridge, wanted to know what Loki had talked about with the frost giants. Unfortunately, he could not see or hear everything Loki said. He knew that Loki had found a way to block his observations. Then, it is clear who helped hide the frost giant team from him last time and smuggled into Asgard. But now that Loki is the new king, he has neither the strength nor the evidence to dare to act rashly. At this moment, Thor's best friend team, Valkyrie Sif, Fandral, Hogun, Volstagg and other 4 people, dissatisfied with Loki's rule, took advantage of Loki's departure to come to find Heimdall. Coming to Earth to find Thor, Heimdall used the Rainbow Bridge to send 4 people to Earth. The moment the Rainbow Channel opened, S.H.I.E.L.D. instantly detected powerful spatial fluctuations. Coulson hurriedly called Tiankai, Mr. Tang, we have detected a new wormhole. Apocalypse thought for a while and realized that this was Sif and others coming to find Thor, so he said, if there are 4 people coming, you don't have to worry about it. Don't conflict with them. Tell them that the person they are looking for is in the town. If it's a giant metal humanoid machine, please run away as far as you can. Leave the rest to me. Coulson nodded cautiously, understood. The wormhole opened, and a rainbow of light spanned the distant stars and descended on the Earth. The dazzling 7-colored divine light illuminated the surrounding area, making it difficult to see. When the colorful divine light dissipated, a huge ancient rune appeared on the ground. The hot energy burned the sand into gray-black crystals, with 4 people standing in the middle. Asgardian god warriors, Sif, Fandral, Hogun, Volstagg, are here. The 4 of them walked out of the rainbow teleportation rune, and Coulson was already waiting for them in the distance. Coulson said, are you here looking for someone? The person you are looking for is in a small town, just 50 kilometers east of here. Sif asked strangely, how do you know we are looking for someone? Who are we looking for? Coulson said, a strong man told me, I am just a messenger. Is it Sol? No, Thor has lost his divine power. He shouldn't be considered a strong person now. How can you say that about Thor? He is our prince after all. I'm just discussing the matter, not scolding him. Sif stopped her, okay, stop arguing. Go find Thor first. Don't you understand everything? A group of 4 people soon arrived in the town. The medieval costumes of Sif and others attracted the attention of passers-by, especially Sif, who is tall, wears dark yellow leather armor, and carries a long sword. She has a heroic aura, and her appearance and temperament are much better than many big stars. Nowhere in this remote part of the town have I seen such an outstanding beauty, but any man would not be able to take his eyes away. Sif was minding her own business, not caring. To people on Earth, they are gods. The gods don't need to care about what the ants think. Thor has become quite a celebrity in the town recently. After some inquiring, Sif and others found Thor in the bar. Sol. Thor followed the sound and said happily, hey, it's you? Sif, Fandral, Hogun, Volstagg, why are you here? Several people hugged each other. When the joy of meeting calmed down a little, Sif said, we want to ask you to go back and be our king again. We don't trust Loki. The god of thunder shook his head, my mother doesn't allow me to go back. I can't go back. I'm not qualified. The 4 people from Sif asked in confusion, who said the queen will not allow you to go back? She is always looking forward to your return as soon as possible. After a confrontation, everyone realized that Loki had told a big lie. Thor is furious. He wished he could go back to Asgard right away and teach this wayward brother a lesson for how dare he tease his elder brother like this. At this time, Thor still regarded Loki as his younger brother in his heart, and did not realize how destructive the god of trickery was. But he hasn't gotten back Thor's hammer yet, and without the divine power to add to it, it's useless to go back. Guys, as much as I'd like to go back, I'm not qualified yet. Fandral said angrily, are we going to let Loki be the king forever? He will destroy Asgard. Hogun said, when we came here, Heimdall told us that Loki went to Jotunheim. It's probably not a good sign for the new king of Asgard to go to the frost giant's lair. Everyone discussed for a while and found that there was really nothing they could do against Loki for the time being. The 4 Sifs are just subordinates and cannot openly disobey Loki, let alone drive Loki from the throne. Only Odin, son of God, the god of thunder, can fight for the kingship openly and honestly. The problem is that now that Thor has no divine power, it may be dangerous to go back. The god of thunder said, ignore all this for now. It's good to know that my father is not dead. It doesn't take more than a day or 2. Let's drink first. Come on, let me introduce to you the friend I met on Earth, Tang Tiankai. Only then did the 4 of them notice the oriental man who had been smiling and saying nothing next to them. Sif and others greeted politely. Earthlings can live no longer than 100 years and are no longer strong enough to weigh 100 pounds. In the eyes of Asgardians, they are naturally not on the same level. Being able to say hello to a few people is already in the name of Thor. Thor saw what Sif and others were thinking and said, "Don't look down on him. I fought with him and ended up getting 2 panda eyes." Sif, Fandral, Hogun, Volstagg, and others were shocked. Is this Oriental man so powerful? Then he thought about it. The god of thunder has lost his divine power, so he is only a little stronger than ordinary people on earth, and it is not that big of a skill to beat him. But Hogun's violent temper could not be tolerated. "You dare to hit our Prince of Asgard, you are so brave." Tiankai smiled, "My skills are inferior to others, I deserve to be beaten." Apocalypse's words suddenly stung a hornet's nest, and even the gentle Sif slowly drew out her sword, preparing to judge this earthling for insulting the prince. Tiankai stood up and said, "It seems that if you don't do it once, you can't be good." The god of thunder laughed and said, "Hey, Tang, I don't have divine power, so I can't take revenge myself for the time being. But they are my subordinates, and if they beat you, it will be considered as me beating you, haha." Knowing that his father was not dead, Thor was in a great mood, and his funny nature began to fail him again. Tiankai shrugged, "Then if I hit them, it will be the same as hitting you in the face." Hogun had the most irritable temper. He immediately pulled out his mace and was about to start fighting. Thor stopped us and said, "Let's go outside the town and don't destroy other people's homes." Although these people are not peak powerhouses at the level of Thor, they are Asgardians after all. If they start a war in the center of the town, I am afraid that the entire town will be destroyed. Came to the outskirts of the desert. Hogun rushed up brandishing his mace, "Let me teach you a lesson first." There was a soft pop sound, and the mace was directly grabbed by Apocalypse, unable to move. The wolf fang spikes that can pierce steel plates can't even pierce Apocalypse's skin. Come on together. Don't waste time. Looking at this move, Sif and others finally realized that the Eastern man in front of them was probably not a simple man, and they did not dare to be careless. They each drew their weapons and surrounded him. Sif's sword is the most flexible and she mainly attacks the front. Hogun used the mace hammer, and Fandral used the meteor hammer to contain them from both sides. Volstagg is physically strong and wields a large sword, striking from the back. In an instant, the most reasonable attack formation was formed. Apocalypse nodded secretly. They were indeed the most elite team under the Thunder God. Those who could kill the Frost Giant's lair were certainly not too weak. However, that's what makes it interesting. Apocalypse flashed out of the attack range on the left, right, and back, and punched Sif. Sif held the sword in front of her, holding the hilt with one hand and pressing the tail of the sword with the other. Apocalypse felt as if his punch hit a spring, and the sword bent into a semicircle. With a bang sound, the sword rebounded, and Sif slid back dozens of meters, taking away the power of the punch. Asgard's divine warrior is indeed not that simple. Just from this punch, you can see the clues. He is much more flexible than the opponents Apocalypse encountered before. Fandral, Hogun, and Volstagg were behind to attack, and 3 weapons, including maces, bolas, and great swords, were attacking behind Apocalypse. Apocalypse stretched out his fingers and clamped Volstagg's sword between 2 fingers. Volstagg's eyes widened in fear. How could this be possible? The meteor hammer struck in a strange trajectory, and Tiankai turned his head to avoid the meteor hammer. At the same time, with a flick of his fingers, Volstagg's sword came out and hit Hogun's mace. There was a crisp metal collision, and the sword flew far away. Hogun's hand was numb from the shock, and he almost lost his mace. In just a few rounds, the 4 of them retreated, their weapons dropped, and the attack suddenly stalled. Hogun put away his bad temper and said, "No wonder you can punch Thor with 2 panda eyes. With such strength, you really have the confidence to be crazy." The god of thunder rolled his eyes. This guy really doesn't care about the pot. Sif trotted back and formed an encirclement again. This time, they no longer dare to underestimate Tiankai. A flame slowly lit up on Sif's sword, and it seemed to be alive, flowing along the blade. The weapons of Fandral, Hogun, and Volstagg also lit up with yellow light, preparing to use the unique power of the Asgardian god warriors. Sif scolded her and stabbed Apocalypse with her long sword. Before the sword reached him, the skin on Apocalypse's chest felt hot, and a small piece of it was burned. "Ha ha ha ha, okay." Tiankai laughed, "This is the battle I want." Before this, the battles Apocalypse encountered were all physical attacks, and his physical strength has been proven to be even better than that of top powerhouses like Thor. Only these non-physical attack methods such as divine power, spells, and magic have not been encountered yet. Today, let's take a look at what's so weird about these attacks. Apocalypse wanted to do the same thing, pinching Sif's sword between his fingers. Unexpectedly, Sif refused to dodge and retreated, and swung her long sword straight down. She could hold back the power of Volstagg's sword before, but it was like a mud cow entering the sea, and it was weak. Sif's long sword cut straight down, breaking Apocalypse's hand. A crack extends from the index finger and middle finger to the wrist. If it hadn't shrunk quickly, it would have almost cut off half of the palm. Fortunately, Tiankai's resilience is amazing. The flesh and blood on both sides were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the muscles seemed to be like living bugs, growing towards each other, trying desperately to pull the flesh and bones on both sides together. The 4 Sifs are all experienced warriors. They will not wait for Apocalypse to recover and then go in one direction to attack Apocalypse. Apocalypse is not in a hurry to determine the outcome. He tries to find ways to attack each other carefully, and carefully feels the attack methods of these divine powers. Sif and others knew that Apocalypse was powerful, but it was not like they had never encountered powerful opponents in their lifetime of fighting. He uses roaming tactics very tacitly and walks away as soon as he touches the enemy. He never competes with Apocalypse in terms of strength. However, Apocalypse's power cannot be easily removed. Often with one punch, the 4 god warriors need to slide hundreds of meters to remove this huge force. For a time, yellow dust filled the sky with a radius of 1 kilometer, loud noises rolled in, and a large crater was blasted out of the ground from time to time by huge power and divine power. It was a spectacular sight of 5 people fighting in a melee with thousands of people. Fortunately, the fight was not in the center of the town, otherwise the entire town would be destroyed. However, it is difficult for 2 hands to defeat 4 punches, let alone facing 8 hands now. As time goes by, Apocalypse has more and more scars on his body. Upon seeing this, Thor shouted, "Brothers, don't kill him, he is my friend on Earth." Apocalypse smiled, "Thor, there's no telling who will show mercy." After saying bang, he disappeared in place. Apocalypse's unique skill, Supersonic Extreme Attack. This is the attack method I learned at the last Hammer conference, making full use of his terrifying power and abnormal physique. Unless the person being attacked can react at supersonic speed, they will only get beaten. The first one to be attacked was Fandral, who was holding a meteor hammer. The 2 meteor hammers flew into the air, and Apocalypse forcibly grabbed one with one hand, holding the chain, and tied Fandral into a circle. The reason why Apocalypse took down the meteor hammer first was mainly because the weapon was flying around with a weird trajectory, making it difficult to judge the direction of the attack, so he had to deal with it first. Looking at his hands again, the defense that could not be penetrated by cannonballs was actually punctured with several bloody holes by the spikes of the meteor hammer with the blessing of divine power. It seems that Asgard can rule the 9 realms, and the strength of the divine warriors cannot be underestimated. Seeing that the situation was not good, Sif shouted, "Lean back." The remaining 3 people quickly moved back to form a defensive formation with no blind spots. Tiankai tried it. No matter which direction the attack comes from, the person in front can resist it first, and the people on both sides can respond quickly. For a time, there was nothing tactically possible against them unless crushed with violence. And if their weapons blessed with divine power come into contact, their skin will always be scorched. If the Hulk encountered them, as long as he didn't knock him head on, the Hulk might still be hunted by them. However, what they don't know is that Hulk has a trick up his sleeve. Hulk strikes. Tiankai clenched his fists with both hands and punched the ground. Boom. The earth is cracked. The crack seemed to be alive, and it was heading straight towards Sif and the others. The 3 of them were unsteady on their feet and quickly jumped into the air. It's now. There was a sound explosion at Tiankai's spot, and a big pit exploded on the ground. Hogun and Volstagg saw a flash of afterimage, their weapons flew out of their hands, and they fell heavily in front of Thor. When the dust dispersed, Apocalypse and Sif slowly appeared. Sif's sword was pressed against Apocalypse's heart, but she couldn't make an inch forward, and the hand holding the sword was pinched by Apocalypse. Apocalypse's other hand held Sif's neck and lifted it off the ground. Suddenly, Sif's face turned red. This time, Apocalypse has gained experience. Since he can't hold the long sword blessed by divine power, he just grabs his neck. Isn't it possible that these parts are slippery? It's really slippery. Apocalypse unconsciously touched Sif's jawline with his fingers. How could a woman who spends all day fighting and killing outside have such good skin care? This time, Sif's face turned even redder. "Rogue, bastard, you, put me down quickly." Ahem, accidentally. Apocalypse let go of his hands, and Sif stopped attacking. Like an ordinary person, she kicked Apocalypse before running back to Thor. "Tang, no wonder you said that I might not be your opponent if I take back Mjolnir. I really have crazy strength. How can people on Earth be so strong?" Thor came with 4 divine warriors. Sif, Fandral, Hogun, and Volstagg bowed their heads slightly toward Apocalypse, hammered their chests with their right hands, and saluted. This is their Asgard warrior ceremony, and they will give enough respect to the strong. Apocalypse glanced at Sif, the blush on her face had not faded, and she didn't know whether she was pinched or angry. Seeing Apocalypse looking at her and looking at her saluting chest, Sif's eyes glared fiercely, as if to say, "Rogue." Tiankai smiled helplessly. He really didn't mean to tease. At that time, the battle was changing rapidly, so how could he have such thoughts? As for the last touch with my finger, it's all a man's damn instinct. Thor stepped forward, gave Apocalypse a bear hug, and said, "Father invites you to Asgard as a guest. It seems that he has more vision than me. When I pick up Thor's hammer, come back to Asgard with me. Let's have fun. However, Father may not be able to receive you." Sif and others were shocked. The man in front of me was actually invited as a guest by the God King himself. What's the origin? No wonder he was so powerful. It seemed that he had not lost unfairly this time. There was still a little bit of dissatisfaction, but now it completely dissipated. "Thor, don't worry. You'll get the hammer back soon." Thor sighed, "I hope so, but I have no clue." Just as he was talking, a strong wave of energy came from a distance. The people present were all top experts, so they naturally felt it. In the distance, dark clouds gathered, the sky cracked, a black tornado descended from the sky and sand and rocks flew from the ground. Rainbow Bridge. Thor asked, Sif, besides you, who else is here? The 4 god warriors shook their heads. I don't know, we didn't tell anyone. Soon, they had an answer. The colorful light dissipated, and a humanoid machine several stories high appeared in the teleportation rune. Destroyer? The destroyer seemed to be a stack of metal rings stacked up to form a human shape. The body was glowing with a dark black metallic luster. There were 2 large holes on the face, but there were no eyes, and it was a hollow darkness. If it stands still, it looks more like a work of art. But now, the face of this work of art opens, and a hot flame spurts out. Kill people on sight and destroy buildings on sight. Wherever it passed, houses were blown up, cars flew over, and flames shot into the sky. In the original plot, when Coulson saw the arrival of the destroyer, he still didn't know whether to live or die. He held a broken loudspeaker and shouted, "You are using an unauthorized weapon. Show your identity." As a result, the destroyer ignored it and directly blasted down the flames of destruction. Countless cars were destroyed on the spot, explosions occurred everywhere, and an unknown number of agents were killed. Coulson survived because he hid quickly. But with Tiankai's warning, as soon as he saw this humanoid machine appearing, he had already told his men to run far away and escaped this disaster. Apocalypse knew that Loki, far away in Asgard on the other side of the universe, had finally taken action against Heimdall, the guardian of the Rainbow Bridge. He used the source of the Frost Giant's power to freeze Heimdall, seize control of the Bifrost, and send the destroyer to Earth. With Loki's character, there is no such thing as not hurting the innocent. Suddenly, the town screamed and everyone fled. Oops, Jane and the others are still in the town. Everyone, go back quickly, Thor said urgently. Sif asked, who is Jane? Tiankai said, her girlfriend. Hearing this, Ziv couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Sif has always had a secret affection for Thor, a bit like Pepper Potts and Iron Man. For so many years, she has been hoping that Thor will respond. Even in Thor 2, God King Odin couldn't stand it anymore. On the eve of Thor's coronation, he personally said to Thor, "Human life is fleeting and not worth worrying about. You should cherish the people in front of you." Then he looked at Sif in the distance. However, Thor still did not respond, which made Sif extremely disappointed. In the subsequent plot, Sif never appeared in Asgard again, and she didn't know where she went. Not being able to love is the most painful thing in the world. Now that the situation was urgent, Sif had no choice but to put her mood away and rush to the destroyer with everyone. Entering the town, Thor assigned a task to the 4-man team. "I am a mortal now and cannot accompany you to fight. You go and hold back the destroyer. I will assist the mortals in the evacuation." Then he said to Tang Tiankai, "Tang, I'm so sorry. We Asgard have brought disaster to the earth." Tiankai said, "It's not your fault. I know the person behind this is Loki, and I will settle the score with him." The 5 soldiers were divided into 2 groups. Thor went to find Jane, while Apocalypse, Sif, and others faced the destroyer. Sif ran to the side and said, "You attract fire from the front." Fondrel, Hogon, and Volstagg stepped forward and shouted, "For Asgard." Unfortunately, the sound was loud, but they were vulnerable, and a blast of flames from the destroyer drove them back. But it also gave Sif a chance. She was seen jumping high with the help of the building, and inserted a spear into the destroyer's neck from behind. The destroyer, originally full of red flames, slowly extinguished, and Sif stepped on the destroyer's back, smiling confidently. Tiankai secretly said that something was not good. "I saw the metal circles all over the destroyer's body slowly rotating. In the blink of an eye, the back turned into the front, and a powerful flame was about to erupt. Boom! With a loud sound, Tiankai disappeared on the spot. At the moment when the destroyer erupted, he held its huge head and twisted it hard, and the huge flame pillar passed by Sif. Sif broke out in a cold sweat, said thank you and quickly jumped off the destroyer. The destroyer's circle rotated again, and the head held down by Apocalypse turned into feet. The original feet slowly rose up and turned into a head shape. The tall body looked down at Tiankai. Boom! Apocalypse curled up into a ball, jumped up high, and hit the destroyer's chest directly. The huge impact force made it unable to maintain its balance, and it fell to the ground hard. "After so many days, I can finally take action with all my strength." Tiankai smiled evilly. Roar! It was as if an ancient monster was resurrecting, like an ant-sized Apocalypse, roaring at the tall destroyer. The destroyer swung a punch, but Apocalypse was not afraid and punched him as well. Boom! There was a loud bang. A circle of white ultrasonic shock waves visible to the naked eye was scattered in all directions. Sif, who was the closest, hurriedly raised her sword and knelt down to resist the ultrasonic shock wave. Even so, her figure still couldn't stop sliding backwards, and she didn't stop until she had retreated more than 30 meters. Wherever the ultrasonic shock wave passed, all the glass in the town burst, and no one was spared. Sif, Fondrel, Hogon, Volstagg, and others looked at each other with shock in their eyes. Is this the strength of that earthling? In the battle with us just now, he didn't show his full strength at all. If he had attacked with all his strength from the beginning, the 4 of them would not have been able to block even one move. It was more like teasing us by deliberately beating him for so long. Thinking of teasing, Sif thought of Tiankai's fingers touching her face, and couldn't help but feel a little complicated. Ha 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 ha, it's worthy of being produced by Asgard. It just resists being beaten. Tiankai suddenly became heroic and took action wantonly. Since gaining 3 times the power of the Hulk, he has never really used his full strength to fight. When fighting the Abomination Giant and the Hulk, although they were 1 against 2, the opponents were too weak and they all fell down without using all their strength. This time I met an opponent who was strong enough and didn't worry about killing the opponent, so I could finally let go. Under the excitement of the mood, the blood in the whole body is rushing and boiling, and a faint gurgling sound can be heard. Boom, 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 boom. Each punch is 3 times the power of the Hulk, and each punch triggers a circle of ultrasonic waves. With one blow, the area was almost reduced to a vacuum, which was quickly filled with the surrounding air. Violent air fluctuations made the battle area look like a level-sandstorm. The surrounding dust and gravel rose and fell regularly with the sound of explosions. The gravel shot out is more powerful than bullets, and it shoots directly through walls and billboards. In the fighting area, huge flames of the destroyer were sprayed out from time to time, houses collapsed, and rubble flew everywhere. Sif and others wanted to come up to help, but found that they couldn't even get close. As soon as he took 2 steps, he was pushed out by the aftermath of the battle. Not to mention defending against gravel and destructive flames. Fondril said, Sif, retreat. We can't help in this level of battle. Everyone go and protect Thor. It is good. The 4 people quickly met Soul. Apocalypse, on his side, exchanged countless punches with the destroyer, and found that although he could knock the destroyer down, he couldn't defeat him. These dark metals don't seem to be very hard, and even Sif can pierce them, but in an instant, they are all restored without even a trace. As expected of the guards guarding the treasure trove of Asgard, they are indeed miraculous. As for the flame sprayed from the destroyer's face, although it was powerful, Apocalypse was not afraid of it. There was really too much movement. Before the eruption, the entire body glowed red from the metal circle, and even a blind person knew that it was about to make a big move. It's okay to deal with ordinary warriors, but it has little effect against strong men like Tiankai who can burst into the speed of sound at any time. Now it seems that if we want to completely kill the destroyer, physical attacks will no longer work. We can only use divine power, magic and other means. Just now, Sif's simple stab caused the destroyer to temporarily extinguish the flames. It seemed that divine power was at work. The problem is, these apocalypses don't know how to do it. Sif and others did have divine power, but they were too weak and couldn't even enter the battle circle, so they couldn't help. In the original plot, it was Thor who sacrificed his life, awakened his divine power, and finally destroyed the destroyer with the help of Thor's hammer. Thor. Faced with the stalemate in front of him, Tiankai thought of the butt of the United States for no reason. But, it was the classic line of the Captain of the United States. This way I can fight all day long. Loki, who was far away in Asgard, watched this scene through the Rainbow Passage, holding the Rainbow Bridge Guardian's sword slightly in his hand. Since when has there been such a monster on Earth? And he is still helping Thor, Sif, and others. If this person is not eliminated, he will be in even more trouble when he comes to Asgard in the future. Loki smiled evilly, since one doesn't work, then 2. Suddenly dark clouds gathered in the sky of the small town, the sky cracked, and the scene when the destroyer came reappeared. The second destroyer has arrived. Unlike the first destroyer who destroyed everywhere, the second destroyer came straight to Apocalypse as soon as it appeared. A flame shot out from dozens of meters away. Just as Apocalypse was about to dodge, the destroyer who was approaching suddenly surrounded him with a pair of giant hands. 2 hands were not enough, so the destroyer's feet transformed into 2 hands. 4 strange hands trapped Tiankai in place. Tiankai is secretly shocked. Will these 2 destroyers cooperate? Before the second destroyer came, the first destroyer could only fight with him, and he had never made such a strange move. Bang 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 with 4 punches in a row, Tiankai blasted away the 4 giant hands. But with just such a delay, the flames of destruction have arrived. The huge pillar of fire instantly drowned Apocalypse. The thunder god in the distance shouted anxiously, Tang, get out of the way. This was not over yet. The first destroyer emitted flames again, and the 2 flames came one behind the other, immobilizing Apocalypse. Where the flames intersect, a flame ball is formed, growing larger, and finally reaches the limit. Boom. The flame ball exploded, and the flames swept across a kilometer radius like a wave. Wherever it passed, the wood turned into coke, the steel burned red, and the entire town suddenly turned into a sea of flames. Fortunately, because the apocalypse lasted long enough, the crowd had already evacuated, otherwise there would have been countless civilian casualties from this attack. Along with the explosion, there was also a charred corpse, which was Apocalypse. By coincidence, Apocalypse's corpse rolled in some weird trajectories and landed right in front of the god of thunder. Fortunately, no one was thinking about whether the trajectory of this corpse complied with the laws of mechanics. Thor, a strong man, finally couldn't help it, and lay on the ground, tears dripping down onto Tiankai's body, and said, "I'm sorry. Tang, my friend. It's all because of me? My arrival has given me you have brought disaster." Thor stood up and said to Sif, "Let's go. You must return to Asgard alive and stop Loki. How about you?" Thor's expression suddenly calmed down and he said, "Don't worry, guys, I have a plan." After saying that, he walked towards the 2 destroyers with a tragic expression. On Tianqi's charred corpse, he quietly opened one eye and finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the god of thunder walking forward. The plot is finally dialed back. When the second destroyer comes, although Apocalypse is not sure whether he can defeat him, he can escape. But it also gives Tiankai a warning. In the original plot, there was only one destroyer. In order to save the residents of the town, Thor stepped forward and faced the destroyer in his mortal body. To be honest, as the son of Asgard, being able to sacrifice one's life for ordinary people on Earth is indeed full of compassion. Apocalypse only cares about playing well, but he didn't expect the butterfly effect to occur. If this continues, he will miss the plot of Thor's awakening. If Thor does not awaken, I don't know what direction the butterfly effect will lead to in the future. Now that the second destroyer has arrived, let's just go with the flow and pretend to be defeated and die. Apocalypse was still afraid that the stimulation was not enough, so when he threw the corpse, he quietly used his fingers to use force on the ground, and it just hit the god of thunder. The good friend who used to drink heavily and fight as much as possible turned into ashes and fell in front of his eyes. The excitement was overwhelming. No one noticed Tiankai's little thoughts, but he couldn't help but open one eye. The coke on the outer skin fell off and made a little clicking sound. Ziff, who was attentive, noticed this subtle movement, looked around casually, and happened to meet Apocalypse's eyes. Suddenly, the two eyes looked at each other, and the situation was a bit awkward. Thor, on the other hand, approached the two destroyers with grief and anger. The destroyer looked at Thor motionless, without attacking, waiting for instructions from another world. Loki, I know you're looking at me. Is this what you want? Killing civilians, hurting innocents, what good will it do to you? If you want to kill, kill me. Otherwise, when I return to Asgard, I will teach you a lesson, brother. The crowd in the distance didn't dare to breathe, and the town suddenly fell silent. Apocalypse, who was as powerful as a monster just now, was killed by two destroyers. Seeing the god of thunder coming forward to provoke, many people couldn't bear to look directly, spread their fingers and covered their eyes. Suddenly, destroyer number 1 waved his giant hand, and the huge force knocked Thor away and threw him high into the sky. Boom! A bolt of lightning suddenly flashed, and the god of thunder's body stood still in the sky. Countless thunder and lightning appeared in the void, surrounding the body of the god of thunder, emitting a dazzling white light. Thor, resurrection? In the original plot, Thor was beaten until he faked his death, and finally he was moved by Mjolnir, and with the help of the power of thunder and lightning, he finally revived. Now, because the excitement of the apocalypse is so overwhelming, the divine power has been awakened without the need for Thor's hammer. Thor, the god of thunder and lightning, does not necessarily need a hammer to have the power of thunder and lightning. Looking at Thor standing in the void, Jane could no longer close her mouth. Oh, my god. I always thought that there was something wrong with my brain, and my silly and handsome boyfriend turned out to be a god. It turns out that what he said all along was true. The expressions of Daisy, Eric, and others were not much better than hers, and they stood blankly on the spot. The god of thunder opened his hands and held them from a distance. Thor's hammer, 50 kilometers away, soared into the sky, accelerating all the way. In an instant, it broke through the speed of sound, dragging a long ultrasonic shockwave tail, and returned to Thor's hand with a bang. As for the complete form of the god of thunder, he finally merged into one. Suddenly, the thunder and lightning became more intense, so fast that the people on the ground could hardly open their eyes. The clouds in the sky moved with the wind, slowly forming a huge tornado vortex, and the god of thunder was right in the middle of the vortex. I, Thor, son of Odin, represent Asgard and destroy you. The god of thunder descended from the sky, carrying a huge force of thunder and lightning, and headed straight towards the destroyer on the ground. In the original plot, Thor relied on this ultimate move to penetrate the destroyer with the power of thunder and lightning, completely eliminating its vitality. But due to the butterfly effect of the apocalypse, two destroyers came, and the situation suddenly changed. Locked by the god of thunder, the two destroyers were unable to escape and suddenly hugged each other. The metal circles on the body are layered on top of each other and constantly rotating. In the blink of an eye, a higher and more powerful combined destroyer is formed. The combined destroyer raised his hands and faced Mjolnir. Boom! The tornado cloud trembled and was almost scattered. Although the fusion destroyer was beaten down and almost fell down, it was not fatally injured. The metal circle kept spinning and recovered. The god of thunder was startled. He did not expect the combined destroyer to be so powerful. He raised his body again and entered the tornado cloud. Suddenly, there was thunder and lightning in the dark clouds. The light became brighter, and the dark clouds expanded to cover the entire town. The tornado is getting bigger and bigger, like a giant dragon sucking water, sucking up the sand and rocks on the ground into the air. The town that had been beaten to pieces now had no leftovers left. Everything was sucked away. The town residents watching from a distance didn't know whether to cry for losing their home or to be grateful that they could see gods in their lifetime. This time, the god of thunder descended from the sky again with more thunder and lightning. The combined destroyer raised his head to the sky, his face suddenly opened, and a destructive flame that was 3 or 4 times stronger than the previous single one shot into the sky. The god of thunder did not evade, and the man and the hammer merged into one, like a sharp blade, splitting the flame pillar into 2 and slashing straight down. Thor's hammer was about to approach before his eyes, and the combined destroyer suddenly split into 2. The incomparably powerful Thor's hammer struck directly from between the two destroyers. Boom! A deep pit dozens of meters wide exploded on the ground, and all the dust was sucked into the clouds by the tornado, making the entire sky suddenly darker. Although the destroyer, which was divided into two, was blown away by the explosion, it successfully avoided this fatal move. Taking advantage of the gap between Thor and his ultimate move, he attacked from the left and right, and destructive flames and giant metal hands appeared one after another. For a time, Thor was busy dealing with it and could no longer spare the time to charge up his ultimate move. Thor understood that the two big moves just now did not hurt the combined destroyer, so another big move would have little effect. He had no choice but to use the hammer's strange ability to fly up and down and attack left and right to suppress the two destroyers. The destroyers are not afraid of physical attacks. Apocalypse's 3 times the power of the Hulk failed to destroy them before, and Mjolnir was also unable to do so. Often when hit with a hammer, the destroyer would be dented and look seriously injured. As the metal circles on their bodies rotated, they returned to their original state. Only the power of thunder and lightning can slow down or interrupt the destroyer's fire attacks, but unfortunately the attacks are not powerful enough to completely eliminate them. The destroyer sometimes merges and sometimes separates, and his attack methods are more than 10 times more sophisticated than when he fought Apocalypse alone. Thor has more than enough flexibility, but not enough offense. For a moment, Thor and the two destroyers were in a stalemate, and neither could defeat the other. Jane and Sif looked secretly anxious. What to do now? The two metal monsters didn't seem to get tired. When Thor's energy was exhausted, no one could run away. Hey, bastard, get up and help Thor get rid of those two destroyers. Sif kicked Apocalypse's charred corpse. Fondrel, Hogan, Volstagg, Jane, Daisy, and Eric looked at her in horror. Is this bitch crazy? He's been burned to a crisp, and you still kick him. Do you have any conscience? Get up quickly. Sif kicked again. Hogan stepped forward and advised, Sif, please don't do this. Brother Tang helped us block the destroyer and delayed time. Death is the most important thing. Let the small grudges in the past be let go. At the same time, he secretly thought to himself that the woman was really stingy. Wasn't it because Brother Tang pinched her neck during the fight before? He still holds grudges even after his death. You must not offend this comrade in the future, otherwise she will definitely hate you until death. Sif shook her head and kicked a few more times. You don't understand. He is just pretending. Hey, get up. Daisy rushed over and stopped in front of Sif with tears in her eyes. You are too narrow-minded. He has been burned to char, and you still won't let him go. Go to the destroyer and show me how to pretend. Daisy had no time to grieve for the Prince Charming in her heart due to the series of events just now. Now that she saw Sif kicking his remains, the grief in her heart suddenly surged up. Everyone scolded Sif in unison, making Sif even more angry. This bastard on the ground must have deliberately made me look embarrassed, because he clearly saw you open your eyes just now. Asshole, get up quickly, Thor can't hold it anymore, Sif shouted. Fondrel, Hogan, and Volstagg stepped forward, preparing to pull Sif away to prevent her from doing anything inappropriate again, which would really embarrass Asgard. Okay, let you pretend? Anyway, the man's thing is useless if it's burned, so I'll cut it off. Do you still pretend? With a swish sound, Sif drew a sword flower and headed straight towards Apocalypse. No one could stop him and couldn't help but close their eyes. This was too cruel. Poor Brother Tang didn't expect to suffer such a punishment after death. When the sword tip was about to hit, there was a sudden pop sound, and two black fingers accurately clamped Sif's long sword. Tiankai slowly sat up, and the charred and dead skin on his body began to fade away. You were so tired from playing just now, can't I take a rest? No. 7 people shouted at him in unison. In just a few minutes, everyone's mood went up and down like a roller coaster. Now that they saw Apocalypse alive, they were suddenly more angry than happy, and they unanimously spoke out. Tiankai took a look and saw that these 7 people seemed to want to eat him alive, so he quickly left the place of trouble and wrong. Wearing a pair of big pants, he jumped towards the battlefield. That's right, all that's left is a pair of big pants, and they're gold? Not long ago, he asked Iron Man to help him make some indestructible clothes. Iron Man thought about it, not to mention clothes, even mechas, there was nothing that Apocalypse could not defeat. Finally, he dug out a small piece of vibranium left by his father Howard, stretched it into metal wire, and combined it with some high-tech fiber wire to make a pair of big pants for Apocalypse. After all, Apocalypse wants these clothes so that he won't be as eye-catching as the Hulk in battle. Naturally, priority should be given to clothing with key components. Tiankai hugged him twice. Is it too much for him to knit a pair of underwear as a gift? Unfortunately, there was too little vibranium, so I only made one piece and then it was gone. The outer clothing can only be made of some ordinary tough materials. Normally, it was enough for fighting, but just now the destroyer struck 2 flames of destruction, forcibly burning his clothes into charcoal, leaving only his vibranium underwear. This is also one of the reasons why Tiankai doesn't want to move. It really affects the image of wearing big golden pants to fight in front of 3 beauties. But now Thor can't handle it with 1 against 2, so he pretends to be dead and is discovered by Sif. Helpless, I was put on the shelves. Hehe, that's great, Tang, you're not dead. It's just that these clothes. Thor asked while playing. Apocalypse looked at Thor with envy. Just now, Thor was still wearing a t-shirt and jeans, but he transformed. Not only did his power and hammer come back, but his clothes were also changed into bright armor and a cape. It was so handsome. Thor, let me borrow your cloak. I won't borrow it. Thor shook his head firmly. It won't affect your combat effectiveness if you don't wear clothes. If you use my cloak while naked, I will never dare to wear it on my shoulders again. What do you mean naked? Don't I still have a pair of shorts? That's not okay. Apocalypse is helpless. This guy Thor is really not interesting. Isn't a good brother worth a cloak? Fortunately, I had the foresight to make a pair of big pants in advance, otherwise the situation would be embarrassing now. The destroyer noticed that Apocalypse was approaching, and directly blasted him with a blast of destruction flames, dragging him into the battlefield. Court death? Tiankai opened his eyes. Not only did I have no shoes, I even had no clothes to wear. How dare you mess with me? Roar. With a roar, Apocalypse unleashed all his anger on the destroyer. With a sonic explosion, he jumped up high and knocked a destroyer to the ground with his body. Then he hugged its feet with both hands, and the metal body, which was more than 10 meters high, was lifted high by Apocalypse and slammed to the ground. Boom, 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 boom. Destroyer 1 was knocked dizzy by the smash. Although the physical attack could not completely destroy them, it was enough to temporarily lose their combat effectiveness, at least unable to unite. Ouch! Thor suddenly shouted. He was knocked down from the sky and fell to pieces. It turns out that when Apocalypse was carrying the Destroyer 1 and bombarding him randomly, he accidentally photographed the passing Thor. Thor was furious. Tang, did you do it on purpose? Boom. Apocalypse smashed the Destroyer again, and took advantage of the opportunity to say, how can you say that to me? I'm smashing mine here, why are you flying here? You. The God of Thunder was at a loss for words. It seemed to make sense, but something felt wrong. You hurry up and kill the other one. I don't have any magical power, so I can't kill these iron lumps. The God of Thunder no longer hesitated, rose high again, and swooped down with the help of the power of thunder and lightning from the clouds. Without combined cooperation, a single destroyer can no longer stop Thor. Mjolnir passed through the head of Destroyer 2 and flew out from the bottom. Countless lightning powers filled the destroyer's dark body. Dots of lightning exploded inside, and after a while, the flames of Destroyer 2 extinguished and slowly fell down. Before Thor's hammer could return to Thor's hand, Apocalypse stretched out his hand. I'll lend you my hammer. Mjolnir suddenly turned and flew past Thor's hand, flying into Apocalypse's hand. For a moment, Apocalypse was like the second god of thunder, with thunder and lightning all over his body. The tornado thunderstorm clouds in the sky continued to chop down thunder and lightning, providing energy for the hammer. If it weren't for the fact that he was naked and wearing big pants, he would look like the second god of thunder. Boom, 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 boom. He hammered Destroyer 1 dozens of times, flattening the body, and the life inside was completely annihilated by the power of lightning. The Destroyer tried to turn the metal circle to recover, but when he moved a little, there was no sound, and there was dead silence. At this point, the two destroyers were completely destroyed by the combined efforts of Thor and Apocalypse. You can actually hold Mjolnir. Thor couldn't believe his eyes. No wonder when I said I was afraid of hurting myself, it turned out to be this. No one cares about the destroyer at this time, everyone is looking at Apocalypse holding the hammer. Sif, Fandral, Hogon, Volstagg, etc. are all Asgardian warriors, and they know best what it means to be able to hold Mjolnir. Several pairs of eyes stared at the man holding Mjolnir, from initial disdain to anger to now admiration. Sif's eyes changed when she looked at Apocalypse, and Apocalypse's image was once again subverted in her heart. If she weren't wearing a pair of golden pants, her image could be even taller. Return the hammer to you. Apocalypse threw Mjolnir at Thor. Thor took the hammer with a complicated expression. I originally thought that I was the only owner of the hammer, but I didn't expect that there was a mistress wearing gold pants outside of it. For a moment, I didn't know what to think. After the war, Carlson led his men to temporarily maintain order and deal with post-disaster reconstruction matters. The God of Thunder said, "No wonder my father invited you to be a guest. If I hadn't awakened, would I have made you the God of Thunder? How could it be? Aren't you awake now? If? There are no ifs. I don't like to carry a hammer with me. It doesn't fit my image." Bah, what kind of image do you have? This guy. Daisy leaned closer and said, "I think this looks very handsome, and the golden underwear also has a lot of personality." Then he looked forward to Tiankai's response. Jane stroked her forehead and was speechless. As an intern, she had completely fallen. Let's stop talking. Now that the destroyer has been killed, Loki will definitely know. He will definitely speed up the progress of the conspiracy. You'd better think of a way to get back to Asgard. Thor thought the same thing. He could ask about the hammer slowly, but Loki couldn't wait. I went back too late, and I don't know what Asgard has been like. Thor came over and said to Jane, "I have to go back to fight now, so it is not convenient to take you with me. I promise you that I will be back soon and take you to see the Rainbow Bridge in Asgard. There the scenery is beautiful and spectacular. We could spend the whole day there." Jane said softly, "Then you have to come back quickly and don't leave me behind." Thor, promise Mjolnir. The two were affectionate, talking to each other, and finally had a deep goodbye. Apocalypse looked at Sif, wondering how she would react when she saw the man she had a crush on hugging another woman in front of her. Unexpectedly, Sif was also looking at Apocalypse. There was a moment of glaring, and the atmosphere became awkward again, and finally ended with a fierce glare from Sif. "Why are you staring at me? I'm not the man I kissed you," Tian Kai said. Sif was so angry that she didn't know how to react, and turned away with her face flushed. After Thor kissed Jane goodbye, he called Apocalypse, along with Sif, Fondrel, Hogon, Volstagg, and others, stood in a circle and started calling, Heimdall, 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 Heimdall. Far away in the Asgard Rainbow Control Room, Heimdall, who was frozen into an ice sculpture by Loki, heard the call and slowly woke up. As the guardian of Asgard's Rainbow Bridge, he has devoted his life to his duties. No matter where people in Asgard are, as long as they call him, they will get a response. Hearing the prince's call at this time, Heimdall opened his eyes, gathered all his strength, and broke free from the ice on his body. There were several Loki confidants in the control room who came around after hearing the sound. Heimdall showed no mercy, raised his sword and killed them all. Then he inserted the sword into the center of the control room and used his last strength to open the rainbow channel. A rainbow of light fell from the sky, and Thor, Apocalypse, Sif, Fondrel, Hogon, Volstagg, and others disappeared. There is only one burning ancient arcane rune left on the desert. Jane, Daisy, and Eric felt lost, looking at the runes for a long time before leaving. The light of the rainbow took 6 people including Thor and Apocalypse through the infinite space and flew towards Asgard. Apocalypse and others flew at high speed in the light of the rainbow. Outside the rainbow bridge, countless stars shone, and in an instant, they were left behind. I don't know how many universes and time I have traveled through. I don't know how long time passed, it seemed like a moment, and it seemed like a long time passed. Suddenly, the rainbow light in front of them disappeared, and a group of 6 people appeared in the rainbow control room. In the middle of the rainbow control room, there is a small raised platform with the guardian sword on it. It is still connected to the rainbow channel and emits white thunder light. And Heimdall fainted next to the guardian sword. He had been frozen by Loki using the source of power before, and his body had been severely injured. After hearing the call, he forcibly broke the ice seal and used up his last strength. Thor hurriedly stepped forward to check and found that he was just unconscious, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He said to Fondrel, "You send him to the medical room, and the others will go to the palace with me." "Yes." Tiankai hurriedly looked at the control room. The entire control room was resplendent and was a hemispherical dome structure. The walls are covered with circular patterns, layer upon layer, and the patterns are covered with ancient runes. Exiting the control room is the main body of the Rainbow Bridge. The colorful divine light that usually leads the Asgardians to and from various planets in the universe is also called the Rainbow Bridge, but strictly speaking, it is just an energy channel created by the Rainbow Bridge. The main body of the Rainbow Bridge is tens of meters wide and several kilometers long, spanning the Sea of Asgard. One end is the Rainbow Control Room, and the other end is naturally the land of the Kingdom of Asgard. The bridge body is made of dark yellow translucent crystals, and it is unknown what kind of material it is made of. It flashes with colorful divine lights day and night. Looking along the bridge, there were already fireworks in the distance, and the shouts of killing could be heard for miles. The god of thunder was in a hurry. Loki has already taken action. "I will go to the palace first, and everyone will follow." With a whoosh sound, he swung the hammer and disappeared in the blink of an eye. "Holy shit." Tiankai cursed in his heart, but he took me with him. He can jump very far, but if he doesn't know the specific location of the palace and jumps around rashly with no one to guide him, he will be misunderstood as an enemy. Apocalypse felt that Sif, Fondrel, Hogon, Volstagg, and others were too slow, so he directly kidnapped Sif. "Give me the direction," said, soaring into the sky. Sif resisted instinctively at first, but then she thought that the overall situation was more important, and she couldn't escape anyway. So I stopped twisting and pointed the way in the air. Fondrel, Hogon, and Volstagg looked at each other, and their expressions relaxed. With the help of these 2 strong men, the 3 of us no longer have to worry about the palace. If they can't solve it, the 3 of us can't help in the past. Just stop by and clean up the frost giant minions causing damage. Palace of Asgard. God King Odin had a peaceful face and was lying in the sleeping cabin in the dormitory. Queen Frigga was guarding her husband at the door. Whenever she saw the frost giants breaking in, she would draw her sword and fight. However, she majored in witchcraft and was a witch. She was not very strong in frontal combat. As soon as she cut down a soldier, she was slapped aside by the frost giant King La Fei, leaving her unable to resist. La Fei stepped forward, crossed his icy blue hands over the golden energy shield, reached into the dormant cabin, and slowly opened the eyelids of God King Odin. "I know you can still hear and see everything around you. Please remember, the person who killed you is the frost giant king, La Fei." La Fei stretched out his hand, and an ice blade appeared. He raised it high and was about to kill Odin. Suddenly, a divine light appeared behind him, and he was knocked out of the dormant cabin with a bang. La Fei was severely injured and tried to raise his head with a look of shock on his face. It is absolutely unbelievable that the person who attacked him was the god of tricks who colluded with him, Loki. Loki raised the staff again and said with a gloomy face, "The one who kills you is the son of Odin." With a zi sound, another divine light came out, completely killing La Fei. The leader of the clan died inexplicably beside Odin's bed. La Fei never understood why Loki wanted to kill him until his death. What he didn't expect was that Loki was still his biological blood. In his opinion, in order to seize the throne, Loki killed his brother and his father with his own hands, which was very consistent with the cruel and cold character of the god of trickery. This is how a generation of heroes should be. From the perspective of those in charge, this is the most reasonable and logical thing. Unexpectedly, everything Loki did not care about the throne or reputation, but to prove to God King Odin and God Queen Frigga that he was a more qualified and better son than Thor. He even brutally killed his biological father on the spot, and prepared to eliminate the Frost Giant clan, completely severing his bloodline from the past. All the tricks, all the blood, were just to satisfy Loki in performing such a show in front of the God Queen. When Tiankai saw such a plot, he vomited 3 liters of blood. People who are not mentally twisted into twisted ropes cannot do such childish, willful, and cruel things. But this is Loki, the god of trickery. Moreover, Queen Frigga, who was knocked aside, was really deceived. She was moved and said to Loki, "You saved your father." Then, he gave Loki a loving hug. There was a smug smile hidden in the corner of Loki's mouth, and he said, "Mother, I swore to you that they will eventually pay the price for their actions. I did it." As soon as he finished speaking, Thor and Apocalypse arrived. Thor shouted, "Loki." Apocalypse looked around and saw Loki wearing armor, a cape on his shoulders, a golden scepter in his right hand, and a helmet on his head. The helmet is dark gold, with 2 horns standing high on the forehead, bending backwards, showing a strange and majestic look. Compared with the strong Thor, Loki has a slender figure and a handsome face. Combined with his smile, he has an evil beauty. This was his official meeting with Loki. Last time when they were next to Mjolnir, Loki was invisible and couldn't be seen. He didn't show up either. The two of them just sensed each other's presence. God Queen Frigga looked over, let go of Loki, showed a smile, and walked over. "You are finally here." The god of thunder was greatly excited, with tears in his eyes, and he took a few steps forward. "Yes, mother, I'm back." Unexpectedly, Frigga directly past the god of thunder, walked up to Apocalypse, and said, "My husband Odin just invited you a few days ago. I thought it would take an unknown number of years, but I didn't expect that we would meet in just a few days." As he spoke, he held Tiankai's hand affectionately like an elder. The god of thunder was embarrassed on the spot, and a thought flashed through his mind. Was the Queen Mother beaten stupid by the Frost Giant? Can even his son admit his mistake? No, you can't think of your mother like this. He walked around to Frigga again and said, "Ahem, mother, I'm here. I'm Thor. The son you miss so much is back." Queen Frigga showed a bit of reproach on her face and said, "I know, I'm over 1,000 years old and I'm still frizzy. Didn't you see that I'm receiving guests? Now that Asgard has encountered changes, the palace is in a mess, which is already rude enough. As a prince, you should treat guests with courtesy." Not only was Lei Shan baffled by what he said, but even Apocalypse couldn't understand it. Even if he can lift Mjolnir, he can still be an ordinary guest, but he won't have to abandon his 2 sons to welcome her formally like this, right? Just him. Thor laughed loudly. "Mom, he is a brother I met on Earth. We drank and had a fight. You don't have to be so polite to him. If we really want to talk about superiority, he is a native of Earth and belongs to We Rule Asgard, and he still wants to salute you. What do you know?" Queen Frigga scolded, "He is your brother, but that does not prevent him from being our distinguished guest in Asgard. Strictly speaking, he is an Earthling, but not entirely. He comes from a higher dimension, a truer dimension." Frigga pointed to Sif, who was still clamped on Apocalypse's waist, and asked, "This is?" Sif reacted immediately, kicked around like a small fish, and whispered, "Asshole, put me down quickly." "Ahem, sorry, I forgot." Sif hurriedly tidied up her appearance and bowed half kneeling to the Queen of Gods. "Queen of Gods. Well, get up." Tiankai said, "Queen God, I don't quite understand." It is not surprising to say that Queen Frigga can know that she is a person from another world. In the original plot, Thor traveled back through time, and she recognized at a glance that Thor had come back from the future. The Queen God said, "As everyone knows, I have some knowledge of witchcraft and can glimpse some fragments of the future. The last time you fought Odin, your existence was like an indelible mark that suddenly appeared in the long river of Asgard. So I informed Odin and invited you to come up as my guest." No wonder when he picked up Mjolnir, Odin's mental pressure first made him furious, and then his attitude suddenly turned 180 degrees. It turned out to be the Queen Frigga who informed him. "Queen God, can you see my future?" Frigga shook her head. "With my ability, I can only see some fragments of images about Asgard. The moment you came into contact with Odin, the time course of Asgard suddenly changed drastically, completely overturning what I had seen before. Have witnessed." Then he said to Thor, "Thor, your brother comes from a different dimension and has a noble status. He is of great help to Asgard. You must not neglect him." The god of thunder said carelessly, "He is my brother, who will help me if he doesn't help me. However, I really don't see what makes him noble." Sif on the side asked, "Queen, is it possible that Tang is an Eastern Protoss?" Frigga glanced at Sif meaningfully. "No. He does not have the Tau charm unique to the Eastern Protoss. He is truly nobler than any other race in the world." "What's true?" Everyone was confused. The cultivation system of the Eastern Protoss is called cultivation. True cultivation does not pursue strong strength. Strength is just a side effect of the cultivation process. Using falsehood to cultivate truth, achieve immortality, and ultimately transcendence, this is their philosophy. Each of us lives in some false appearances, and even this world is a false appearance. Some strong people have practiced for thousands of years, just to pursue a little bit of true essence. But Mr. Tang, in fact, is true. The essence is far beyond any strong person I have ever seen. If Mr. Tang is jade, our truth is just smoke at best, not worth mentioning. Apocalypse was a little embarrassed to be praised so much by the Queen of Gods. Am I that powerful? I can't even kill the destroyer. When it comes to truth and falsehood, Tiankai has some experience. This world, in the past life, was just a fake two-dimensional. I traveled through it myself, but everything was so real. But must past lives be real? Many scientists in previous lives have claimed that judging from various signs, there is a high probability that the universe in which humans live is a holographic simulation. Everything is just a higher dimensional program. The structure of the entire universe is so tight, the constants are so exquisite, and the formulas are so beautiful, they don't look like they were created naturally. If this is the case, the fake self has entered a fake world, and in this fake world, the self is the most real. If there was a chance that people in this world could go back to their previous lives, would it be true or false? How to calculate the truth and falsehood in this? Let's also talk about the theories discussed by some sages, such as there is nothing outside the mind and there is no reason outside the mind, the universe is my heart, and my heart is the universe, and so on. Could it be that these sages have long seen that the world in their previous life was a holographic simulation program? As a result, many cultivators appeared. Some of them may not be strong enough to hold their heads against a brick, but they pursue the true essence throughout their lives. Tiankai just thought about it for a little while, and he felt like he was about to faint. Such a philosophical question is really not suitable for otakus. The Queen smiled and said, Mr. Tang, there is no need to worry. I have said that the essence of cultivation is to use falsehood to cultivate, and strength is just an incidental part. With Mr. Tang's true nature, it is not difficult to improve strength. Even Mr. Tang's existence will have an immeasurable impact on our entire universe. Unfortunately, my level is too low and I can't see much. Tiankai said, since the Queen of Gods can see the future, why didn't she make preparations for changes earlier? You know, the final outcome. How miserable was Asgard in the end? The god King Odin was annihilated, the god queen was assassinated, and the eldest daughter Hela broke through the seal and came to Asgard to kill them all. In the end, the entire kingdom of Asgard was wiped out by the Minotaur Surtur. The people of Asgard finally escaped onto the spaceship, only to encounter Thanos. Loki died, and Thor, like Odin, became blind in one eye. It is not known whether blindness is hereditary. In the end, only a small part of the bloodline was left to pass on to the earth. The kingdom of God, which once ruled the 9 realms, ended up like this. The god queen smiled and said, Asgard is not destroyed, how can it have an ending? If you are talking about those disasters. Alas, everything is the best outcome. Is the Queen of Gods also so fatalistic? Apocalypse is non-committal, but Asgard's fate is still called the best outcome? The Queen of Gods sighed. Many people think that being able to predict the future, peer into the long river of time, and change the future. In fact, there is not much that everyone can do. If you want to force changes, you will get a worse result. Or there will be unpredictable forces intervening. Apocalypse thought of the time administration that appeared in Loki. Is this an unpredictable power? If the future is already determined to be unchangeable, then what is the point of Doctor Strange peering into the future and finding the only chance of success from tens of millions of possibilities? Just lie down and let the time administration work tirelessly to maintain the timeline. Doesn't this become fatalism? If it can be changed, what's the point of the existence of the time administration? Tiankai couldn't figure this out, so he simply didn't think about it. At least Apocalypse now knows that when he peeks into the future, he is not omniscient. Like Frigga, he can only see some fragmentary scenes with Asgard. All other things are based on speculation and may not be accurate. Thor saw the Queen and Apocalypse playing riddles, but couldn't understand. He felt impatient. Taking advantage of Apocalypse's silence, he hurriedly said, Mother, I want to tell you that all this is Loki's conspiracy. Speaking of Loki, Tiankai suddenly became alert. Something is wrong? He and the God Queen had been chatting for so long, but Loki didn't say a word. He was too quiet, which was definitely not his character. Apocalypse stretched out his hand, pulled out Sif's sword, and shot it at Loki with a clang sound. The god of thunder was shocked and shouted, Tang, what are you going to do? I saw the sword quickly passing through Loki's body and nailed to the wall behind. Loki slowly transformed and disappeared. It really is an illusion? With Loki's character, how could he stay still and wait for death when he saw the two top powerhouses Apocalypse and Thor coming? Apocalypse didn't know when Loki slipped away. He was afraid that he would have quietly left as soon as he came in. At this time, the colorful lights outside were shining brightly. A strong light shines into the palace. Oops. Apocalypse recalled the original plot and said to Thor, Loki is going to use the power of the Rainbow Bridge to destroy Jotunheim. The god of thunder became anxious upon hearing this, and with a wave of his hammer, the man had disappeared. Queen God, let's talk later. Tiankai said goodbye quickly. Sif hurriedly saluted and followed. Rainbow Bridge. At this time, the Rainbow Bridge was shining brightly, and in the translucent crystal, countless energy rays continued to flow towards the Rainbow Control Room. The circular pointer-like device in the Rainbow Control Room emitted a strong light, crossed the Asgard Cosmic Sea, and disappeared into the dark void of the universe. The energy level is 10,000 times stronger than during teleportation. No need to guess, this 7-colored divine light must be directed towards the home of the frost giants, Jotunheim. The 7-colored divine light can be strong or weak. If controlled properly, a rainbow channel can be established to transport people to any place in the universe. Now it has been enhanced 10,000 times, and people will be torn into powder as soon as they enter. It is no longer a transmission channel, but a death channel. Over at Jotunheim, divine light suddenly descended from the sky and directly hit the frost giant's temple, causing the mountain to collapse and the earth to collapse. As the energy of the colorful divine light increases, the earth's crust is constantly being turned over. If it is not interrupted, it will penetrate the earth's crust and detonate the earth's core. At that time, the entire Jotunheim will explode like a balloon. Loki, what are you going to do? Thor asked sternly. Loki said, what are you doing? I want to prove to my father that I am worthy of being his son. I saved his life and destroyed the hateful race of frost giants. From now on, I no longer have to worry about the war between the two worlds. You are too willful. We are not qualified to decide the survival of a race. Stop it immediately. On Earth, the god of thunder could sacrifice his life for ordinary humans. Now that he saw that a huge race was about to be destroyed, how could he agree? Ha 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 ha, I can't stop anymore. My brother, just wait and see the good show. Thor was furious and struck Loki with a bolt of lightning. Wherever the lightning passed, Loki was disillusioned and was an illusion. The real Loki suddenly appeared behind Thor, and the scepter in his hand emitted a divine light, which almost knocked Thor off the rainbow bridge. Thor flicked his hand and Mjolnir came out. When it hit Loki, he found that it had turned into an illusion. Thor didn't want to get entangled, so he simply rushed directly to the rainbow control room, but was attacked by Loki on the way, and was unable to escape for a while. Tang, go to the control room and pull out the sword of protection. It is good. Apocalypse comes straight to the control room. Suddenly, Loki appeared in front of Apocalypse, holding a scepter in his hand and stabbing towards Apocalypse. Without even thinking about it, Apocalypse suddenly sprouted 8 arms, moving up and down, left and right, back and forth, and threw a series of bastard punches. For a while, there were many afterimages. Except for the 2 legs standing on the ground, the upper body was full of hands. Bang 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 bang. A dense burst of air sounded like firecrackers. Suddenly the hand on the side tightened and touched the entity. Oh, the real Loki fell from the void and slid dozens of meters away. His face was twisted in pain, and a piece of his chest was already dented. You boy, play with illusions in front of me and see if I can't kill you? Apocalypse didn't care to continue the pursuit, let Loki go, and ran to the rainbow control room. At this time, the rainbow control room was dazzling, with a large amount of golden divine light pouring out. Even with his eyes closed, the divine light still shines through his eyelids and reaches his eyes, giving people the illusion of blindness. Tiankai wanted to rush inside, but found that he couldn't rush in at all. The light pressure was too strong at this time, forming a natural energy shield to protect the control room. Apocalypse blocked the front with his hands, burst out with all his strength, and pushed forward step by step. Less than halfway through, the ground loosened, and the hard ground was crushed into powder under the strong pressure. Apocalypse couldn't put any force on his feet and was immediately pushed out. Tried a few more times, but nothing worked. Roar. Since gentleness doesn't work, try violence. Apocalypse exploded with 3 times the power of the Hulk and blasted forward. Unfortunately, although the power is great, hitting it on light pressure is like hitting cotton, which is useless. Apocalypse was secretly shocked. Just a part of the leaked energy was already so powerful. He couldn't even get close to him with 3 times the power of the Hulk. So how terrifying must the energy Jotunheim have endured? Sure enough, in the face of the power that can destroy the planet, human power still seems too small. Thor, I can't get in. Lend me your hammer. As Apocalypse stretched out his hand, Thor felt the hammer in his hand being pulled and quickly let go of the control. Thor's hammer flew to Apocalypse's hand, and his huge strength combined with the power of thunder and lightning, he swung it towards the Guardian's sword with all his strength. Useless? Although he advanced a little further, he was still ejected by the light pressure, like a cannonball, ricocheting past Apocalypse. Damn, even this won't work, Tiankai cursed secretly. No wonder Loki said he couldn't stop. Now no one can get close to the control room until the energy is exhausted. Tiankai took a few steps back and thought for a moment. It was discovered that there was light pressure in the control room, but not the pointer device outside that emitted the rainbow divine light. This device is a ball, rotating at high speed, with a pointer in front. It is said to be a pointer, but for the planet level, and for humans, it is an extremely large barrel. The rainbow light is emitted from the pointer and disappears into the void in front. In order to concentrate the energy, the spherical device and the hands are well sealed so that no divine light escapes. Apocalypse looked at it, jumped up, flew high, and landed on the side of the spherical pointer. Apocalypse pressed his hands on the high-speed rotating spherical device. As soon as he pressed it, his flesh and blood were bruised. The Hulk's physique, which could not be penetrated by cannonballs, did not appear very powerful in front of this device. Holding back the severe pain, Tiankai used his hands to forcefully reverse the direction of the pointer and lift it upwards. The thunder god in the distance was shocked and shouted, "Don, don't." Unfortunately, the high-speed rotating pointer is too noisy, and the surrounding divine light vibrates the void, making it impossible to hear it. The huge light pillar was slowly lifted from the plane of the cosmic sea. Thor is in a hurry? As a brother, I have lived on the earth all my life and have never even been to space. I have no common sense in cosmology. On the Earth, the ground is solid and upward is void. Normally, any gun salute or cannon salute will not hit anything if it is shot upward. But in the universe, there is no distinction between the sky and the Earth. There are galaxies in any direction. In addition, Asgard is not a planet, but a strange flat continent, which gives the wrong hint to Apocalypse. Moreover, Apocalypse does not understand the properties of the Rainbow Bridge. The rainbow divine light can travel through countless time and space, and will not dissipate at all unless it encounters an entity. Such intense divine light can only be blocked by objects above the planet level. Lifting Apocalypse like this is just transferring the energy that destroyed Jotunheim to some unlucky planet in the universe. As the rainbow pointer was lifted, the divine light slowly crossed the continent on the surface of the planet far away in Jotunheim, leaving a bottomless canyon. Then, the divine light moved out of Jotunheim's planet and toward the void of the universe. Wherever it passed, the void was distorted and the stars were disillusioned. I don't know how many distant and unknown planets have suffered unreasonable disasters. Loki stood in the distance, staring at Apocalypse, with a cold smile on his lips. Thor didn't care about hitting Loki anymore. He waved his hands anxiously and shouted, "Don, don't push it." Seeing Thor's gesture, Apocalypse thought it was asking him to work harder, and shouted back, "Come over and help. I can't lift you up." Unfortunately, under the huge buzzing noise of the spherical device, neither of the two people could hear the other. Thor spins his hammer, trying to fly over and stop Apocalypse. But then I thought about it. It would be useless if the rainbow light does not stop emitting. As long as the rainbow light continues to emit into the universe, there will still be planets that will be unlucky. Thinking of this, Thor raised his hammer high and thought of the only way. Oh, Mjolnir hits the rainbow bridge hard. Tiankai is anxious. Is this guy Thor stupid? I've already changed the plot. Why are you still smashing the rainbow bridge? There are still beautiful wives and beauties waiting for me on the Earth, and there are many things to do. I don't want to be trapped in Asgard for several years. Could it be that Thor, this guy, feels that his push is not high enough? Then I'll try harder. Tiankai yelled, "Asshole, don't smash it." Too bad Thor couldn't hear it. On the contrary, I saw the divine light pointer moving again in the void of the universe, which made me even more anxious. Oh, idiot, don't push. After the second hammer blow, the rainbow bridge crystal began to crack, and now it was Apocalypse's turn to be angry. Don't smash it. Oh, don't push. Don't smash it. Oh, don't push. Oh, don't want. Do not. Finally, this mutually inaudible quarrel ended with Thor's victory. Boom. The rainbow bridge is broken? The huge energy transmission was suddenly interrupted, the energy was chaotic, and a big explosion occurred on the spot. The Asgard cosmic sea raised huge waves and flooded the rainbow control room. Then the water fell down and continued to disappear into the void. The violent explosion destroyed the rainbow control room, and the spherical device collapsed, fell to the ground, and could no longer rotate. Thor and Loki were thrown high into the sky by this energy that destroyed the world, and Apocalypse was even worse. He couldn't fly in the first place, and now he was falling into the void below the cosmic sea, with no way to use his strength. What's more, the aftermath of the explosion has a powerful impact. The three of them accelerated and fell towards the cosmic sea. Apocalypse saw Sif rushing towards the three of them from a distance. Unfortunately, the aftermath of the explosion was still spreading. After running a few steps, she was swept away by the air wave. The god king Odin, who was sleeping in the palace, suddenly opened his eyes when he heard the explosion. He disappeared from the dormant cabin and turned into a ray of light, flying towards the rainbow bridge. Seeing three people from a distance, Odin pulled two back, one in each hand. And the one left is none other than Loki. Loki couldn't believe it. His father didn't save him, but instead saved that earthling. His eyes were full of unwillingness, anger, resentment, and despair as he looked at Odin, slowly falling into the void and finally disappearing. Asgard's cosmic sea is endless day and night. The water comes from nowhere and goes away from nowhere. Apocalypse doesn't know what is under the cosmic sea, but judging from the reactions of God King Odin, Thor, Loki, and others, it is definitely not a good thing, and may even be life-threatening. In the original plot, Odin captured Thor and Loki at the same time. In that situation, Loki still did not forget to quarrel with the God King. In the end, he was so angry that he chose to let go and fell into the void. Then somehow he hooked up with Thanos and returned to Earth to cause trouble. But now, it was not that he chose to let go, but that the God King gave up on him. One can imagine how deep the resentment in his heart will be. The God King pulled Apocalypse and Thunder God up, sighed, and flew back to the palace. The God of Thunder was silent for a long time, looking at the direction where Loki disappeared in trance. My father chose to save me. I don't know what will happen to Loki, Thor said with some guilt and pain. Don't worry, Loki's fate is very high, I guarantee you, he is still alive. Really? Apocalypse nodded affirmatively. This gave Thor a lot of comfort and he felt much better. After a while, the God of Thunder said, Tang, my good brother, you may have gotten into big trouble just now. After a little explanation, Apocalypse finally understood why the God of Thunder got happier the more he pushed the rainbow needle. I only blame myself for being an earthling for too long and not having any common sense about the universe. However, the universe is so big, it may not necessarily hit a planet. Even if it hits a planet, it may not be a living planet, and even if it is a living planet, it may not have intelligent life. Tiankai could only comfort himself in this way. The two men stood on the beach of the universe, with stars dotted and the sea water flowing, and an image of explosion and destruction beside them, which gave them a different kind of poetry. Apocalypse looked at the starry sky swept by the rainbow light just now, and asked, Thor, look, are there any fewer stars? It should be no less. Sol squinted his eyes and looked at it for a long time. You can't tell the difference at all, can you? I'm not Heimdall, who can memorize the stars in the sky all day long. Okay. The two calmed down and returned to the palace to rest. Now that the rainbow bridge is broken, there is no hope of returning to Earth in a short time. Tiankai lay on the bed, bored and thinking about today's events, comparing them with the plot in his memory. As I thought about it, a chill rose from the bottom of my heart. The God King is not simple. Thousands of years ago, Odin picked up Loki in the temple of Jotunheim. This was a strange thing. Going to someone else's lair, seeing an alien baby, suddenly bursting with maternal love, bringing it back to raise him as an adult. This style of painting is obviously abnormal. How could a god king who conquered the 9 realms and countless civilians die because of him be so kind to a woman? Even if you suddenly have a conscience, you can just bring a child back and let ordinary people raise it. Why should you raise it as a prince? You know, this is the son of frost giant King Laufey, but Laufey didn't know all this. Secondly, when Thor was crowned for the first time, the frost giants sneaked in without Heimdall's eyes and ears. Did no one doubt Loki? Ordinary people dare not question the prince's justification without evidence. Loki was brought up by Odin and Frigga himself, and things like illusions may have been taught by Frigga. They couldn't possibly not know what their son was capable of. In the whole thing, I didn't hear that they were trying to track down who brought the frost giants in. On the contrary, Thor's exile seems too heavy. You people from Jotunheim came over to make a fuss, and I, the people from Asgard, also went over to make a fuss. It was a tie at best. There was no reason to be so cowardly as to exile my heir. By coincidence, the god king Odin fainted and fell asleep at this time, and Loki could finally do whatever he wanted. Afterwards, he designed a trap to kill the frost giant King Laufey and staged the drama of parent-child patricide. There are many such plots in Tiankai's memory. Then, Loki also wanted to destroy the entire kingdom of frost giants. The Queen of Gods disappeared, and Odin didn't wake up. If Thor hadn't taken action in time and decisively smashed the Rainbow Bridge, Loki would have succeeded. When the Rainbow Bridge exploded, Odin, who was unconscious even with the ice blade in front of him, suddenly woke up. The first thing he did after waking up was not to look for water, but to jump out to save others. Is this a normal reaction for an old man who is about to die? It was obvious that he saw that his own son was in danger and could no longer pretend. In the original plot, it was Loki who let go. But with the strength of the God King, if he really wanted to pull him up, it was only an arm's length away. How could he not be able to pull him up? With the arrival of Apocalypse, the God King directly chose to save Thor and Apocalypse, letting Loki fall into the void of the cosmic sea. If all these doubts are coincidence, then it is too coincidental to be believed. It can be said that the probability of the frost giant disappearing in the whole thing is as high as 99%, and the only surprise is Thor. Thor returned from the earth a little late, or he was not so compassionate. After a little hesitation, Asgard's worst enemy, the frost giants, completely disappeared from the universe. Even in the world of gods, annihilating a race is a great sin. And Loki can bear all these sins alone, and then Thor can rule Asgard in the name of the benevolent king. If this were a layout, this would be horrific. He is indeed a divine king who can rule the 9 realms. God King Odin does not have the ability to foresee the future. If this was a plan that started thousands of years ago, then the only person who assisted in it was God Queen Frigga. Today, as soon as they met, God Queen Frigga gave her enough face. Tiankai was a little proud of this polite attitude at first, thinking it was his advantage after traveling through time. Thinking about it now, I can't help but sweat on my back. Although the Queen of Gods may not necessarily have any ill intentions toward herself, she may not have a plan. The next day, there was a celebration banquet. The frost giant king invaded and died in Asgard. He was the victor no matter what, so it was necessary to hold a banquet to boost morale. The god of thunder, dressed in a set of medieval robes, called to the apocalypse and took in the surrounding scenery before the banquet began. At this time during the day, Tiankai looked at the sun in the sky and asked, "Is that sun real?" "Real. Who built Asgard? So awesome. Such a large continent cannot be formed naturally by the universe. If the weight of matter reaches a certain scale, it will collapse into a sphere under the action of gravity. Therefore, the most common natural celestial bodies in the universe are spherical. It deliberately maintains the structure of a flat continent like this, and also uses all kinds of incredible means to build the cosmic sea. The scale of the work is beyond imagination. Even in order to simulate the night and day caused by the rotation of the planet, a star was captured and allowed to revolve around Asgard. This is the legendary realm of catching stars and capturing the moon." Thor shrugged. "Some people say it was built during my father's heyday, but I don't think he was that strong." Just as he was talking, Sif came from a distance. Today, Sif did not wear warrior leather armor, but wore a blue and white dress and a lace belt, which particularly showed off her figure. She had a simple shawl hairstyle on her head, changing her previous heroic aura and becoming a gentle lady. Apocalypse's eyes lit up when he saw it. He had never seen Sif in this shape before, including in his past life memories. He was wearing a leather armor suit before, and he looked brave, but his figure was really nothing to look at. Thor, you don't have any thoughts about Sif. What do you think? She's my brother. She is a woman, and a beautiful woman. Haven't you noticed this? Can't women be brothers? Speaking of which, Thor's character is considered strange in Asgard. Although he clearly has a distinguished position, he has no idea of power. He likes to fight, but he is also very kind. He is tall and handsome, and with the bonus of being the son of God, it stands to reason that there will be no shortage of women around him, but except for Jane, the one who is his destiny, I have never seen him hook up with other women. In addition, his personality is a bit funny, and he does not have the majesty of the son of God at all. If you take away the halo from him, his personality is more like that of a grown boy who doesn't really have any special pursuits other than playing. Tian Kai was helpless. Was he pretending to be stupid or was he really stupid? He gestured with his hand and said, women have different body structures and different thoughts. If you treat her as a brother, do others treat you as a brother? The god of thunder said carelessly, it doesn't matter whether she has breasts or not, whether she has a penis or not, as long as we fight together, we are brothers. These words were just heard by Sif who was approaching, and suddenly a dark look appeared on her face. Then he glared at Tian Kai fiercely, as if blaming him for bringing his prince into trouble. Tian Kai is unjust. This was said by the god of thunder. Why are you glaring at me? Today was a formal occasion. Sif did not greet Thor as usual. Instead, she slightly bent her legs and made a ladylike salute, saying, Your Highness Thor, the Queen invites you to come over. The banquet is about to begin. It is good. The banquet was held in the palace, and Apocalypse looked at it as he walked, especially the dome. The palace is majestic and majestic. The dome alone is tens of meters high and there are no pillars to block it. It is full of Asgard's history, but they are all very peaceful pictures, and there is nothing unusual about them. But Tian Kai knew that there was another layer inside. That layer is the real history of Asgard, a bloody, violent and blood-filled history of conquest. Palace Hall. The god King Odin, who was weak and comatose just the day before yesterday and was almost killed by the frost giant King Laufey in his dream, was in high spirits today and delivered a speech on the throne. During the days when I was ill, Loki took on the responsibility of defending the kingdom of God. Not only did he thwart the frost giant's conspiracy, but he also killed the invading Laufey, which demonstrated the majesty of my kingdom of Asgard. Here's to Loki. Here's to Loki. Everyone cheered with a toast. Originally Loki wanted to pursue the victory and completely destroy Jotunheim, but Thor was compassionate and did not hesitate to destroy the Rainbow Bridge. He teamed up with his friend Tang Tian Kai to stop this act. Because you have such a kind prince, raise your glass. To Sol. Here's to Sol. This time, everyone cheered louder. After Odin finished speaking, God Queen Frigga stepped forward to say something again. Neither of them mentioned Apocalypse pushing the rainbow needle in their speeches. After all, the real culprit was Loki. On the contrary, he intentionally or unintentionally exaggerated Apocalypse's achievements and emphasized his friendship with Thor. It seems that there is no deviation from the truth, and the credit is even attributed to Loki, but the meaning is very different from the importance. The Jotunheim who escaped and the frost giants who survived may even be grateful to Thor, and their anger will only be directed at Loki in the future. If he hadn't figured out some causes and consequences last night, Apocalypse would probably be as silly as Thor right now. The god of thunder may never know how many things his parents secretly did behind the scenes in order for him to rule the 9 realms safely. It seems that the gods not only compete in strength, but also in conspiracy. Just as they were thinking about this, Odin and Frigga joined hands and said loudly, with the discussion and approval of the Council of Elders, we have decided to grant the title of Prince Tang Tian Kai to Thor's good brother and the hero of this battle. Tian Kai was stunned, couldn't he? Are you so willing to spend money? What is the title of prince, second only to the prince? If Loki and Thor unfortunately die, the prince may even succeed as the king of Asgard. Sif, who witnessed what happened last night, also looked puzzled. If Apocalypse helped, she did. But when it comes to being granted the title of prince, there is a huge gap. Although many people of Asgard also have doubts, the God King, God Queen, and the full support of the Council of Elders have become an unquestionable divine decree. Thor patted Tian Kai on the shoulder and said, Tang, it's your turn to go up. Tian Kai glanced at Thor. Did this guy really not feel anything was wrong at all? It seems that in the original plot, he passed the position of king to the Valkyrie big black girl, which was a really wise move. Anyone could do it better than this big joke like him. At this time, there were bursts of applause and everyone was watching, welcoming the Apocalypse. Apocalypse is not very happy, and the implication of tricking is too obvious. Do you really think that I have the same IQ as the God of Thunder? Going up means accepting the good intentions of the God King and God Queen, and you will be bound to Asgard from now on. You can't ignore what happens in Asgard. Why don't you go up? Well, it seems that if Asgard and Thor have something to do, I won't care about it. In this case, it is better to simply accept this kindness. If you don't take it, you don't take it for nothing. Apocalypse stood up and waved to the applauding crowd. Countless people of Asgard were also looking at this strange new prince, and many people asked each other in whispers about the origin of this prince. The moment he took over the scepter representing the prince's identity, Tian Kai sensed a mysterious energy wave that appeared outside the palace. After glancing at the God King and God Queen, they didn't seem to notice. Apocalypse is a little strange. There is no reason why the God King cannot sense the energy fluctuations he can sense. Could he be from Asgard? But the energy characteristics are obviously different. After the investiture ceremony, everyone was free to eat and drink. Thor shouted, "Dawn, come here quickly. Last time I was immortal and was knocked down by you. Now that I have regained my power, let's compete again." Suddenly seeing Frigga coming from behind, her voice suddenly became softer. "Mother." Frigga was obviously in a good mood. She sat down gracefully and said, "Prince Tang, since you are already a member of Asgard, I will speak frankly. What do you think of Sif?" Apocalypse thought to himself, does Frigga want to help persuade Thor? In the original plot, it was God King Odin who persuaded him, but unfortunately he could not be persuaded. He could only say, "Very good. He is beautiful and has strong fighting ability. In that case, why don't I betroth her to you? What do you think?" "What? Me?" Tian Kai was stunned. The plot is wrong, shouldn't it be Thor? Apocalypse looked at Thor and saw that he had nothing to do with him and was waiting to watch the show. "Wait a minute, you just said betrothal. I thought Asgard had free love." Frigga smiled and said, "Of course we are free to choose. Asgardians have a lifespan of thousands of years. If they were not in love, how could the couple stay together for such a long time? I've already asked her, it just depends on what you think." Apocalypse looked at Sif and saw that Sif had her eyes downcast, her hands folded together on her lap, trying to pretend to be a lady, generous and calm, but unfortunately her red face betrayed her. Sif's original feelings for Thor were more like her feelings for an idol. She was the only woman in that fighting team. The other Fandral, Hogon, and Volstagg were all extremely rough men. Only the god of thunder is handsome and a prince, so it is inevitable that some feelings will arise. If Thor responded, this trace of affection would naturally take root and sprout. However, Thor had no interest in it at all, so it was wiped out in a flash. After meeting Apocalypse on the earth and having several contacts, he gradually fell in love with this powerful man who was not inferior to the god of thunder. It's just that Apocalypse has always taken it for granted to associate him with Thor, and he didn't notice Sif's many little thoughts and tricks. If this relationship develops normally, I don't know how long it will take for it to progress, or it may even be missed. But last night, Apocalypse came in with Sif under his arm and met the god Queen Frigga. As a woman, I naturally understand women best. If you didn't have a crush on a man, how could you be so submissive and cooperative? Therefore, Sif was included in the plan to win over Apocalypse. The God King and God Queen worked together to confer titles on Apocalypse while bringing Sif and Apocalypse together. Although Sif felt a little happy, this was an unusual match made by the God King and God Queen, and since she already had a good impression of Apocalypse, she agreed. Tian Kai said, "You don't know yet, but I already have a wife." When Sif heard this, her face turned pale. Frigga said, "Asgard is not monogamous, and there is no conflict with whether you have a wife or not." This. Tian Kai looked confused. "It would be a lie if I said I wasn't moved." Facing a stunning divine warrior like Sif, a normal man would have some thoughts, let alone now that he is coming to his door. It's just that it's hard to explain this to Black Widow when I go back. After all, not long ago, he called S.H.I.E.L.D. and banned her from using beauty skills, so he turned around and took other beauties home. You can't have such double standards as a human being. At this time, the god of thunder said, "Mother, I'm afraid this matter is a bit difficult for Brother Tang. He loves his wife very much." The three of them looked at Thor, including Apocalypse, wondering, have I talked to Thor about Black Widow? It seems not to mention whether you love it or not. Thor raised his flowing golden hair and said proudly, "My girlfriend Jane has a student named Daisy. She is a fierce hottie. She is very attracted to Tang, and she almost pounced on her. Jian also secretly discussed with me how to match them up so as not to annoy the eyes. It's just that the earth was in such a hurry that I didn't have time to act." But Dawn didn't even look at her. He didn't even touch her hand. At first, I thought he liked handsome men. The Queen of Gods slapped him on the head and said, "Speak well." Ahem, I thought Tang just didn't like that type. Now that I hear him say he has a wife, I realize that Tang is a gentleman. Even in the face of temptation, he insists on adhering to the law of loyalty between husband and wife. So, I am sure that he loves his wife very much. After a long discussion, Thor felt that his reasoning was flawless, and his face showed a look of shame. Tian Kai was stunned when he heard this. Am I that noble in the eyes of others? At that time, he was running around and had no time to talk to Daisy. He had just finished fighting the destroyer and had not even had time to sit down and rest for a while. He came to Asgard without even having time to test his character. The Queen of Gods sighed and said, "To put it this way, we are being rude." Seeing the pale-faced Sif beside her, the Queen felt a little distressed and asked, "Is your wife from the Eastern Protoss or someone else?" "No, she is considered an ordinary Earthling. Black Widow is a superhero to people on Earth, but to Asgard, she is really just an ordinary person." The Queen of Gods said, "If this is the case, the lifespan of people on Earth is only 100 years. If you stay with her for this life, 100 years later, you and Sif will be together again. It does not violate your own beliefs. Asgardians generally have a lifespan of several thousand years, and the lifespan of the strong and the weak may sometimes differ by 1 or 2,000 years. Not to mention the pair of Thor and Jane, if there are no special circumstances, Jane can only accompany Thor for 100 years. Not to mention whether Thor will find a new love in the future, at least according to the Asgardian concept. Companionship has a length of time unless the two people have the same lifespan. Sif squeezed the fabric of the skirt tightly with both hands and whispered, Dawn, I still have at least 3,000 years to live, and I am willing to wait for you for 100 years. Such a stunning divine warrior has arrived at your doorstep, but you still have to wait 100 years, even a man can't bear it. Apocalypse was heartbroken, and he decided to become a scumbag for once, lest he regret it for the rest of his life. No need to wait. Before he finished speaking, Thor interrupted, Tang is right, there is no need to wait. If he eats from the bowl and looks at the pot, his relationship with his current wife will not be pure. And Sif, if you waste 100 years of youth, what if you meet someone you like during this period? To love, you need to let both parties be free, and hope that the other person will live happily. Thor shook his hair. Since meeting Jane, he felt that he had understood the true meaning of love. Queen Frigga sighed and said, Prince Tang is really admirable. As a woman, I really envy your wife. If I say more, it will be disrespectful to your love. Tian Kai was confused. Come on, I'm really not what you think. Frigga glanced at Sif and asked, Sif, what do you want to say? Sif raised her head and said firmly, Dawn, it's my business to wait, and I won't ruin it for you. After 100 years, no matter what decision you make, I will respect you. After saying that, his eyes turned red and he ran away in a hurry. The queen stood up and said, Alas, let you young people decide on your affairs. After speaking, he also left. This time, Apocalypse and Sif were not brought together, so the plan was not perfect. However, the queen was still very satisfied to see that her newly knighted Prince Tang had such a noble view of love. It is not good to push too much and force others to violate their firm beliefs. Watching the two people leave, Tian Kai stayed on the spot dumbfounded. The second half of my sentence was, 100 years is too long, it's okay now. You guys should just let me finish my words. Sif, you should seduce me. Daisy would also say things like if you don't wear a ring, it doesn't matter. You wouldn't say it doesn't matter if you are in another country. Maybe I would give in. Now the funny god of thunder has made himself so noble that even the queen and Sif believe him. No matter how thick-skinned Apocalypse is, he can't fall out on the spot. From a lover to a scumbag, he can only hold his words in his stomach. Seeing that Tian Kai's expression was not good, the god of thunder patted his shoulder and said, Come on, drink, you're welcome. As a younger generation, it's really inconvenient for you to reject your mother directly and embarrass her. Brother, I've said it for you. You fucking blocked my way to being a scumbag, and you still want me to thank you? Tian Kai gritted his teeth and said, I thank your whole family. Thor, just thank me and my father, queen and queen. No need to thank that bastard Loki. Apocalypse and Thor had a round of drinks, feeling a little emotional. If the god of thunder hadn't interrupted him, would he have really accepted the queen's wooing? Alas, human nature really cannot stand the test. However, thinking of Sif's heroic and stunning charm, I couldn't help but sigh. TMD, animal nature, even more cannot stand the test. After drinking for a while, Tian Kai remembered that the energy fluctuation he had just sensed had not dissipated yet, so he simply went out to take a look, lest he drank too much and couldn't help but beat Thor on the spot. As he walked away, people around him saluted Tian Kai one after another. When I arrived at the square, I saw a translucent rectangular cube standing on the ground, glowing slightly with yellow light. In front of the rectangular body, stood a middle-aged black ant with a plump figure, wearing a tight-fitting anti-riot suit, and holding a folder in her hand. The people around seemed not to have seen the translucent rectangular shape and the black ant. When they came to her, they walked around unconsciously. Seeing Tian Kai approaching, the black ant said, Mr. Tang, you finally came out. As soon as he saw this posture, Tian Kai's heart thumped twice. This is the time from the Time Variation Administration? There is a timeline where Loki was tortured a lot by the people from the Time Variation Administration. Although I tried my best to maintain the original plot, after all, so much had changed, and it was impossible for them not to know. Are you here to catch me? The black ant said quickly, Don't dare, Mr. Tang, you misunderstood. Your dignity is far beyond my authority. I am here to convey a message. Say what? Your existence has seriously changed the sacred timeline, and a large number of non-existent results have appeared. At first, we thought it was another time criminal. We were just about to form a team to hunt it down, but suddenly instructions from the highest level came. Apocalypse interrupted, Wait, the highest level? Do you mean the Time Guardian? Yes. Excuse me, is the Time Guardian one person? Or three people? Apocalypse asked, staring into the black ant's eyes. Mr. Tang, you really know, it's a person. Sigh. To be honest, if it weren't for your appearance, Mr. Tang, I wouldn't have known that the Guardian was a person. Those three people turned out to be just mechanical puppets. In the timeline of Loki, Marvel's Loki was unwilling to be erased and joined forces with the female Loki who was on the run in another timeline to resist the Time Variation Administration. Later, when they broke into the headquarters, they discovered that the three seemingly Time Guardians turned out to be just three puppets. If it hadn't been for Loki's arrival, the employees of the Time Bureau would have been deceived for hundreds of millions of years. The Guardian was afraid that you would misunderstand, so he showed up to me specifically to tell you that his name is Kong. Kong in the original plot seemed a bit arrogant, but that was just an appearance. Being able to suppress the multiverse for hundreds of millions of years and unify the timeline, Countless strong men can only follow the time rules set by him and cannot change their fate. How can it be so simple? Just like when God King Odin was on Earth, people who saw him could never imagine how terrifying this bad old man was. But a strong man like Odin could only follow the sacred timeline. Even Frigga had seen the tragic fate of Asgard and did not dare or be able to change it. With such a comparison, one can imagine how great Kong is. The powerful God King was nothing more than an ant in front of him. The Guardian has issued an instruction specifically for you, making you an exception. In other words, as long as the timeline is related to you, it does not violate the laws of the Time Bureau. Tian Kai felt happy. Could he finally let go? I had always been submissive before. In addition to being afraid of losing the advantage of the Prophet, I was also afraid of the unknown existence of the Time Variation Administration. Tian Kai suppressed the joy in his heart and said, well, okay, thank you Kong for me. The Black Ant continued, however, this is not the news I want to bring. The news is, the Black Ant's eyes suddenly changed. Her eyes widened and emitted 2 golden rays of light. When she opened her mouth, a rich middle-aged male voice came out. Mr. Tang, I'm sorry that I can only meet you in this way. Because of your appearance, the sacred timeline has deviated and become loose. Those powerful people trapped in the sacred timeline are starting to make moves. They are sniffing the long river of time, looking for the source that caused the sacred timeline to loosen. Once discovered, I am afraid that countless unimaginable powerful people will come. Mr. Tang, although you are of noble nature, you are not very strong. Once discovered, you may not be able to survive, and your soul mark will also be plundered by the strong. When the time comes, the sacred timeline will be annihilated and divided into countless chaotic timelines. It will be an era of great chaos in which all life will be devastated. Asgard is a very powerful Protoss. Your acceptance of Asgard's knighthood this time is already a very powerful wave. I'm afraid some strong people have already begun to test it. Tell Frigga to stop prying into the river of time. If you meet a strong person, her memory may reveal your existence. Tian Kai asked, what should I do? Increase your strength as soon as possible. Can you help me? Since the Time Guardians have shown goodwill to themselves, it is not impossible to rely on their power to ensure safety when necessary. It's better than fighting alone. We can't help you. The Time Bureau is the target of those powerful people. If you have more contact, I'm afraid you will be located soon. And a strange expression suddenly appeared on the Black Ant's face. Although you are a great hope for the universe if you are alive. But if you die, the next best thing is to grab your soul mark, which will be a great hope for us. It's a real benefit. After saying that, the golden light in the Black Ant's eyes disappeared and her voice returned to normal. Okay, Mr. Tang, I've brought the information. Goodbye. After saying that, the Black Ant turned around and entered the rectangular parallelepiped and disappeared. Just as the cuboid disappeared, a divine light suddenly flew over. Odin and Frigga appear next to Apocalypse. Prince Tang, what happened just now? You disappeared for 3 seconds under my induction. Odin said. The meeting between Apocalypse and the Time Bureau just now lasted at least 10 minutes, but under Odin's divine consciousness, only 3 seconds passed. Obviously, this is the Time Bureau's specialty, changing time. However, being able to hide it from Odin's nose for just 3 seconds was enough to alert them. Apocalypse said to Queen Frigga, the unpredictable power you mentioned has appeared. Frigga's face turned pale and she trembled. Is Asgard's fate really unchangeable? Apocalypse shook his head and said, he allowed me to change Asgard, but there is one condition. You are not allowed to peek into the river of time. Otherwise, it may cause great terror. Odin and Frigga rejoice. Even Odin, the old god king, couldn't control himself and was beaming with joy. This princely title was finally not given in vain, and there is good news so soon. If they are allowed to change their future destiny, there will be too much room for maneuver for them. It's not that difficult, I just don't pry. Frigga said, as long as I know that Asgard is better than before, even if it's just a little bit better, I'll be satisfied. At this time, Odin said, Prince Tang, Thor told me before that your potential has been exhausted and you want to break your own shackles. I have thought of a way, but it may be a little dangerous. Apocalypse is the key to changing the fate of Asgard, and the God King wishes that his strength would be as high as possible. Any solution? You come with me. The Queen called Thor and Sif, and a group of 5 people walked towards the Asgard treasure house. The treasure house is built in a huge basement, with a height of dozens of meters. It is not very bright, but it does not feel oppressive. It was a rare visit to Asgard's treasure house, so Apocalypse naturally had to observe it carefully. Even Sif looked like a curious baby. Walking down a wide staircase and on the treasure trove passage, the first thing that catches your eye is a huge golden gauntlet, the Infinity Gauntlet. In Thor 3, Hela pushed down the Infinity Gauntlet when she came in, looking impatient and calling it a fake. But when Tian Kai thought about it carefully, he had 2 doubts. First, with Odin's status, how could he collect a fake? The Infinity Gauntlet is just a carrier and has no power in itself. In the original plot, even Iron Man created a nano-Infinity Gauntlet. For a kingdom of God, it would not be too difficult to create an Infinity Gauntlet. There is no need to collect fakes. Secondly, and most importantly, this glove is for the right hand, and Thanos' left hand. If the dwarves made a pair, then one right hand and one left hand would make sense. In other words, he originally only built the right-hand glove in front of him, but was later forced by Thanos to build a left-hand glove. However, Tiankai couldn't tell the difference between true and false, so he looked around twice and asked, God King, is this glove real or fake? Thor was the first to quit and shouted, how can there be fakes in my Asgardian treasure house? Of course it is real. Odin said calmly, it's true. Apocalypse looked at Odin and said with a smile, strange, why would someone say it is a fake? Thor interjected again, which ignorant guy dares to say it is fake? Let's see if I don't beat the shit out of him. The queen scolded, don't disturb Prince Tang from talking to your father. The god of thunder looked aggrieved. Tang Ta had just become a prince, how could he have a higher status than himself as a prince? I have to queue behind him when talking. Odin smiled and said, I lied to her. If she knew it was true, I'm afraid she would search the universe for infinite stones, and I don't know how much trouble she would cause. I also added a restriction on it, which will not be unlocked until it is unlocked. It's no different from a fake. Oh, Tiankai suddenly realized. Sure enough, Hela still couldn't defeat the cunning Odin. If his lifespan hadn't come to an end, there's no telling when he would be freed from the seal. A few steps further, there was a dark blue box. Apocalypse knew this. It was the source of power for the frost giants, also known as the Box of Winter. However, it doesn't seem to be very powerful, and Hela doesn't like it anyway. Tiankai glanced at the other treasures briefly, but was not interested. Finally, Odin took him and stopped in front of a pot of fire and said, Prince Tang, this is the key to breaking through your shackles. This fire uses a dark golden bottom basin with a wooden support underneath. There is no fuel. The flame beats as if it is alive, endless, and never extinguished. It is the eternal fire? Tiankai subconsciously wanted to reach out and feel it. The God King hurriedly grabbed it and said, Prince Tang, don't touch it casually. When the eternal fire breaks out, it can burn everything and turn everything into ashes. If it is operated properly, it can turn into a vitality, nourishing life, and making it endless. In the original plot, after Hela escaped from trouble, she borrowed a little flame from the eternal fire to resurrect an army of thousands of ancient mummies, including the giant wolf Fenrir who could fight the Hulk back and forth. It can make thousands of mummies stand up, and it is indeed bursting with vitality. If a man has any dysfunction, wouldn't he become long Aotean with a little bit of this flame? There is also the Minotaur Surtur, who originally only had a pair of horns, but was placed under the eternal fire by Loki. In a short period of time, he grew into a towering giant. This vitality is more nourishing than pig feed. Hey, brother, you are smiling so obscenely, what are you thinking about? Thor pushed Apocalypse, who was in random thoughts, and pulled him back from his fantasy. Ahem. I was just thinking that when my strength improves, I will give you a good beating. I haven't avenged the revenge that ended my life as a scumbag. How dare you come to bother me? Odin and Frigga were not in a hurry, and were very comforted to see Thor and Apocalypse talking and laughing. The God King added, however, the method I will think of for you today is not just to increase vitality, as that will not be very effective. Because the human body has its limits. Odin's fingers lightly brushed against the eternal fire, lending a little flame to dance on his fingers. My method is to first use the intensity of the eternal fire to burn the whole body to refine all impurities and expand the body's potential, and then transform the eternal fire into gentle vitality to replenish the potential. In this way, not only will all the shackles on the body be burned away, but there will also be endless vitality, and the future of cultivation will naturally be smooth. The process of replenishing vitality is not troublesome. What is dangerous is the process of refining impurities. If you are not careful, you may be reduced to ashes on the spot. Having said this, the God King and God Queen showed worried expressions. It's not that they care much about Apocalypse's life, but that they finally saw an opportunity to reverse Asgard's fate, but they must not burn it out with a fire. But, it had to be done. Tiankai's current strength seems to be strong, but in fact it is far from enough to face the powerful men in the world. What's more, with only the power of the physical body and no magical means such as divine power or magic, if you just throw him into space, you will just wait for death. Tiankai asked, God King, have you tried this method? Odin smiled and felt a little proud. I have only done 3 exercises and 3 tonics to achieve the strength I have today. Where's Soul? Odin hesitated for a moment and said, when I was a child, I protected him and did a lot of training and replenishing. No matter how much, I don't dare to do it anymore. We God race people are still like this. Prince Tang, you are immortal on Earth. I am still a little worried about this first refinement. Originally, Thor was a little frustrated when he heard that he could only do 1 exercise and 1 replenishment, but when he heard that Apocalypse might not be able to pass even 1 exercise, he suddenly became energetic. He came over to Comfort and said, brother, it doesn't matter if you can't do it. Big brother, I will protect you from now on. If you encounter an enemy that you can't defeat, I will lend you my hammer. Apocalypse ignored Thor and said to Odin, no matter what, I have to give it a try. It is good. The King of Gods did not shy away from suspicion. In front of Sif, he passed on a formula for operating the eternal fire to Apocalypse. Queen Frigga said, I will go to guard the door for you so that no one will disturb you. Sif, please stay. Apocalypse got a little familiar with it, reached out to the eternal fire, and extracted a little flame. It feels warm and moist in the hand, not at all like the temperature of fire. Tiankai could feel a trace of vitality seeping from his palms, but this vitality was too weak. It could only have a cosmetic effect, but it was not enough to increase his strength. Then the palm of his hand turned slightly, and the temperature of the flame gradually increased. Even Sif, who was standing a few meters away, felt hot and scalding her face. The temperature continued to rise, and suddenly there was a sizzling sound, and Apocalypse's flesh was burned through. Before the blood could even gush out, it was burned into nothingness. The fire gradually increased and turned into a ring of fire, spreading from the palm to the arm. Wherever it passed, the flesh and blood burned away, leaving only the bones. The God King was shocked and shouted, "Your body can't bear it, cut off your hands quickly. Above the arms are the shoulders, neck, and head. Once these places are burned, it will be too late to cut." Sif drew her sword and was about to step forward when Apocalypse stopped her and said, "Don't worry, I'll try another method." As he spoke, he took out a bottle of recovery potion from the storage compartment and poured it into his mouth. I saw green light surging around the body, and the arms that were burned by the fire with only bones growing back into flesh and blood in the blink of an eye. Moreover, this flesh and blood is crystal clear, unlike the other hand, it has obviously been refined by the eternal fire. However, the eternal fire does not stop and continues to refine toward the shoulder. Seeing this, Tiankai hurriedly took out another bottle of recovery potion and drank it. Seeing that he could recover, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was thinking that the recovery medicine should not be wasted so much, and he should wait until the burned area was larger before taking it. When the eternal fire burned his neck and mouth, Tiankai wanted to pour the recovery potion into his mouth, but found that as soon as the potion touched the eternal fire, it was immediately burned into nothingness. I poured several bottles in a row, but it was of no use. At this time, only white bones were left in the neck and mouth. When he was about to burn his head, Apocalypse thought quickly and grabbed Sif's sword, stabbed her in the stomach, made an opening, and poured the recovery potion into it. Fortunately it works. Green light flashed, and the flesh and blood of his mouth and neck grew back. As it burned upwards, the eyes were refined, and they suddenly fell into darkness. At this time, Tiankai no longer dared to use sparingly. He poured bottle after bottle into his stomach. He even forgot to drink with his mouth as his mouth had grown back. When the brain is burned, Apocalypse instantly falls into nothingness. No thoughts, no feelings, no pain. Fortunately, his hands were still mechanically pouring the recovery potion into his stomach. He didn't know how many pills he poured. After an unknown amount of time, Apocalypse felt as if he had come to life. His head could think and his eyes could see. Immediately, the eternal fire burned underneath him. Now that he had experience and a mouth, Tiankai took his time and waited to burn as many parts as possible before drinking the potion from his mouth. The eternal fire burned Apocalypse's whole body, and finally disappeared under his feet. Tiankai breathed a sigh of relief. The most dangerous refining process was finally overcome with the recovery potion provided by the system. At this time, Tianqi's whole body was full of blood, and the discomfort caused by the excessive strength in many parts had disappeared. His whole body was full of energy, as if his meridians had been opened. It just doesn't look indecent, being naked. Not only were the ordinary clothes outside burned away, but even the golden vibranium pants were burned into nothingness, leaving no trace. Don't stop. Hurry up and replenish your vitality before the flesh and blood take shape. God King shouted. Yes. Apocalypse swiped his finger and borrowed another ray of flame from the eternal fire. This time, it was much more comfortable. The warm and comfortable vitality continued to flow into the body, quickly combining with the newly formed flesh and blood, and then precipitating, turning into the indescribable potential. At this point, after practicing and replenishing, it is finally completed. Congratulations, brother. Thor excitedly stepped forward and was about to hug him when he suddenly remembered that Apocalypse was naked and moved away in disgust, leaving Apocalypse awkwardly in place with open arms. Sif came over with a red face holding a set of clothes, obviously prepared. No wonder the Queen of Gods took the initiative to go out just now, she had expected it. Apocalypse grabbed Sif's hand and said, "Don't worry, I have just refined it once, and I will try again." Sif lowered her head, not daring to look directly. However, the place where he was looking down seemed even more unsuitable. He quickly raised his head again, just in time to see Apocalypse's evil smile. He couldn't help but said angrily, "Let me go quickly." Then he ran away with his clothes in his arms and turned his back. Tiankai laughed, "The days ahead are long, don't be anxious for a while. King of Gods, I am ready to continue refining my body." Prince Tang's potion is indeed magical. However, each time the body training becomes more violent, more and more potions may be needed. Tiankai nodded, "I am measured." In a small western town, I stopped the destroyer and saved most of the people in the town. I earned a lot of recovery potions and accumulated thousands of bottles. In the first refinement just now, I consumed more than 300 bottles, and there are still many more, but I don't know if I will need more and more in the future. The second exercise begins. This time, the flames were obviously bigger than the first time, otherwise the flesh and blood would not be transformed, and the effect of the recovery potion would also be significantly weakened. Obviously, higher levels of flesh and blood require more recovery potions. If you calculate it this way, if it is strong enough, the recovery potion will have no effect. However, Tiankai can't think about these details now. After the second refining and the second replenishing were completed, the flesh and blood all over Tianqi's body showed a faint luster. 3 exercises and 3 supplements. 4 exercises and 4 supplements. 5 refining and 5 replenishing. God King Odin and Thor were already numb. Every time they upgraded, they were shocked and finally became numb. What kind of monster is this? Didn't you say that people on Earth might not be able to survive even one session? This is already the 9th refinement. The further back you go, the greater the eternal fire required. The fire of the 9th refining was so powerful that it swept through most of the treasure house, and countless treasures were burned into nothingness. In the end, it burned through the treasure house, and the flames reached hundreds of meters into the ground. Fortunately, the fire was gradually increasing. Sif had already stayed away, and Thor and the God King also took precautions in advance, otherwise the people passing by on the ground would have suffered countless disasters. Suddenly the flames subsided and the 9th refinement was completed. The eternal fire actually shrank in size visible to the naked eye. Apocalypse's whole body was involuntarily emitting pure white light, as if an angel had descended. This is the appearance of a fleshy body with extremely strong vitality. The skin cannot be locked in, and it turns into radiance and escapes. Apocalypse slowly adjusted his breath and put away the overflowing light. He did not give up until finally, a thin layer of light remained on the surface and could no longer be taken in. Sif, where are my clothes? Apocalypse shouted. Sif walked in response. She was still timid at first and didn't dare to look directly, but when she saw the light on Apocalypse, she couldn't move her eyes away anymore. This kind of brilliance has a natural attraction, and its pure and rich vitality makes all living beings yearn for it. Get out of the treasure house. The moment it appeared, the surrounding aura suddenly changed. The center of the world seemed to be tilting, and the stars were giving way. Apocalypse casually stopped at the square, as if this was the center of Asgard, the center of the universe. The slight radiance radiating from the body makes people unable to take their eyes away. This is the natural worship of the origin of life by living beings, regardless of race. Looking at this light, it seems that they see the source of their own life. Apocalypse came slowly, and many people were infected by his brilliance, and they all lay on the ground and prostrate in salute. Walking all the way, leaving a long corridor of people saluting. Apocalypse asked in a low voice, Sif, you Asgardians don't have the etiquette of kissing feet, right? I'm not wearing shoes now. One sentence brought Sif back from the state of admiration, and said angrily, Bah, who has such disgusting etiquette? Odin and Frigga looked at half of the treasure house that was burned down, with conflicting expressions on their faces. They didn't know whether to be sad or happy. Asgard rules the 9 realms, and the collection of treasures in the treasure house is so precious. If anyone is placed in other races, it will be a treasure that defies heaven. As a result, he was burned to death by Tiankai's body refining fire. It was absolutely impossible to say that he didn't feel distressed. Even the infinity gauntlet in his right hand was burned black. After all, it was a treasure carrying the power of the infinity stones, and it finally withstood the burning of the eternal fire. But seeing that the Prince of Asgard can achieve such unheard of achievements, 9 times of refinement and 9 repairs, there is no need to worry about the fate of Asgard in the future. Now they are a little worried. The current methods of coaxing don't seem to be enough. But for a while, I couldn't think of any better way. When I saw Thor and Apocalypse getting along, I felt a little relieved. Well, it's really a blend. Apocalypse has just completed his physical training, so he naturally wants to test the results. Now the only one who can be beaten with confidence and who is strong enough to withstand beatings is the God of Thunder. The God of Thunder was not afraid and started fighting with his hammer. The effect of the body refining was quickly apparent. Just fighting with Thor for a while had already doubled the Hulk's power, and now he could exert 2 times the Hulk's power. Tiankai himself is looking forward to how far his strength will grow if he practices hard in the future. Stop for a moment, Sif, help me wipe the sweat. Yeah. Sif ran over obediently, not seeing the appearance of the former divine warrior at all, trying hard to find the sweat drops and dust on Apocalypse's body. After wiping it off in just a few strikes, Apocalypse called out again, Sif, come here and help me squeeze my shoulders. It seemed like I was pulling hard just now. The God of Thunder became angry as soon as he heard this, and the God of God pulled him back. Your current physique is so unbelievable to the heavens, but you just managed to pull it off with just a few moves? After going back and forth for a few times, Thor finally understood that retribution was coming. A few days ago, she had a fight with Tiankai in a bar. Jane helped her treat her wounds. She kept showing off her affection and silently laughed at him for being single. Now that Jane is no longer with him, it's Tiankai's turn to show off. However, Sif, who was once his subordinate, has no dignity at all as a divine warrior. He asked you to wipe your sweat. With his physique, where did the sweat come from? In this way, Apocalypse practiced martial arts, teased Thor. This person was right, and looked at the mountains and rivers with Sif, and the days passed like this. Asgard has no age, and no one knows how much time has passed. One day, Heimdall suddenly came to the God King and reported a very troublesome matter. Loki appears on Earth. The God King was shocked. Although he didn't care about the life and death of people on Earth, his son's girlfriend and Prince Tang's wife were both on Earth. With Loki's ruthless character, there is a high probability that he will attack these people. I still think that the means of win over are not enough, but I can't let Loki cause Prince Tang to turn against him. Unfortunately, the Rainbow Bridge has not yet been repaired, and it is too far to take a spaceship. By the time we get there, the Earth will be cold. God King Odin found Thor and Apocalypse and explained the cause of the matter in detail. At that moment, Thor became anxious and shouted to go to Earth. Apocalypse knew that Loki still found Thanos, got the command of an army, and came to Earth to cause trouble. The plot of Avengers has begun. The God King sighed and said, "Now that the matter is over, we can only use dark energy to send you to Earth. However, sending 2 people requires a lot of dark energy. I need to prepare with the Elder Council for a few days. It's not clear what kind of apocalypse dark energy is." In the original plot, Thor saw Loki coming to Earth to cause trouble, and was teleported here through dark energy in desperation. Even Loki said, "Father is really willing to spend a lot of money to send you here." It follows that dark energy is either extremely rare or extremely expensive. Earth. An abandoned factory somewhere. Black Widow tied several arms dealers to chairs and whipped them hard with a whip. The arms dealers had tape stuck on their mouths and kept moaning "oh." In the original plot, it was Black Widow who deliberately pretended to be caught and tied to a chair, taking advantage of the woman's weakness and turning the story around. But the arrival of Apocalypse prohibited her from using her beauty skills, so her style of performing tasks in the past 2 years was uncharacteristically different. Originally, he pretended to be a little white rabbit, but now he stopped pretending and started fighting and killing hard, with a style that frightened his colleagues. In addition, Tanii disappeared for 2 years, which made her extremely worried. After all, this time we are going to Asgard, the legendary country, to fight the legendary gods. Although Tanii is strong, no one dares to say that he will win. At that time, there were 2 destroyers in the town, which everyone could see. 1 could equal Apocalypse, and 2 almost killed him. There has been no news for 2 years now, and I don't know whether he is alive or dead. Iron Man, Black Widow, and others are both looking forward to hearing from him, but also afraid of hearing from him. Now, Black Widow is directing her wrath on these hapless arms dealers. In the arms dealer's heart, 1 grass mud horses galloped past. "Sister, beauty, please ask for any information you want. He tied us up, covered our mouths with tape, and whipped us hard. I'm afraid he's not a perverted agent who likes to torture people, right?" At this time, a phone call came in. Black Widow picked it up and asked, "Is Apocalypse back?" Fury on the other end of the phone was helpless. "Natasha, I told you, if Tang comes back, I will notify you as soon as possible. Besides, you are his wife, he will definitely look for you first when he comes back." "Well, since it's not his news, don't call me if it's okay." Fury cursed in his mind, "I am your director, why can't I call you?" However, he knew that he couldn't support the fire at this time, so he had to say, "There is a new task for you. My current mission is not completed yet." Several arms dealers nearby were desperate and screamed, "Whoa." She didn't finish what she said. Did she not fight enough? Fury sighed and said, "Barton rebelled?" Black Widow suddenly realized that the matter was serious. It's okay to want Hawkeye Barton to die, but if he wants to rebel, the possibility is infinitely close to 0. But since Director Fury said this, there must be something shocking. So he put away his temper and asked, "Do you want me to hunt him down?" "No, I want you to invite someone." A photo was sent, and Black Widow opened it and saw a name written on the picture. Dr. Bruce Banner?
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.